Through the rifle scope, 3 goblins popped into view in the clearing, and they had zero clue the hunters were crouched in the trees, watching them from the shadows. Right beside him, the elf crouched in, measured the gap with sharp focus, and picked out the biggest brute as the leader. Elsewhere, a furious memory came roaring back. An enraged brown bear charging straight toward an elementary school. That fired round tore through the dark. Then the next second, he stood there alone in a silent, unfamiliar forest. Right when it hit him, the bear was gone, confusion crashed in, and a strange voice slithered through the air, claiming it owned that weird world. A dazzling girl with flowing hair stepped in front of him, clutched his device in her hand, and flashed a huge smile, like she found his confusion downright hilarious. Meanwhile, he stood tangled in tall trees, clutching his shotgun and sweeping the strange forest with wary silence, every inch watching back. Suddenly, memory crashed back. He remembered the brown bear lurking by the school and the shots he fired to bring it down. Suddenly, he jerked his gaze to his phone like he was told, and the photo staring back at him showed something seriously strange. The image slammed into view, a brutal bear attack, towering in size and roaring with pure savage ferocity. The goddess stared on, solemn as thunder, and nodded at Nakajima's sacrifice, then shattered his hope by confirming his old body couldn't be brought back. Moments later, her smile burst through. She introduced herself as Nano T and proclaimed that his brand new life was about to start, packed with special advantages. Hunched against the tree, he stared at the radio in pure disbelief, wondering if this was really happening, or if someone cooked up a twisted prank. Doubt wouldn't let go as he weighed whether this was just some cruel prank. Out of nowhere, a savage howl ripped through the forest, and his senses snapped sharp as he spotted the wolf closing in. Shin caught the distant howl in the night and remembered how wolves wiped themselves off Hokkaido long ago. Perched on that branch, he tightened his grip on the shotgun, swept the ground with sharp eyes, and couldn't help wondering if he'd really left Japan behind. Suddenly, pack after pack of wolves rocketed into view, and panic slammed him when he realized his lack of experience made landing hits on moving targets insanely hard. He knew his shotgun only had 3 shots left in it. Then, when he reached for it, that mysterious bag jerked to life. Nanotech surged and confirmed it could pull supplies straight from his old world. Clinging to the tree, Shin darted into the magical bag and yanked out shotgun shells, then froze when he saw the receipt, because it proved the goddess had truly reached back and linked him to his old world. Suddenly, a huge wolf scrambled up the trunk and launched at him, yanking him off balance as he fought to stay steady and clamp his grip on his weapon. He blasted the beast at point-blank range, sending it flying before those jaws could snap shut on him. Breath ripping out of his chest, he realized the pack's attack was over. 3 shots had already hit. 2 more wolves pushed forward, circling him like they had a plan, and they were not hesitating. Shin fought for his life as another wolf sprang in, shells skittering across the ground while he clung to his shotgun through sheer force. Teeth tore into his shoulder, and a burst of pain slammed through him as the beast pinned him hard against the trunk. Memories crashed back of that brown bear that had mauled him to death, all while shielding a helpless child. Desperation slammed into his mind as he vowed, no matter what, to never die again in this strange new world. Then, right through the chaos, a towering shadow swallowed the scene, and through his fading vision, he saw a colossal figure charging closer. Wounded and slipping into darkness, Shin felt the wolves yank him away, their brutal numbers crushing his fading fight. Dark thoughts surged through his mind when he realized he might die again in a world he barely even understood. Resignation hit and he shut his eyes, praying for a painless end instead of another brutal death. Warmth washed over him the moment the darkness broke, and he realized he'd been laid down on something soft inside a wooden home. When his vision finally cleared, he jerked awake to find an elf woman right next to him under the covers. Shin jolted awake next to the elf woman, stunned. Had he really died and gotten dragged into a brand new world? Remembering his shotgun, he tore through the search, while she completely misread the word and snapped at the mention of a monster lurking nearby. She bolted toward the doorway and he trailed behind her, still drained but wide awake to any danger lurking nearby. Under the open night sky, a shadowy fighter collided with a feral beast, steel screaming as it flashed against those bared, hungry fangs. After that, the elf held her ground, fixed her cloak, and boom, revealed she was the warrior who'd saved him. The shy elf woman finally confessed she'd been the one who took the wolves he was battling, then blurted out a messy, awkward apology for butting in. Across from him, she leaned in and said she'd been hunting that pack for a while Shin, still shaken, kept thanking her for saving his life. She introduced herself as Surin, admitted she was a hunter too, and that snapped Shin into action. He told her his name and everything about his past. Curiosity lit her eyes as she flaunted her elven features, and she couldn't help noticing his stunned stare lingering on her ears. After a quick scan of Saran's wild outfit, it hit him. This guy wasn't from around here. Saran blurted out that she had no choice. She had to heal Shin's brutal fever after those wolf bites hit him. With cheeks burning, she confessed that she'd kept him cradled in her arms until he finally woke up, swearing it was the only kind of treatment he needed. Shin's chest tightened as she struggled to make sense of the missing memories. Then she leaned in and explained everything, like this kind of care wasn't something she gave to just anyone. Then she spilled the story about racing after direwolves out of the village, only to grab his shotgun and swear it was a magical wand. When Shin heard the village chief had snatched his weapon for inspection, his chest tightened. Then he realized the gun was safe, just stuck out of reach for the moment. Tucked deep inside a thick, overgrown forest, a tiny village suddenly came into view, the exact spot where Shin had been dragged after his collapse. Saran stepped up to him at the village gate, welcomed him to Kapori, and thanked him like a true hunter. A flicker of embarrassment flashed across her face as she panicked, thinking she'd said something wrong. Sitting side by side, they stared down the dangers of hunting, and Shin finally confessed that before he even made it here, he'd already died once. Pain and fear crashed back into his mind, and it hit him. He'd come way too close to dying again. Inside the wooden house, Saran wrapped Shin in a tight embrace, scanning his face like, "Tell me you're really okay after that terrifying brush with death." Still not knowing what to say, she pulled him into a tight embrace and blurted out how relieved she was that he made it through the attack. His calm compliment hit her like a truck, and instant embarrassment lit up her face before she could even react. Saran choked on the moment, spun away, and crouched low, hiding her face like she couldn't let anyone see what she was feeling. Watching her reaction, Shin felt a strange, dazzling warmth bloom inside his chest. Weeks rolled by and Shin got to stay in Kapori village for good, after everyone finally acknowledged him as the guy who took down the wolfpack leader. Life among the elves felt alien at first, but when the village chief handed back his shotgun, it was like a cautious "you're allowed" finally clicked into place. With the magic bag in hand, he yanked his stuff out of his old world, starting with that camo jacket. Shin stared at the layout and thought, should I sneak some cash from home? Maybe money would still be worth something. Saran leaned in and explained that the village survived on trade, not cash, and that flipped everything he thought he knew about making it there. While testing the magic bag, Shin summoned shotgun slugs, and then the receipt printed out, proving the whole stash was bought from that familiar outdoor store. With the village so quiet and his phone getting zero service, he pushed on, testing more ideas with careful picks. Even though those fancy foods never show up, the bag still spits out the basics, like clean drinking water. 1 hour later, he scrutinized the bottled water and the receipt that came with it, and clocked that both were stamped from the same foreign retailer. Just as his head started spinning with confusion, the goddess popped up behind him out of nowhere. The goddess praised Shin for putting the magic bag to the test, then made it clear he could buy all kinds of items through it. As he stared at his device, he couldn't stop wondering, were only certain store items actually on the menu? Money anxiety hit him fast. Survival meant he had to hunt for cash, and all he had to offer were his skills, not any magical powers. In the middle of their chat, Salt caught his eye, and suddenly he couldn't stop wondering what it was really worth in the village. When Shin realized Salt was scarce and nearly impossible to get, a sharp plan sparked in his mind. How this knowledge could lock in his place there. Shin pushed Salt into Saran's hands as payback for her help, but she hesitated hard, because what could she possibly offer when she had nothing valuable at all? Moved by his gesture, Saran whispered her thanks, and the doubt she'd been carrying finally crumbled as she saw how real his sincerity was. An idea sparked in Shin's head. and he immediately started grilling them on how many villagers were living in Kupori. Soon, the elves started passing around sacks of salt, and everyone, yes, even the kids, stared in disbelief as they got their own little portions. Standing there, Shin blurted out that it was nothing more than a heartfelt thank you. Once the salt was handed out, the village life perked up fast, faces brightened, energy surged, and Shin couldn't miss the shift in everyone's spirits. One night, he stood beside Saran beneath the moon, lost in thought as this brand new life suddenly spun into an unexpected direction. Soon after, the chief of Kapori village yanked him in and told him, "I've been waiting to speak to you privately." During their meeting, the chief grilled Shin about the salt, then stared hard at the young hunter, trying to read every beat of his presence. With gratitude in his voice for the whole village, the chief then laid it all out plain and honest, about how hard it was to let strange new weapons into their own home. As the last light bled away, the village chief squared up to Shin and demanded, face to face, who he really was and what he was truly after. He told them straight up, handing out huge bags of salt and hauling around a mystery weapon instantly made the villagers eye them with suspicion. When Shin finally grasped how serious it was, it hit him. This is why the chief wanted him cornered and questioned right in his face. With stuff from his old world in the mix, trade would wobble, power would shift, and the whole balance could crash. With his gaze lowered, Shin faced the brutal truth that his skills and the tools in his hands could decide who lives and who dies in this fragile world. Under the moon's glow, the village chief leaned in and demanded, straight to Shin's face, if he really had come from another world. After the truth hit, the chief finally confessed. Back then, he'd secretly wondered if Shin was a destined hero, but real life shattered that dream the moment it unfolded. Zin clenched his resolve and swore he'd keep Kapori safe, then repay every villager's kindness. When they grilled him about his plans, he snapped back that he was heading straight for a human city. Determined to crack the secret of trade and value, Shin decided to learn how elven goods stack up way past the village walls. By the docks, merchants grumbled over sky-high prices because the elves didn't care much about money the way humans did. After hearing everything, Shin clenched his resolve. He decided to face those traders himself and push for better terms, all in return for the village's kindness. Right before he left, the chief gave a nod and said the salt was enough, then leaned in and told Zin to listen to one last request. Before long, they hauled in buckets of seawater, and it screamed one thing: somebody was cooking up a plan to crank out salt. Standing in front of the whole crowd of villagers, Shin locked in with a calm, razor-sharp stare as they waited for his next move. In front of the packed villagers, Saran stood there, decked out in blooming flowers. Shin froze in shock the second he realized they weren't talking about some ordinary ceremony. They were talking about him marrying Saran. The chief leaned in and revealed that Saran came from a different elven race, and you could tell at a glance that he stood apart from the rest. He went on to say her life was shorter than anyone's, and because she'd been the village's lone hunter, her future hung in the balance. Rigid tradition chains on her every move, and the elders all but sealed her fate, saying no elf would ever claim her as a bride. As the whispers rippled through the crowd, the elders grilled elven beauty rules and made it clear Saran didn't measure up to what their long-lived race expected. Out of nowhere, the chief shoved Chin into motion and ordered him to bring Saran too, warning that going to a human city solo would be asking for trouble. Cornered and shoved into a decision on the spot, Shin felt trapped by the demand that he marry before he could even keep traveling. He steadied himself and snapped that it wasn't his taste at all. It was Saran's own feelings that did the damage. Hearing that, the chief's face changed, like she finally got it that her choice mattered more than anything else. As the rain hammered the village, Saran strode out and openly threw his support behind Shin in front of everyone, no hesitation, and every doubt died on the spot. From the doorway, the chief stared her down and announced, flat out, that the decision had already been sealed. Later, Saran pulled Shin into a soft embrace, and with that quiet closeness, she made her choice crystal clear. No words needed. Soon enough, the villagers piled by the shore and watched as a boat swept them away from Kapori. Flower crowns perched on their heads, they swore they'd be back, then tore out of the village and into the unknown right as their adventure began. On the boat, Saran leaned in, draped in bridal finery, clutching the oar tight as she watched Shin's startled reaction flare. Moments later, she tore across the water with pure energy, while Shin fought to keep his footing as the speeding vessel surged ahead. Under the sacred tree, Shin and the elf brides face the elders, vows slammed shut, and their marriages are officially sealed for all to witness. Without a word, she yanks him from the crowd and bolts through the village, and the onlookers left staring in total confusion. At the forest's edge, the blushing bride halts in panic, dodges his eyes, and fights to keep her face from giving her away. Soon, they slip away by boat across the lake, cutting themselves loose from the ceremony and the crowd that won't stop staring. As they make the crossing in calm silence, Zin can't help but gush over her bridal look, so much so that she's completely stunned and quietly overwhelmed. Across the lake, Sarin shot up fast, while Shin fought for balance and shouted at her to slow down. Once they drifted even farther from shore, she couldn't shake the question, did he really want the truth of why she bolted from the ceremony? Hearing his calm reply, Saran finally admits she'd been counting down to the moment she could visit the human city with Shin. Suddenly, she lunges over him in the rocking boat, crashing close until spray and splashes explode around them. With a gentle smile, Saran admits she sprinted away, because she couldn't let the other elves see her emotions. On the drifting boat, Shin misreads her closeness and blurts out an awkward kiss suggestion. Then Saran shoots down his guess in a flash. Flustered, she drops hints about elven wedding customs, and it leaves Shin completely baffled as he keeps rowing across the lake. A wave of pure embarrassment crashes over her as he finally gets the implication, and their sudden jerks make the boat lurch and rock violently. After checking themselves over, Shin admits he's still green, and Saran leans in and quietly confesses she's just as unsure. Night drops the moment they hit the shore, and they decide to huddle up together under the forest's cover before the darkness crawls any deeper. By the crackling campfire, Shin clenches his courage and leans in, whispering to himself why Saran picked to stay by his side. Sunk together under towering trees, she stays silent, arms wrapped tight around him as dim forest light flickers over them. After a beat, Saran finally spills it. Her feelings hit hard and fast, plain as day, and Shin is left speechless by how brutally honest she is. Beneath the glowing moonlight, her calm, gentle face turns warmer, like she's absolutely sure, not even a little unsure. When he hears her answer, Shin grins and drops the truth. His reason for marrying her is identical. In bright daylight, Shin and Saran keep their oars slicing through the calm lake, pushing straight toward that far-off human city. On the road, Shin talks through his radio, promising they'll roll up in 2 days, while Saran hangs on every word, eyes wide with curiosity. To protect Kapori village, he looks back on how he hustled in the human city, raking in money to keep the ones who took him in safe and supported. Elsewhere, a woman watches the supplies like a hawk and grills him about every weird purchase he makes. In a cramped store, she shuts down every whisper about demon lords and insists, plain and fierce, that Shin should live as a husband and hunter, not a so-called hero. Shin slumps against the tree, heart pounding as he nervously talks through his radio, reliving everything that just happened earlier with Saran. Over on the other end, the goddess listens, squirming with embarrassment, then promises him they'll hit the surplus in just 2 days. Right after cutting off the call, Shin shuts up about the goddess and keeps rowing with Saran, letting the silence do the talking. As they stare at the city ahead, Saran blurts out that she's never once set foot in Surplast. Suddenly, Shin snaps his weapon up as something rises nearby and Saran quickly clocks it. No monster at all. A tiny dolphin pops up beside the boat, and Shin jolts as it glides through the river like it's got all the time in the world. Sarin tells them the creature can haul boats like a river horse, but not a single one was ever lifted from Kapori village. As the creature disappears into the distance, Shin's mind races back to the animals from his old world, while Saran blurts out an apology for coming up empty-handed with no gifts. He pulls out the firearm he's carrying and tells her it's for their protection while they travel, so she'll finally breathe easy. Clutching the shotgun with care, Shin tells everyone it once belonged to his grandfather, and that it's the perfect fit for beginner hunters. Shin hands over his grandfather's M870 and explains why it's practically indestructible, plus how even a total newbie can swap the barrel without breaking a sweat. He breaks it down like this. The rifling inside the barrel grabs the shot's spin, stretching its reach and sharpening its aim, so the shotgun starts acting like a half rifle. Shin tweaks the plan and tells them he'll handle maintenance first, so their departure runs smooth and hits with full power. He breaks down every shell type step by step, then explains how rifling twists each projectile into deadly spin. Finally, Shin drops the bombshell. He hunts with a copper sabot slug built for big prey, and it's chosen to slash the environmental damage too. With a shotgun in his grip, Shin can't stop wondering one thing. Can he even survive in a world where heroes, demon lords, swords, and magic all clash at once? Saren calmly points out that wolves, boars, orcs, goblins, and even human bandits are roaming nearby, though the river route is still pretty safe. As they float ahead, Shin remembers how humans practically worship elves for their breathtaking beauty, even though those elves live tucked away in lonely villages. Saren blows the lid off it. Some humans are kidnapping elven kids for cold, hard profit, and the deal turns out to be something way darker. Hearing that, Shin spots a flash of pure terror cross Saran's face before she whips away and hides it. As they keep rowing, Shin leans in and tells them what he learned the hard way after getting his gun's safety first, not marksmanship. He remembers the warning, never ever point the muzzle at anyone, and how deadly serious that rule really is. As Shin scans the massive river, he clocks the emptiness, and the silence feels way too intense. Out on the far horizon, a distant sail suddenly shows up on the water, and both of them snap their heads toward it, staring it down like they've found the answer. Saran leans into her sharp elven senses, spots an elven village up ahead, and quickly figures out how many people are packed on that incoming boat. Through binoculars, Shin spots 5 figures on the far-off ship, and Saran keeps staring, fear and worry swelling with every second. Through the lens, armed men tighten their circle around a small captive, and suddenly the cramped boat feels twice as big. Even from far away, the number of passengers screams too many for a simple fishing trip, like something else is going on. When she realizes they've been spotted, Saran slams, "Move faster," and hustles Shin forward while she lines up her bow. Arrows streak over the water, but the enemy boat surges ahead anyway, snatched faster by wild river dolphins just beyond their grasp. Breathing hard from the oars, Shin finally cracks. He's hit his body's wall, while the enemy boat keeps pulling away. Determined to strike first, he swaps places with Saran as the raging river current whips them along at a terrifying speed. Saran plants his feet and unleashes crushing strokes, shoving their boat forward with pure, unstoppable force. Seizing the moment, Shin plants his stance, grips his rifle tight, gauges the distance in one sharp glance, and readies himself to fire right where it hits hardest. After loading 5 Sabbath slugs, he braces at the bow, grinding his teeth and preparing to fire as the water crashes and surges past. Perched on the bow, Shin steadies his breath and wonders, can he really fire that trigger at 50 meters? Through the scope, he spots armed men pinning down a sobbing elf kid, and the rain and rushing river spray turn everything into a smeared blur. Shin braces himself, then blasts the trigger. Hard recoil slams into him as the Sabbath slug rips across the water. One captor crumples to the deck right away, the rest of the men freeze, and panic rips through their ship as confusion surges. Soren rockets into the opening, his arrows rip through the air and slam the kidnappers back, while Shin snaps another round into his chamber. When the fighting finally stops, Saran rips the chains off the crying elf child, holds her steady, and promises she'll make it home safe. Whipping his head toward Shin, Saran claims he saved a life. Then the truth hits him like a punch, and he finally feels the crushing weight of what he's done. For a split second, emotion crashes over him as the rescued child reaches out. With shaking relief, Ansa watches as Saran pulls Shin into her arms, and straight up admits she never could have saved the child without him. With a soft rush of pride, she thanks him as her husband, then she clamps down on his emotions and tells him, "You're not allowed to cry." After they finally secure the boat, Shin snaps the card from the attackers into his hands and studies it, while Saran leans in and confirms she can read some of what it says. As they pore over the writing side by side, everything clicks. It's talking about hunters and maybe even a guild tied to some bigger organized operation. Suddenly, armed figures burst out from the forest shoreline, hemming in the riverbank. Shin thrusts his gun up and Soren tightens her bow. Shin and Saran locked eyes with armed figures crawling out of the forest, while a tiny elf girl clung to them like a lifeline, feeling danger lurking just out of sight. From high ground, hidden archers lined up their shots, closing in around the boat and tightening the trap. A tearful elf woman burst forward the second she recognized the child, and it instantly shocked Shin into a full stop, breaking the tension wide open. As Shin finally caught the connection, it hit him. these elves were tied to Saren's village and the whole suspicion melted away. Saren's daring words about Shin totally flipped the mood, and the elves started rethinking their hatred for him. A wide-eyed young elf spotted Saren and burst with excitement, clocking her wedding like it was the biggest news ever. The crew finally rolled up to Kapori village, and the moment they did, heated talks erupted about heading to a human city to dig into why the village's resources were drying up. An elderly elf calmly sized up Shin, clocking his presence with sharp, measured curiosity and quiet, undeniable authority. Inside the meeting hall, the village elder leaned forward and thanked Shin for saving the child and wiping out those deadly bandits. Relief washed over everyone as Shin was welcomed as the village's benefactor, and the elder just sat there, smirking with reluctant amusement at Saren's totally unexpected marriage. Shin discovered the forest hadn't seen a single true threat for centuries, just a handful of hunters standing guard, keeping brutal creatures away from the village. Turns out Kapori had way fewer warriors than the other villages, so they looked peaceful. But that also meant they were easy targets even though they kept friendly ties with humans. Saren nodded, admitting Shin's strength was way beyond him, so the elder started thinking about calling in a wizard for help. A hunter's guild card yanked from a captured bandit screamed one thing: the trail to the criminal's real employer. Shin broke the news that kidnappings hit on a regular schedule, each one exposing a brutal operation that preyed on helpless villages. Shin checked the bandits were dead, and when the elder nodded, trust between him and the elves soared. More talk made it crystal clear: those bandits had been hunting elven children, so the ruthless strike that followed was totally justified. The elder warned that reporting it would light a whole new fire of trouble, so he insisted the safest move was to leave the whole thing hanging, unresolved. After a short pause, the elder leaned in and told Shin they had one more critical thing to settle. The heavy tension melted away when the elder burst into a warm laugh, and just like that, Shin's spot in the village started to feel like it was finally his. The village elder blared out that they were celebrating, and everyone scrambled to cook up a huge feast, while Zin just stared, caught off guard. As night dropped, Shen slipped into the elves' warm circle, sharing food and drinks around a roaring, lively table. The villagers hyped him up, and Shin cautiously took a shot of the local brew, only to get blasted by its brutal smell and overwhelming taste. Saran burst back into the group, reuniting with his friends and chugging drinks so enthusiastically that the whole room erupted with amused reactions. Moments later, Shin stumbled in flustered and a little drunk, and the elves nearby stared curious at first, then genuinely worried. Shin told them the bandits' wild, unnatural wounds came from his own weapon, and right then the elves were left staring in awe, unsettled to their bones. He made it crystal clear: the weapon wasn't magic at all, it was a gun, then showed how gunpowder explodes with force to blast a projectile straight out. Then the truth hit: those rounds were built for giant beasts, and against humans they turned deadly fast. The elves froze after hearing it, realizing that this weapon's deadly efficiency wasn't just dangerous, it was terrifying. Proudly, Soren pulled Shin into a tight embrace, praising his raw strength while everyone else stared in shock. Then their surprise turned into real, growing respect. After going on a heavy drinking spree, Saran clung to Shin with all the affection in the world, while empty bottles and cups littered the floor from that wild, laughing feast. The elves watched, laughing to themselves, because that calm, crushingly powerful Saran wasn't just in love, he was totally wasted. Drunk out of their minds, they kept singing Shin's praises, raving about how Saren once crushed a massive Volvo with her bare hands. Fans caught a glimpse of her condition, so Shin gently but carefully scooped Saren up and carried her to rest while the celebration slowly fizzled out. Later that night, the quiet village practically buzzed with joy. The elves couldn't stop celebrating. Under a glittering sky, Shin bore Saran in his arms and with a heavy heart, wrestled with every past moment of her killing. Saran calmly nodded, then strode forward without a shred of doubt, fully locked in on what she was about to do. She told him the people she'd killed were vicious predators who preyed on the helpless, and just like that, Shin's fears melted away and his trust hit a whole new level. Their talk soon shifted into something brighter, and the air between them warmed up fast: laughs, teasing, and pure playfulness. Saren's flushed cheeks screamed excitement, and that warm spark between them burned even brighter that night. While they cruised by boat, Shin and Saran felt a sudden disturbance in the air and snapped into full alert, scanning every corner like something was about to strike. Armed figures burst across the water, and Shin snapped his weapon into position while Saran stood guard over the child, ready for whatever danger came next. Once the tension finally cracked, the two of them left the village in peace, thanked everyone with all their hearts, and marched off toward the next step of their journey. The village elder handed them river dolphins to tow their boat and packed them with food for the journey, setting them up for a safe, smooth ride. Before they took off, they handed over the city fees, paid for with the bandits' own money they'd stolen back. Shin got a handmade coonskin hat, and when he learned it was a gift from the kid he'd saved, and her whole family, something in him finally clicked. Sarin told her that the hat was stitched from scratch overnight, the child and her mother grinding through every stitch to make it a heartfelt thank you. Inside their home, the child curled up beside her mother, and Shin nodded as he felt how real their hearts were. Later, outside the house, Shin suddenly yanked Saran into his arms, stealing the moment with a sweet, affectionate gesture that totally caught her off guard. The moment dissolved into laughter as Saran stumbled, grinning through it, while everyone nearby paused to check on her with real concern. Shin clocked unfamiliar stuff all around him, then snapped his attention to the elves as they rushed to explain. There was a nasty recurring problem they couldn't shake. He found out crows kept swarming the place, especially circling the warehouse where the crops were stacked. Saran explained that the birds kept swooping in and pecking them nonstop, stirring up trouble even when there was zero food around. The elves finally admitted it. Every attempt to catch or stop those crows was a total bust, because those birds always slipped free. Shin finally clocked what was going on. Those clever, mischievous crows weren't just annoying. If nobody stopped them, they'd tear up the crops and wreck the whole farm. Shin watched crows swarm around the warehouse, counted the damage before it even hit, and felt the village's worst nightmare closing in. After realizing magic wouldn't fix it, the elves cornered Shin and demanded to know what he'd do about those relentless birds. With that, he threw himself into action and snapped out a whole new firearm, instantly yanking the elves' attention with pure curiosity. Shin broke down the bird-killing tool and its special ammo, then dialed it down with a quieter method so nobody would even notice. Remembering how gunfire had scared everyone back then, he mapped out a careful plan to handle the crows, without rattling the village at all. Shin hoisted his rifle inside the warehouse, jaw set, reminding himself he'd have to tweak his whole routine for this crazy new world. Cautiously, he took his stance and lined up the scope on the crows clustered along the rafters. With steady nerves, Shin snapped off a razor-precise shot that ripped through the structure and echoed for a heartbeat. That first blast jolted the flock, and with a few perfectly timed shots, more birds dropped in rapid-fire succession. With the last crows streaking away in pure panic, Shin wasted no time. He checked, and the danger had been cut down for real right then and there. The elves froze in shock when Shin's weapon blasted the crows off the scene, and he stayed cool as he calmly sized up the flock still left. Curiosity snapped in and burned away the shock as the elves hurried to uncover the secret technique Shin had just pulled off. Shin snapped that it was just an airgun, blasting their magic guesses out of the water. Even though he refused to hand over the weapon, Shin pushed the idea of showing off the dead crows, because nothing scares troublemakers like a warning written in fear. With the danger finally cleared, Shin and Saran slipped away by river, and as the boat pushed on, they couldn't stop replaying everything that just happened. Shin flashed a determined smile again, and Saran watched his confident grin in silence. He announced he was going straight for the Hunters Guild to crack down on the elf kidnappings, no matter how many warnings screamed that it was a death trap. Even though the elves swore it was their duty, Shin dug in his heels and decided this mess was his problem too. While they sat side by side, he admitted his stubborn resolve came down to one truth: his wife was an elf. Even after making the choice all by himself, Shin still begged for Saran to understand, because he couldn't stand by when people needed help. Zin doubled down on his promise to help Kapori village, vowing to dig into what's going on while begging Saran to see his side and back him up. Saran met his choice with a bright, warm grin, stepping into her role like a warrior, then like the one who'd stay glued to his side no matter what. Hand in hand, they tore across the forest, pushing toward a far-off human city ahead. Sarplast's fortified city towers rose high, its rivers and walls turned it into a protected trade hub where deals could thrive in peace. A young couple rides in from the countryside, chasing their first step into the guild, registering now and starting their hunter journey for real. Guildmaster Buffalo Bowl eyed them with sharp caution, hungry to learn who they were and why they'd come to Sarplast. When they pressed him, the young man stood tall and proclaimed, "We're husband and wife," like he was daring the world to try to separate them. The guildmaster clocked the wild size gap right away, and that wife's intimidating aura sent the tension skyrocketing. They huddled up and decided joining the guild was their safest play to sniff out the recent elf kidnappings quietly without drawing a single eye. Even though he knew exactly what to do, the man froze for a beat, because if he used force, the Hunter Guild would turn on them in an instant. A mysterious woman stared into the dark and wondered if a goddess, or some secret helper, had truly nudged the recent events. Toast suggested they lay low, hide the weapons, mask the elf features, and dodge any attention that could bring danger. Even in a world he didn't know, he clung to being a hunter, shaky, unsure, but he kept moving forward anyway. And that elf woman's hard stance melted. She got curious about the bag's magic and what those people were really up to. The guildmaster stared in shock, then straight up recognized their bond. This wasn't just any duo. It was a rare married hunter pair. He stared at the empty reception hall, baffled that all the registered hunters were gone today. A receptionist leaned in and told him the hunter rank's top fighters had already vanished, so all that was left in town were the low-ranked adventurers still scraping by. They sign up, blast through the entrance exam, kick off at grade 6 and finish the trial request. A slime outbreak started wreaking havoc, and their very first mission was to wipe out the infestation before it spread any further. The guildmaster tossed them weapons and a map, then demanded they kick off their hunt tomorrow morning. The elf leaned in and demanded to know if any high-paying jobs were out there, because they needed quick cash the minute they passed the test. The guildmaster leaned in and warned them straight up, being a hunter won't pay well and every profitable job could still end in life-or-death disaster. He made it crystal clear. Real experience is what counts. Go out and learn by doing, even after you've cleared the hunter exam. In the loud city market, the couple moved like they were on high alert, scanning every face and every corner as they went. Saran keeps eyeing the guildmaster with suspicion, because even if he's fair, trust won't come easy for her. Even while she tried to rest, that simmering frustration hung in the air, and he felt an ominous pressure he couldn't brush off. She remembered the old childhood warnings. Humans were liars, always smiling sweetly while they hid betrayal behind every promise. Her distrust kept roaring, because every promise hit the ground the second humans died faster than they could ever be kept. She admitted some humans were truly kind, like Shin, and even merchants showed up, wandering into her isolated elven village. He told her, "Careful is smart, but if you judge too fast, you'll just stack more walls between you." His words struck deep and she stared at her reflection, quietly letting herself smile, just like he wanted. Next morning, they swept across the fields to scout them, and sure enough, slimes had swallowed everything, exactly like the map warned. Eager to get the hunt started, Saran asked for her weapons, then snapped into position and prepared to strike. Saran tried lobbing arrows at slimes, but every shot guzzled precious supplies while he faced an endless wave of targets. She cooked up a slime-feeding showdown, everyone using borrowed weapons, and whoever won would earn the right to command. Gripping a chip spear and a modified shotgun, they geared up for an unhinged monster hunt like nobody else. That extended shotgun magazine could cram 8 rounds inside, and the mod was even legal in Japan. Yet here it still didn't quite live up to the hype. He slammed deadly 8.6 buckshot shells into place, built for hunting deer, then aimed them straight at the slimes. He clocked it fast. American buckshot beyond 8 tore through slimes that dissolve anything they touch. With a rock-solid aim, he pulled the trigger and blasted straight through the gelatinous lime, instant and unflinching. The slime's see-through body showed every bullet's exact route, and its gelatin mass rippled visibly the moment each shot hit. Shotgun blasts and a spear in his hands screamed back-to-back, carving through the swarming slimes in the cabbage-packed field. Saran whirled with savage speed, her spear carving through the fluid monsters clean as blades of light, perfectly matching his fire power with ruthless, expert precision. A rabbit sat there silent as the last echoes of battle faded across the hunting field, now finally cleaned of slime. With a mischievous grin, Saran proudly bragged that she'd already wiped out a total of 44 slimes, aiming every word right at Shin. Shin counted every shell he fired, 20 shots, 20 hits, perfect aim, all powered by ruthless preparation. Defeated but still straight up, Saran blushed, swallowed her pride, and admitted she'd lost, then accepted the match's result with real grace. Red-faced and flustered, she blurted out, all nerves, asking if Shin wanted anything at all right now. Shin ended the game with a calm snap, warning Saran to stop messing around before the next serious hunt. Asuran slipped away in silence, and Shin instantly noticed their weapons and ammo were chewing through way too fast. Against all odds, Saran tore into the fight with a battered spear, hacking straight through slimes like she'd refused to lose no matter what. Buffalo Bull rolled in, stunned by Saran's skill, while Shin calmly kept a dangerous slime under control. Buffalo flashed a smile after their teamwork, because only real hunters respect the craft, and that's exactly who they are. Shin snapped his gaze upward, startled by how fast the guildmaster's expression flipped. When the guild offered Shin a future license, he casually flashed an ancient one instead, leaving even the battle-tested guildmaster reeling in shock. Shin said he'd ripped it out of elf kidnappers, and the guildmaster just nodded, quietly, but you could feel how deadly this was. Tension snapped as steel cleared its sheath sword at the ready, and the guildmaster barked at Shin to stand still, because he wasn't sure Shin could be trusted. Panic surged, and Saran's urgent voice ripped across the field, shouting his name like it couldn't wait. Saran surged forward and exploded into a full-force swing, taking the hit to shield Shin from the danger closing in. The guildmaster snapped back instantly, cutting through her assault with ruthless precision and driving an all-out thrust straight into her. Zin flung his shotgun up in sheer desperation, then froze because he'd realized far too late the thing was bone dry and completely out of ammo. Cornered with nothing but empty hands, Shin went stone, still when the guildmaster's blade stopped just inches from carving into his chest. A hunter bursts forward body first to slam himself in front of the boy as the beast rockets in with a sudden, death-dealing charge. The hunter pulls the trigger and the slime erupts in a violent burst, fluid splashing everywhere in a wild, chaotic spray. The hunter snaps at the boy, roaring that he must never, ever drop his guard against monsters. He rants about the dangers of slime, making it crystal clear that even the weak monsters can dart in and hit hard if you underestimate them. A lance comes crashing in from the distance, and both of them get jolted. One guild warrior has just launched an attack. An elf warrior rockets in from the distance, blade bared and ready, eyes blazing with pure, unshakable focus. As the elf arrives, the boy drops to his knees and begs him, bearing the truth that the older man just saved and helped him. The elf came face to face with the boy, both frozen in shock as tension snapped into a sudden misunderstanding. The older man snaps to attention and spots the elf the moment she appears, like he's known her forever. Then his calm spreads and the tension finally melts. He digs up dark rumors about a deadly elven guardian. Then his world flips when he realizes she's just a young girl. The boy freezes, mortified by how close Saran is, while she quickly shrugs it off and insists her figure isn't a big deal. The man clocked Saran's innocent charm and suddenly realized nobody had bothered to call out just how cute she was, until now. Even with Saran denying it, he can't stop picturing her crushing a bear with nothing but raw, unarmed strength. Saran demands a blade like her life depends on it, while the hunter snaps his attention to a mysterious tablet. Beneath that blazing sky, the elf finally gets the truth. Iron helped mastermind the kidnappings. He checks it over and confirms it's a Hunter's Guild certificate, solid proof he's got official authority. As guildmaster, he drops to the moment and formally apologizes for every ounce of harm that got done to the elf village. The boy slams out a thank you, blurts that he needs to talk, and the guildmaster vows he'll stop it from happening. The boy feels there's something bigger pulling the strings behind the kidnappers, and the guildmaster nods, then stalls like he knows the truth is dangerous. They trade whispers about illegal slave rings, buried from the law by wealthy puppeteers with corrupt strings pulling everything. They're convinced some noble strings are pulling the kidnapper's leash, and that's when the ugly truth hits. the law doesn't protect everyone, it protects the powerful. The guild master swears he'll dig into it in silence but warns you loud and clear, don't you dare move recklessly. He presses them for an answer on the spot, even knowing it could cost them, because if they say yes, they'll officially become hunters under his guild. Even if he can't pin down who's behind it, he swallows his doubts and admits he needs backup, outsiders like them, brave, skilled, and ready to step in. Seeing how powerful they were, he urges them to stand up, telling them they can become elite hunters. The guild master leans in and tells them this. Becoming hunters unlocks missions straight from noble clients, no detours. He warns that these commissions open the door to deadly secrets, but the price is death-level danger and tasks that can get you killed. In the end, he hands the choice to them. Either they take this path or they slam the door and refuse. When night drops in, the village goes dead silent and their choice hangs there unanswered, like a storm waiting to break. In the hush of a wooden inn, they're shut in from the world, forced to stare ahead and think hard about what comes next. Wiped out after the fight, they crash down, stare at the ground, and wonder what they do next, because the road ahead feels totally unknown. They talked over Mr. Buffalo and decided he's trustworthy, at least for now, so they'll follow him. Saran admits she trusted him, then hits you with the truth. Once your lives are on the line, everything changes. The boy offers to shield her, but Saran slams his point down. She swore she'd fight right beside him. She grabs his attention and reminds him, we're married, so we face this brutal world together or we don't face it at all. Saran and Shin squeeze into each other's arms, sharing a calm, glowing moment, both smiling like nothing in the world can touch them. Saran vows to Shin that she'll protect him too, and her feelings burn hotter than ever. She guards him in the dark, and while he sleeps, she presses a soft kiss to his lips, silently sealing her promise. The very next day, they're shoved into a quiet little restaurant, eating alone, and something feels seriously off in the air around them. They lock in a trip to the guild next, ready to officially sign up and become licensed hunters. Shin rattles off the beasts, bicorn bunnies, boars, slimes, and then you realize the real nightmares are still coming. Saran tells them they could face hydras one day, and Shin realizes, straight up, that his weapons won't cut it. He compares it to the brown bear back home, dangerous, brutal, and nearly impossible to drop with bullets. The goddess points him to the magic bag, one he can buy that lets him snag tools from Earth. Simon catches the word rifle on the wind and his curiosity goes wild. So what's with that mysterious gear and what's he planning? Shin starts tallying rifle prices in gold and the shock hits him hard. Modern weapons in this world cost a fortune. Suddenly, something slams onto their table with a loud splat, shattering breakfast into chaos and leaving everyone tense and totally confused. A waitress rushed out apologies as pigeons tore through the sky above, wrecking the vibe and flipping the whole place into chaos. Shin steps up to help chase the pigeons out, and his bold confidence shocks the waitress. Even though it isn't official yet, everyone jumps at Shin's offer like it's the real deal, like he's already a legit hunter. Shin whips out his trusted Diane MS air rifle, locking in and ready to take down the pigeons. Sarin clocks it instantly from before and snaps, that's an air gun straight from hunting. He crams 4.5 lead pellets into the barrel, common airgun ammo built for pinpoint shots and stealthy, quiet extermination. Modern airguns ride on tanks, but the Diane MS-2 doesn't. No external loading, no extra pressure, it just fires. It runs on a hidden piston system, so it's built for stealth and made to slip anywhere you need to fire. The elf swears she'll guard Shin with her life, then leans in and kisses him softly while he sleeps safe and peaceful beside her. They eat in silence, trade tips about hunting licenses, then swap stories about their old monsters, slimes, boars, bunnies, and even direwolves. Worried about the hydras, Shin clutches his cheat, the magic bag that rips gear straight from Earth into his hands. Apijin wrecks lunch, the waitress blows up in anger and Shin steps in like, I'll wipe out that pest problem. Shin steadies his Diane MS-2 air rifle, tags pigeons with ruthless precision, and then, just when he thinks it's over, gets paid way more than he expected. After tallying his pay, the protagonist just stared in disbelief, because turns out he'd been way too overpaid for slaughtering pigeons. He and his companion march up to this towering wooden guild building, only to freeze, because the noise blasting from inside is totally not what they expected. They shove the doors wide and step inside to a roaring, packed crowd that's already buzzing everywhere. The crowd swarms in, shouting and pointing like it's a parade, all because the news of their pigeon has taken over town, and clearing success has already gone viral. With the girl throwing herself in front of him, the whole crew starts chanting their praises, so now he's officially known as the Pigeon Killer. Suddenly, he locks eyes with a pigeon watching him back totally unbothered as chaos rages all around them. It kicks off by painting a picture of everyday pigeons, so common across Japan you can spot them instantly. Pigeons once ruled the rocky wilds, but then they cracked the code to surviving around people, getting domesticated, snagging our food, and forming real bonds through companionship. As time dragged on, feral pigeons turned into pure chaos, society hated them, and even crazier, they started copying that same disruptive streak in another world. Shin darts across the rooftops while Saran locks onto pigeons nesting in spots only they can reach, kicking off his very first hunt. Shin crouches on the rooftops, steadies his rifle with laser focus, and keeps his nerves locked in as the deadly drop looms all around. At the Hunters Guild, Shin and Saran got swarmed by applicants, and the air was thick with confusion. Chaos detonated the moment guild staff battled unruly lines, shoving fresh recruits into sudden high-pressure responsibilities before they even had time to breathe. Shin soon realized Sarprast was getting wrecked by pigeons, because the whole town was plastered with relentless droppings. Fresh out of training, they were shoved into their first job, pigeon duty only, so tedious it infuriated them, even though it somehow felt like the price of learning. When Shin spotted that pigeons dumped 14 to 16 eggs every single year, his stomach dropped. He finally understood just how massive the problem really was. Shin got slammed by the pigeons' non-stop mating frenzy, and the moment he saw how fast their numbers could spiral out of control, he realized it was a disaster waiting to explode. He watched the pigeons thrive with no predators in sight, and it clicked. Their runaway breeding was fueling the city's infestation problem even worse. Shin realized those pigeons weren't just hanging around, they were spreading nasty pathogens through their droppings, and they were putting public health at serious risk. After blasting the pigeons, Shin watched the townsfolk cheer wildly, while plenty of them still spat, calling the winged intruders disgusting rats. Worried about catching some nasty disease, Shin leaned in and told Saran to scrub her hands like crazy after they'd been handling pigeons during the hunt. The guildmaster leaned in and praised Zin and Surin, straight up calling out how they crushed the rampant pigeon takeover. During lunch, the guildmaster clocked their unease, and mistook that uneasy squirming for straight-up dissatisfaction with the food they were served. The payment for their commissions hit the table, and Shin just froze, stunned speechless by how massive that surprise reward was. Shin, still modest, truly thanked everything they'd earned, because their pigeon hunting finally put them on solid financial ground. When Shin started tallying the payouts, he realized pigeon hunting here paid better than back in Hokkaido, so his wages shot up. Silver coins were worth about 1,000 yen, and you could trade 12 copper coins for just one shiny silver. Gold coins sat at the very top, worth the most, while 12 silver coins only added up to a single gold, roughly the value of 10,000 yen. Shin studied the exchange rates with laser focus, and every single copper piece he traded clocked in at about 83 yen once it hit conversion. Grateful locals slipped Shin extra tips on top of his official hunting pay, stacking the bonuses with every payment. Hunters shunned pigeon work for juicier bounties, so Shin got stuck doing the boring stuff, steady, humble jobs that never stopped. The guildmaster finally admitted it. Only Shin and Saran took on those kinds of missions, and the whole crew has been grateful ever since. He fired off yet another disturbing demand. Farmers were promised special compensation for their help, but it only raised new trouble. Shin and Saran had to wipe out 3 oak deer terrorizing the fields and wrecking the crops. The oak deer tore through everything with brutal speed, yet the guild figured the duo had the skill to handle them. All fired up, Saran blurted that her elven blood was made for deer hunting, and now she was ready to finally steal the spotlight. Shin panicked that Saran's elven identity would draw danger like a beacon, so he urged her to hide it carefully, immediately. They tore through the shops together, hunting down supplies and comparing prices, gearing up carefully for the coming oak deer hunt. Shin kept digging for answers with Saran at his side, pulling together every key clue and piece of gear they'd need to survive their brutal mission. Shin spotted an antler trinket and instantly hatched a clever plan to use it to hunt oak deer with deadly precision. When Shin and Saran finally reached the wrecked farmland, they stared at oak deer's destruction, fields torn open and fences shattered everywhere. Staring at the wreckage of shattered farmland, Saran spotted oak deer tracks, while Shin grimly watched the crops lie totally ruined. They plunged into the forest, chasing a brutal trail to hunt down the oak deer wreaking havoc everywhere. Shin drifted back to old deer hunts, swapping stories with seasoned hunters and measuring the brutal challenges they faced in Hokkaido. He looked back on Jizo Sika as something huge and savage, so big and strong it took real teamwork, serious prep, and a plan to bring it down on the hunt. Spots of deer fur caught Shin's eye, and suddenly he was asking himself what oak deer even was like, because he had no idea how terrifying these creatures could be. Sauron kept his eyes on every sign. The oak deer darted through again and again, and the duo crept forward through the forest with non-stop caution. Shin steadied his firearm and Saran stayed locked in, scanning every corner for any sign of movement. Saran snapped at Shin, firing off one sharp question: why did he ditch the lighter gun they used before? Shin broke down the airgun, perfect for pigeons, but it just didn't pack enough punch to take down bigger, tougher oak deer. They huddled up, trading battle plans, realizing deer hunting demanded total silence, pinpoint accuracy, and way more caution than chasing pigeons. Shin showed off his firearm skills, drilling perfect recoil control and pinpoint accuracy so his shots landed exactly where they should. Saran inspected the tracks, the fur, and the droppings, then clocked the clues that oak deer had been sharpening their antlers nearby. The proof pinned oak deer right near them, so Shin and Saran went on edge and geared up, waiting for the attack to hit any second. Saran broke down how oak deer act. When the males spot each other, they slam antlers with vicious force, and they'll fight tooth and nail just to steal the female's attention. With a crystal-clear ethereal call, Saran copied oak deer voices perfectly, and it instantly startled Shin with how good she was. Shin and Saran spotted an oak deer in the forest, and the moment they locked eyes on it, they realized a whole herd was lurking nearby. Shin leaned in like he was hunting a secret, spotting weird, off-the-charts foliage tucked between the branches, and that's when it clicked. The deer had unnatural, messed-up traits. The oak deer burst into view like a surreal guardian, majestic, alien, and crowned with leafy antlers that sprouted strange plant-like growths across its body. Shin stared in disbelief at their wild, fantastical look, realizing this world's creatures were nothing like the ones back on Earth. Shin froze when 3 oak deer blocked his path, realizing that if he reached for any old weapon, he'd basically scream for everyone nearby to bolt. Saran leaned close and whispered her battle plan to Shin, and when she laid out their coordinated move step by step, confidence surged through him. She ordered him to move, so Shin shifted positions and waited in dead silence, only to feel impatience creep higher with every long second of the stakeout. Worn out and restless, Zin clenched his teeth, fighting off the pull of sleep while staying locked on his position. Suddenly, a savage gust tore through the air. Shin snapped to attention at once because he knew it instantly: Saran's hunting signal. With a burst of adrenaline, Shin snapped his rifle up and locked his sights, right as the oak deer came charging in fast. Deep in the trees, he locked his rifle in place and pulled the trigger. Oak deer erupted into sudden chaos, sprinting for cover. Later, at town hall, the elder just stared in total disbelief. 3 oak deer were slaughtered before sundown. Locals swarmed around him, stunned, because even top hunters would have taken days, and he just calmly credited the elf's help. The cheerful elf chimed in, swearing the deer had just bolted straight at her, pure dumb luck. She expertly drove the herd straight toward him, using the angle of his view like a weapon. He admitted he hadn't aimed with care, because the real reason he'd succeeded was his wife. The merchant dropped a massive payment, and it completely threw him for a loop, because in this world, oak deer mattered way more than it ever did back in Japan. They turned down the fancy feast with a polite smile, gold chiming in their pockets, but their minds were already locked onto home. Inside, they sank into the quiet and let the tea warm their hearts, grateful for their luck and loving this calm new life. Money locked in, rifle gripped tight, he knew survival was all about clean aim and a steady head. He remembered those old training days back when recoil warnings would blast through the tall grass with rusted gear scraping in his hands. As a kid, he grilled his battered mentor with shaky questions while his unsure hands clenched a shotgun like it might bite. He leaned in and asked, "Tell me, are 10 years enough to shoulder a real hunter's rifle and wear that pride like armor?" His mentor let out a low chuckle and teased him softly like, "Yeah, no way you're even close to hitting your mark yet." Turning away, the old hunter grinned as he finally raised the rifle he'd sworn was his ultimate weapon. He leaned into the rifle's raw might, realizing its bullet speed crushed what a basic shotgun could ever do. After weeks of grinding, he finally scraped together enough coins to start thinking about real, serious equipment. With grit in his eyes, he slammed his bag shut, because it was finally time to put money down on a hunting rifle. Before he even bought the rifle, it hit him, he had to lock in the right ammunition first. Still unsure what the future would bring, he picked copper .308 bullets, then strode in with steady confidence to buy a rifle. He picked the Remington M700 and swore by it like his grandpa, using that same rifle for decades. After saving 30 gold coins, he handed the purchase details straight to the magical inventory system. They pushed deep into a silent forest clearing, gripping the newly acquired rifle as they line up for the test. At dawn, his elf companion yawned while he grinned and blurted out how their journey was starting way earlier than anyone expected. He proudly thrust the rifle forward, grinning because he couldn't wait to test it, stunned that it was so cheap to get in America. He ordered Saran to track down the marked rock, and with her help he double-checked exactly how far it was. With a laser rangefinder, he measured her guess down to the dot. 1 nail, 1 meter. They checked one more time, and that marked rock was dead on, exactly 200 nars from where they stood right now. They kept at it, staring as the distance climbed, steadily inching up to 250 nars. Saran guessed it again, and then his eyes locked on it. The target was standing exactly 300 nars away. Saran nailed every distance perfectly, and it left him stunned by how sure and accurate she was. She bragged that she could nail that distant target if luck and her form lined up just right. He couldn't help but stare at her potential, saying she looked like an Olympian. Then he finally made up his mind to go for that shot. He realized 300 meters was way too much to bite off, so he decided to start with something shorter. Lying beside Saran, he steadied himself and started firing tests from 50 meters, tweaking his aim little by little. Before he pulled the trigger, he froze for a breath, double-checking every tiny detail to make sure the setup was flawless and safe. He replayed the exact rundown in his head, his .308 Winchester ammo, the scope, and every bit of mounting advice he was told. These brutal brass cartridges didn't play around. One wrong move and you'd pay for it, so you had to handle them with total precision and extreme care. He yanked the bolt free from the rifle receiver and set it aside, ready for whatever came next. He leaned into the scope and barrel, lined the target up with laser precision, and checked again. Everything was dead center. He double-checked the barrel and scope lined up perfectly, finishing the bore sighting with razor-sharp precision. With relentless focus, he snapped the reticle into place, dead center on the target. He tore apart the bullet's flight rules, how the spin keeps it steady, but even then gravity and wind still wreck its long-range path. He pictured the bullet's drop in his mind, and the moment he did, he knew, without the right adjustments, his shots would miss way past short range. He finally masters how to zero a line's trajectory and sight, so his shots can hit targets at any distance, dead on. To crank the scope settings to perfection, he decided to fire at every measured distance, one by one. She jerked awake like she'd been on edge the whole time, flustered as hell but still playing along. With razor-steady hands, he loaded the rifle and geared up for the first live shot. No panic, just pure focus. The rifle roared like thunder, and the bullet slammed into the target dead center. Too late, he saw it all too clearly when the loud shot rang through Saran's ears, and her missing earplugs hit him like a punch. He pulled the earplugs from the bag and shoved them into her hands, then quickly explained what they'd do after that deafening shot. Saran stared at the magic bag, demanding to know where its limits even were, because it not only swallowed advanced weapons, it also let him buy them. She rattled the bag with wide-eyed curiosity, wondering if a sneaky spirit inside would suddenly hand her real buying power. In a whole new world, the bag's operator tore into steaming noodles, completely clueless that someone was about to summon her. Panicked, he blurted, "Saran, don't flip that bag. like he just saw disaster waiting to spill out. He shot her a worried look, asking if she was really okay while she clutched the bag overhead. She stood there, frozen stiff, teetering on the edge, and he moved in closer, holding his breath, praying she'd either crumble or pull herself together. All at once, she lost her footing, pitched forward, and slammed face first with a hilarious but brutal impact. He shot a glance at the rock and the area around it, relief hitting hard. She'd survived, and she was mostly unhurt. Once the last tweaks were done, he double-checked the scope was locked in, and then the target was wiped out. With his shooting dialed in, he smirked and thought, "I've come too far to stay on drills," ready to prove his skills in real action. He stormed into the Hunters Guild, and the air hit him, full of urgency, tension, and restless nerves from both adventurers and staff. The grim answer snapped into place: one simple, chilling truth: goblins happened. He realized goblins were being laughed off as tiny and cute, when really they were smart, underestimated, and now they're a deadly, growing threat. A merchant escort group got jumped by a goblin swarm right there in the chaos. Their leader got taken down, and almost nobody made it out alive. He demanded to know what they could do, and the guild leader slammed the truth down. An investigation had to happen. Once the stronger hunters were wiped out, the rest of the group had already scattered, and the whole job fell into an impossible mess. Goblins were closing in on the nearby town, and the reinforcements were still days away. Fists clenched, the guild leader begged for time, anything, just to stall the invasion for a little longer. Touched by the villagers' kindness, he stepped forward and swore he'd hold off the goblins with his technique. The leader snapped that survival comes first. If danger hit, they'd abandon him without a second thought. Saran and the boy locked eyes, accepted the mission, and swore they'd take the goblin threat head-on together. They stayed sharp in silence, gripping their nerves tight, because they knew this road might steal their lives for good. Meanwhile, shadowy hands wielded a dark artifact, and a shattered merchant wagon, still marked by the battlefield, sat in their wake. A goblin tribe threw a full-blown victory party after their ambush, stacking stolen supplies, then dancing around roaring flames deep in the dark forest. Aya's towering goblin warlord blasted out of the flames, eyes blazing with pure fury and ready for war battle intent. A brutal goblin ambush erupts out of nowhere, shoving the soldiers into a full retreat, while Irfa refuses to fall back, standing her ground to protect every last one of them. As Irfa gets ready to fight, a goblin surges forward. Irfa yells back, and just like that, it's him versus the whole goblin alone. A goblin's blood-stained hand crawls up into the blazing sun, while Irfa's fate gets locked in, sealed by a chilling silence. Irfa's burned corpse turns up, his body mangled, ravaged like it was either dinner or pure cruel entertainment. Remembering his sacrifice, his comrades choke back tears and mourn him, then sprint into town to warn everyone before the attack hits. The group rolls into town and freezes, because evacuation efforts are already tearing forward at full speed. The rumors weren't rumors anymore. Everyone's worst fear just got confirmed. A goblin lord might be steering the swelling enemy army. A logger spots a single goblin, huge, towering, and watches it bark orders, ruling the others with pure authority. In their talk, they realize goblin lords are a total rarity, cold, tactical, and way more deadly than any ordinary goblin. The boy discovers goblin lords are basically knight-level powerhouses, armed with reckless courage and a brutal kind of discipline. The whole town starts evacuating, but the elders and kids are stuck behind, too slow to scramble to safety by themselves. After Irfa dies, night falls and goblins swarm the dark, their night vision primed for a brutal surprise attack. Tension snaps in the air. Do they torch the fields to stall the goblins or rig brutal traps around town to cut them down? Burning those fields could doom them in winter, and even the traps might crumble when goblins hit back with coordinated commands. Slaying the goblin lord could scatter the swarm, but tracking him down while he's surrounded by hordes, that's almost impossible. Calm as ice, this young hunter steps forward and volunteers for a death-defying mission nobody even dared to imagine could work. He hoists a long-range rifle and snaps, "Not for birds, this is for far deadlier targets." A weapon made to drop bears won't have a single problem tearing through goblin flesh and bone. The commander doubts he can pull off the assassination of their leader without tipping off the entire horde lurking nearby. Feeling the darkness creeping in, the hunter urges him to step into goblin territory first, snatch the advantage before it all turns on them. They brace for a night raid, so Saran steps up to stalk the goblins before they even get the chance to move. With the goblin den locked in, a battle plan snaps into place, and the party hammers out their assault prep right away. Zin can't shake the fear. He's terrified Siren is shouldering every bit of the fight by herself. Right before he leaves, Saran swivels toward Shin, his voice calm, steady, and packed with quiet reassurance. She tells him elves are adored by 4 spirits, every one of them calls the woods home, and that bond is their biggest edge. Shin vows to protect Saran with everything he's got, and then Saran blurts out her love fierce as a wildfire, promising she'll guard him right back. From Shin gifts Rana's magic bag, a stealth and survival camo jacket drops into his hands like it was made for the shadows. Saran beams with pure joy, throws on matching clothes, and slips into the forest like it was made just for him. She praises the jacket's beauty and how it works, and Shin just stands there in stunned silence, feeling like her steady devotion is a blessing poured straight into his soul. With everything finally locked in place, the crew regroups and the mission kicks off. Now they march straight for the goblin den at last. The crew mounts up on horseback and blasts out at once, charging straight into enemy territory without wasting a second. They stumble onto a wrecked site, and the torn signs and desperate struggle tell the whole story. This is exactly where the goblins hit the caravan and tore them apart. Saran tore through disturbed tracks and snapped foliage, and the path drove straight into goblin territory ahead, infested and waiting. Chin and the others snapped to attention. She warned them that stealth isn't optional anymore because they're going deeper from here. The trio creeps forward in dead silence, weapons drawn tight, as the shadows swallow up the goblin hunting ground. Shin and Saran skid to a halt, thick branches ahead form a barricade, screaming that they're right on the enemy's doorstep. They stumble on a deadly hidden trap, an ugly, lethal spike hanging overhead, proof that the cunning goblin had planned this defense with ruthless care. Saran lunges to a stop and yanks Shin into place, steering him around a near-invisible tripwire built to end him. 2 goblins pop into view in the distance, acting like lookout guards as they confirm the den is right there, breathing distance away. Shin even thinks about pulling the trigger, but Saran snaps, "If you fire, the noise will hunt down every goblin in this whole forest." Saran snaps at Shin to step back. She and the commander will take care of the goblin scouts. Saran fires a surprise arrow, wham, straight through a goblin before it even gets a chance to react or flee. The commander bursts in with his shield up, and with zero hesitation he smashes straight through the second goblin. Once the scouts are wiped out, the squad pushes on without hesitation, while Shin slips into silence, lining up his rifle and scope like a hunter getting ready to strike. Shin lifts the binoculars again and boom, another group comes into view. Goblins posted right in front of the den, and the real threat is waiting just beyond. Shin and the crew press their binoculars to their eyes and spot goblins clustered by a cave, locking in the enemy's exact location. Stunned by how crisp the tool looked, Buff and Saran spotted 3 goblins posted at the den's entrance, ready to pounce. Then Saran shoves Shin some earplugs for safety and needles him like, "Can you nail that shot for real?" Buff tells them both, "Stay chill, distance keeps you safe if anyone stumbles on you," and pushes them to lock in and stay focused. Next, Shin clenched his resolve, hoisted his rifle, and inhaled slow until his focus snapped into place. He kept his eyes steady, then murmured, "Yes, sir." Shin points out, "So which goblin's the boss?" While Saran instantly senses the real threat isn't out there at all, it's lurking inside. Saran tells them to strike for the biggest target. Their status climbs with size, and goblins run their whole hierarchy that way. Shin plants his stance, takes a calm breath, and signals he's ready, then gears up to fire. The blam echoes through the night. Then the bullet lands dead on, and the goblin camp erupts into full-blown chaos. Inside the cave, something roars to life. Then a hulking figure snaps toward its weapon and lunges forward. The goblin lord storms out of the cave, towering over his followers like a living monster, and raw brute power blasts off him. The armored man leans in and tells Shin this clash will put his courage and skill to the ultimate test. Shin peers through his scope at the goblin lord, his hands trembling as fear and sheer size press down on him. The goblin lord towers over his horde, huge and brutal, ruling them all with raw dominance. Shin can't stop worrying. Does his rifle have the power he needs? And as darkness closes in, nervous doubt starts creeping in fast. Shin snaps the rifle up and fires in a rush because there's zero time left to doubt or miss. The bullet whizzes past the Goblin Lord, and when it misses, he's completely uninjured. Panic spikes straight into Shin's and chest. The Goblin Lord snaps his gaze to where Shin stands, zeroing in, while that far-off sniper watches from the treetops. Rage explodes in the Goblin Lord as he unleashes a thunderous roar, instantly snapping every goblin nearby to attention. As Shin lines up yet another shot, panic claws at him. His own team is yelling for him to bolt right now. Zin snapped his rifle up and fired off a desperate shot, praying it would land clean before the enemy could react. A bullet slammed into a goblin's head, froze the rest in place, and shattered their leader's defenses in one brutal hit. The Goblin Lord froze, eyes locked on the far-off forest, and felt it. Someone was picking him off from a distance. Rage roared through the Goblin Lord as he barked a vicious command, and his goblins surged forward like a single weapon. Shin's hands shook like a storm, but he locked in his aim as the goblins started to swarm into motion. Shin steadied his breaths while Saran kept him on target, her arms guiding his aim with sharp, careful precision. With a fierce yank of the trigger, Shin let it rip. One shot shattered the silence, and the rifle's echo thundered through the forest. The bullet slammed into the goblin commander, dropping him on the spot, and the enemy ranks froze, exploding into confusion and panic. Saran drove the group deeper into the woods, shouting at everyone to back off, regroup, and stay alive. Their ally peered through binoculars and shouted that it worked. Then, with their leader dead, the goblins scattered like smoke. The goblin army shattered its formation and bolted in panic, shaking from the shock of watching their leader drop dead in an instant. Back in town, Shin grinned like he'd just won the world, basking in the mission's success under the night sky. The commander called their work heroic, saying their combined forces swept the whole area clean without a single casualty. With a snap of recognition, Shin and Saran shot from rank 6 straight to rank 3, instantly promoted like they'd just broken the rules of the leaderboard. Shin balked at the sudden promotion, but the commander slammed the truth down. You hit harder than you realize, and you deserve even more. The commander laid out his promotion plan and, best of all, handed them the time to dig into the elf kidnappings the right way. Right after that, Shin got hit with a noble sealed commission letter. Boom, the next mission was officially underway. Elves were snatched off the streets and sold like merchandise, and that brutal act kicked off the start of their deadly journey. On the eve of departure, Shin sat alone and furiously prepped his gear for the mission about to blow his world wide open. Unable to sleep, he kept his rifle steady as Saran slipped in beside him, her silence heavy, like she could feel the tension waiting just ahead. As licensed hunters, they took a noble's commission, yet once slavery was declared illegal, the nobles still thumbed their noses at the law. Snagging the nobles' trust is their plan, so they can crack the elite's connection to the elf abductions. Saran slid into the chair beside Shin, and neither of them could shut their eyes after the day's deadly assignment had already started to loom. They couldn't stop wondering what noble mission was about to drop on them next, and dread kept screaming that it would be another brutal, high-risk operation. They stared at their rank and instantly flashed back to old fights because they could feel it in their bones. The next missions would hit even harder. Shin finally admitted his doubts, but when the Goblin Lord showdown hit, he gave Saran full credit for carrying him through. Overwhelmed by emotion, Saran leaned in and kissed Shin, pouring out her gratitude and trust without a single word. Saran leaned close to Shin and promised him, "I'll never leave, you'll have the quiet courage to keep standing." Once she finally fell asleep, Shin grabbed his rifle again, feeling tomorrow's weight slam back onto his shoulders. He scrubbed and inspected his weapon, eyes locked in, because this noble mission was the key that would finally drag the kidnappers into the light. Shin locked in, polishing every piece with razor focus, knowing chaos was about to explode right around the corner. Shin tracked down Mr. Ball and begged him to lock his weapon secrets away and keep them safe. Zin flashed his weapon at Baal, and Baal stayed stone calm, instantly picking up on the boy's shaky hesitation. Ball warned Shin that if his skill ever got exposed to the public, dangerous commissions and even assassinations could come hunting. He shut his eyes tight, wrestling with the terrifying choice of unleashing that kind of power into the world. Ball slammed down on secrecy. Only the trusted few were allowed to know what Shin and that rifle could do. Baal finally confessed he'd been shrinking Shin's role in the Goblin Lord kill, because he needed everyone to miss how far the rifle's real reach could hit. Shin couldn't shake the fear that their noble commission was really a hidden assassination, just like Bao had warned him. He stared at the noble, demanding to know why he'd been picked, because that mystery crawled under his skin and wouldn't let go. Then they pushed into the noble's hall, and right away, a strange, commanding figure met them with a grin that felt unsettlingly wrong. The noble nodded at their exploding fame, and then dangled a direct, mysterious job offer with zero details to explain it. That shady demand to wipe out the nasty parts made Shin's gut twist, like the worst was finally about to slam into place. The butler snapped that the lord was nowhere to be found, then offered to carry the message himself in his place. Shin's hands shook as he started firing nervous questions, panicking over how to even talk to someone with noble rank. The butler brushed off their status and said they'd been summoned only because of their deadly, rare combat skills. A hooded shadow figure commanded them to wipe out every threat, on Lord Kihil-du-Alter's orders. In this bizarre aviary, Shin went rigid as dozens of creepy birds locked eyes with him, staring without so much as a blink. Shin finally exhaled after all that tension, only to find out it was pigeons the whole time. Saran flashed a smile like, "Yeah," and they both let out a breath, because their mission wasn't nearly as deadly as they'd been terrified it would be. Still ribbing nobles and cracking jokes, Saran stirred up trouble again, smashing a barrel mid-task like he always does. They charged into the mansion with shaky confidence, praying they'd find something useful hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, pigeons burst into the sky like a firework. Something had scared them, and the whole mood flipped in an instant. Shin prayed to the pigeons, half serious, half joking, while Saran silently stared at the bagged remains. Saran clenched his resolve and pushed forward, refusing to stop until he ripped the truth out of that noble's request. Resolute, she vowed to dig up real proof, no matter how long it dragged on. They stop and chow down. Shin closes his eyes, prays over the meal, and can't believe how simple it is or how insanely good it tastes. Bale plated the meal with his own hands, silently urging them to leave it all on the field. Shin was clowning around when once again fate dropped a fresh pile. Saren burst out laughing as Shin's lunch got totally wrecked. Saran teased him about his poor luck with pigeons, and Shin couldn't stop wondering if he'd been cursed. Shin froze for a second, but Saran swept in and insisted, no problem at all, she'd share it with him. Right there, Saren shrugged off Shin's worry, insisting elves barely eat, just as her stomach growled loud enough to give the lie away. Flushed with embarrassment, Saran spun away, and Shin practically pleaded with her to at least finish half the food. Saran's nerves jumped at Shin's concern. Then a random pigeon noise snapped her focus instantly. They spotted pigeons loitering near a sketchy storehouse they hadn't checked yet. Saran yanked the chained lock apart with brute force, and that's when their worst suspicions hit. Something was definitely hidden inside. She vowed to keep her cool, then eased the door open, rifle already up and ready for whatever came charging. Inside, they stumbled on a gut-punching discovery, proof of something sinister, and it crushed every last fear they had. Inside the storehouse, they stumbled on horrifying self-portraits, uncanny statues, and piles of memorabilia that felt way too strange, too unsettling, and far too much. Tiny dolls, brave little statues, and even portraits circle the Lord, all spun in a storybook style like something ripped straight from a kid's fairy tale. The butler nearly lost it when he spotted them. His face screamed shock that they'd slipped into the hidden storeroom. Bale studied the whole situation with sharp suspicion, but the noble's moves never clearly tied to the elf hunts. Shin shut down those elf rumors fast. Turns out the Lord wasn't hunting anything magical at all. He was just totally lost in fairy tales and obsessed with himself. Shin started joking about Bale's neck for sniffing out shady people, waving away the whole weird situation like it was nothing. Bal teased them with a grin. Did they have any idea what nickname the locals had cooked up for them? With a dead serious glare, Bale dropped the title. The Pigeon Slayers ***, a name that nobody in the room wanted anywhere near them. Shin and Saran snapped in protest, humiliated and furious over that ridiculous pigeon nickname. Bale shrugged like it was nothing. Sure, they only killed one goblin, but the logs scream they wiped out countless pigeons. And just like that, rumors about their weird nickname tore through town, turning heads so fast even the nobles in nearby Toprius couldn't ignore it. The noble plea, it landed another pigeon, because once again Culling Job's mansion was crawling with pests just like last time. They were put in charge of guarding a merchant caravan as it stormed toward the city, loaded with goods for trade. The officer promised them that the trusted rank 2 hunters would step in, especially if kidnappings ever went down. After hearing how high-ranking the other hunters were, the boy swallowed hard and steeled himself for whatever disaster was coming. The guildmaster laid out why the hunter was late. Right after barely surviving a deadly chimera, they'd torn through their hunting missions and crushed every one. Team Ballisti's Akka the giant killers swarmed the massive chimera and tore it apart with brutal, perfectly timed teamwork and raw power. The girl hesitated. No matter how strong they were, she flat-out refused to join Team Ballistes unless they finally gave her the full explanation. Her words made her jump, and the guildmaster misread her refusal as pure resentment, like she didn't trust the elite team. With her heart pounding, she blurted out the truth. She wanted her own badass title just like theirs. The caravan packed up at the Sarper's south gate, ready to slam into a long haul through deadly territory. Shin and Saran watched that caravan roll on, both wondering if those 6 hunters would be enough to stop what was coming. Team Ballist's elite monster hunters were rumored to team up with Renown, hunting down towering beasts like it was nothing. Shin can't stop wondering about these brand new allies, so he presses for directions to where Team Ballisti is right now. As Shin closed in on his first veteran fantasy *world comrades*, the harsh memories of Hokkaido's strict hunters came roaring back. A man sat right on top of a fallen beast, staring as Shin and Saran emerged, new hunters on the rise, fresh and dangerous. Shin and Saran froze, stunned and clueless about how to respond to the confident man standing right in front of them. He leaned back and casually said he just hunted down a nearby threat, because the town's safety came first. He stepped in, introduced himself as Bartel, the leader of Team Ballistes, and slammed his fist into Shin's hand in a no-nonsense greeting. Bartel bowed to Saran and greeted her with warm, knowing confidence, confirming she was Shin's partner the moment he met her. Bartel snatched Saran's hat up, and the moment he saw her ears, shock hit, because yep, she was really an elf. He mocked her looks and size, and Saran exploded, snatching her hat right back with fury. Even after sprinting nonstop, Bartel didn't show a single ounce of fatigue. His strength blew theirs out of the water. He praised Shin and Saran for taking on the nobles, then threw his full weight behind their cause. Shin couldn't believe it. Bartel was practically sprinting toward death, risking his life for others without a single pause. Bartel threw compliments at Buffalo Ball, promising to back him up, driven by real respect and a gratitude that hit him straight in the chest. Tearing up his feelings, he swallowed the emotion and vowed to bring the rest of his loyal team into the fold. Shin and Saran trailed after Bartel as he shouted for Lento. Then their first teammate ran straight into trouble. Lento burst onto the scene as their scout, throwing out an over-the-top introduction and dazzling everyone with grand, dramatic praise. Ignoring the awkward air, Lento shoved a rose into Saran's hands right as Bartel snapped the truth out. She's married. Bartel snapped at them to tune out Lento's wild antics, then he barreled straight to the next member. He rapped on the cart and yelled for Lip, the sorcerer, to come meet up with the group. Lip hesitated for a second, then popped out with a bright grin, cheerfully introduced herself, and promised to help with anything magical, no questions off limits. And there it was, the final member, Mield the Shield, hammering out sit-ups and drilling non-stop with the armored giant X-Knight. Bartel brought Shin and Saran to Mild, and she just kept training, not a single word left her mouth. Mild blurted out a vow to protect Shin and Saran, and his way too serious tone left them completely baffled. Bartel told them that's just Mield's old catchphrase, so don't take it seriously. As everyone finally gathered, Mield swore right then and there he'd protect the whole team without hesitation, no questions asked. Team Ballistes stomped in with zero hesitation, bragging about their ranks, then made it clear these 2 hunters weren't just fighters, they were the kind who hunted down giants. With fresh respect blazing in their hearts, Shin and Saran got officially swept into the veterans' powerhouse team. Lento joked about being pigeon slayers, and that joke totally roasted Shin and Saran in front of everyone watching. The team kicked off their mission, ready to guard the caravan all the way to the city of Topraz. Shin blinked in shock when the job turned out to be that simple. Keep an eye out for brigands and dark creatures while they traveled. Bartel snapped that there was nothing else to watch, just stay sharp and stick with the group as you ride. Little did they know, a noble's wagon was rolling out with a priceless mystery strapped tight, headed straight for the auction block. After he learned nobles who got robbed didn't just punish you, they sentenced you to death, Shin's whole body trembled like his fate was already closing in. Right in the middle of the mission, Lip blurted out that it was nap time and left Shin and Saran completely shell-shocked. Bartel dozed off with zero care. Even as Shin warned him, he was ditching his duties while babysitting the caravan. Lip reassured Shin, saying their scout would spot any threats in time, before danger ever got close. She pointed out that Mild's non-stop patrols kept ambushes from ever taking hold, even if he didn't bring much in a real fight. Lips flashed a warm smile and swore she'd shield Shin with her magic the moment danger came stalking their way. Curious as she was, she grilled Shin about his weapon and instantly nailed it. That's a gun. She couldn't believe it. Shin actually crushed a goblin lord, a feat almost no hunter ever even managed. Shin finally admitted he'd used a gun before, though it wasn't the shotgun he was holding right then. Lip admitted it took her several fireballs to take one down. Then Shin dropped the whole thing instantly, and wow, that left her stunned. Lip stared at Shin's gun, blown away that it could blast from more than 10 narcs away. Shin dropped the bombshell that Remington made it, and Lip instantly swore it had to be the legendary sage. With her heart racing, Lip blurted out to Remington, "If I study under you, will I finally be able to use a gun?" Saran lunged forward and declared that only Shin could use the weapon, because her whole heart was wrapped around protecting her husband. Red cheeks blazing, Shin blurted out that Remington had been dead for ages, then tried to dodge the subject before the questions could hit. Mield sobbed hard and begged for forgiveness, admitting he'd failed to protect Shin's master, and leaving everyone around him utterly stunned. Sarin snapped that Lip the second he got too close, roasting him as a sneaky honey trap sorcerer. Lip's innocent little reveal turns out he's a guy, hits the room like a bomb, and everyone freezes, stunned by the misunderstanding. Zin shot Saran a fierce look, swore his loyalty, and soothed her nerves as she stared ahead at whatever monsters might be lurking in the dark. Up in the sky, a hooded figure perched on a flying beast, watching the caravan in total silence. Shin spotted something slicing through the sky above him, and he raised his shotgun with sharp caution, aiming at what looked like a distant hawk. Lento unveiled the hawk to the team, Yan, his scouting buddy who spotted enemy movements before they even made a move. Suddenly, Lento clocked serious Yan's odd behavior and knew something nasty was lurking just past the cliffs, ready to spring an ambush. Bartle snapped for Mild and Lento to tail him, then left Shin's crew holding the line to guard the merchants. Hesitation swallowed the moment, then they nodded and agreed, trusting Mr. Ball's judgment and bracing themselves for the worst, because an attack could hit any second. The veteran warriors clock hidden enemies up ahead, and they slam into position to cut them off before they escort the caravan any farther. The rocky path stays death quiet, and you can almost feel it. This caravan is about to roll in any second, right on the route we were expecting. Hidden brigands double-check the intel, 4 carriages, 6 guards, and then they vanish behind the boulders to spring the ambush. They trade reassurance back and forth, wiping out any trace, no tracks, nothing disturbed, just a pristine road and noble goods still on the way. Suddenly, the convoy whips in a new direction, like they hit a wall of confusion, and one bandit spots movement coming fast is something they never expected. A tank-like warrior barrels forward with a giant shield, and the brigands instantly crumble into panic. Bandits launch a desperate arrow counterattack, but one archer gets dropped in the blink of an eye, right in mid-shot. Dozens of unseen enemies burst out of hiding and unleash a brutal assault, as arrows come crashing down on the defenders. Under a storm of gunfire, the team scrambles to regroup. The mage snaps into action, igniting a fire spell as heat surges into her staff, her face set with fierce focus and her chant cutting through the air. A blazing fireball erupts from the mage's spell, and the enemy lines instantly fall into total panic. Through the swirling smoke, a warrior rockets into the air, spear first, setting up a brutal ground smash that's about to level everything. Dropping into chaos, the warrior whips his weapon in a single savage sweep, catches the bandits flat-footed, and cuts them down before they can even react. More of them swarm in and their arrows fly wild, missing him by inches. The bandits' courage crumbles as his sheer power and unstoppable presence crushes their nerve. As the enemies surge in, the mage shoots up her staff and slams down a protective barrier spell. With divine power blazing, the warrior lands a devastating strike, and the attacker is slammed to the ground in an instant. Still refusing to draw his sword, the knight hammers his enemies down with pure shield power, smashing through them like it's nothing. The mage hands the defense to her ally and locks in, pouring every ounce of focus into her next earth-shaking spell. The archer is out there fighting inches from danger, snapping out of ambush after ambush, dodging like a storm, still razor-focused as the chaos crowds in. Together, this trio unleashes total control of magic, sparks flying, the sky lighting up, weapon fire colliding as their enemies drop in perfect sync. From a distance, the caravan guards spot that explosion, and their stomachs drop as they wonder if it's NECA's ruthless fire magic tearing the sky open. They hesitate, unsure of their worth, wondering if they should step back or leap in and help. The boy steps in, reassures her, and insists, "Our job is to stand guard, not throw punches. This caravan has to stay safe." Right there, a trained hawk keeps watch, and Yan stays razor-focused nearby, because it's the girl's very first time ever seeing one. A hawk feared and cherished by hunters for generations stands in complete silence, guarding a noble legacy left behind by Earth's ancient falconers. Hawks have razor-sharp vision and terrifying dive speed. When they go hunting, they can blast past 320 kilometers per hour to nail their prey. Saren beams at Yan, urging him to stay sharp and report anything weird lurking around them. Yan won't budge, so the girl starts to wonder if it only listens to its real master, Lento. A hawk snaps its head up in an instant, eyes blazing as it locks onto something in the sky. It shrieks and batters the air, screaming that a gigantic winged monster is blasting in overhead fast. A colossal bird swoops down onto the caravan, yanking the horses and guards into panic as the tension detonates out of nowhere. The Hawkeye rockets up into the sky, and the young guards freeze in panic as danger crashes closer. The giant creature snarls as it claws onto the wagon, and its rider looms so powerfully that everyone falls under their command. The hunters spot a hooded rider perched on a brutal bird of prey, and suspicion snaps into the silence like a live wire. Suddenly, the beast slams down on Saran with savage fury, talons blazing, while explosions crackle beside the wagons as the terrified crowd scrambles to escape. Saran darts out of the way of the charging creature, clamps her bow tight, and lines up a brutal counter to its relentless assault. Shin ready blasts a shotgun warning, yelling for everyone to run, because he realizes that the rider is zeroing in on Saran's arm. Desperation spikes in Shin as he locks onto the cloaked rider, barking at Saran to fall back. Then he tells him to brace before the shot. Shin's shotgun blast slams into the beast, and the hooded rider stumbles back, stunned to the core. The rider hides behind the creature as a shield, and Shin fights through icy hands that freeze wrong like the cold is alive. Magic pins Shin solid in place, and Saran can only stare as a monstrous bird rockets toward her, catching her totally exposed. The cloaked enemy suddenly rockets past Shin, barrels straight for the rear wagons. Tucked away in carriage 4, a shadowy captive finally breaks their silence and exposes who the ambush was really meant to hit. Shin's totally caught off guard as the cloaked rider barrels in, snapping control of the shotgun away from him. Saran screams in panic while the rider calmly grips Shin's weapon, and Saran just stands there, stunned, unable to believe what he's seeing. The rider sneers at their ignorance, bragging that the locals can't handle guns at all, and brushing off the real danger of firearms. Shin stares, frozen in shock, as the enemy throws a strange signal, and somehow the shotgun snaps right back into his hands. Suddenly, the trigger snaps and the mechanism answers back, like the weapon is finally ready to work, no matter how cocky the enemy thinks he is. Shin's breath catches as the cloaked rider snatches him, and every second that ticks by makes the danger feel worse. Saran yells in panic, but the rider grips Shin's shotgun with ruthless confidence, crushing the group's chances and taking control. The enemy smirks, acting like nobody in this place knows how to load and fire a gun. Suddenly, the weapon snaps back into the rider's hands, and Shin freezes, completely stunned and baffled by their bizarre behavior. Reinforcements crash in, and a seasoned warrior squares off with the enemy, barking that Shin is going to be kept safe, while he demands they surrender the auction target right now. A hooded rider swings into view, then the truth hits hard because this isn't just a common brigand's act, it's real skill. He bursts out a smoke screen, vaults onto his beast in a flash, and bolts for freedom while the whole scene erupts in chaos and confusion. Saran steadied her bow and loosed an arrow, ripping through the air as it chased the fleeing target with monstrous wings. Shin steadied his shotgun, locking onto the enemy's wild sprint as he hunted for the perfect moment to strike. Gunshots crack through the air, each blast driving the rider back while he scrambles to dodge Shin's unshakable aim. The enemy rockets into the sky, vanishing into thin air. Only silent clouds and jagged mountains remain behind. The whole group reforms, warriors and hunters snapping into place, furious because the falcon's signal says there's no way to chase them down. They confirmed it was a hippogriff, built tougher and faster than any ordinary mount or predator. People say hippogriffs are almost non-existent, usually reserved for nobles, so that means the enemy's coming with serious power behind them. Amage just confirms the riders are gone for good, and the moment the group realizes it, they know the danger ahead just got way worse. Shin cringes over that missed final shot, because aiming at flying foes turns out to be brutally, insanely hard. The caravan stops short and the villagers rush forward with generous food, practically overflowing with gratitude for how they protected them during the ambush. Survivors erupt in cheers for Saran and Shin, but they shoot it down fast, insisting Bartle's timely rescue is the real reason they're standing. Provisions get handed out fairly, but Bartle keeps quiet, his mind racing over what that battle could mean. Even while they're celebrating, Bartel can't shake the fear that their victory will shine a spotlight, pulling in enemies that are far more dangerous than anything they've faced yet. Shin gets handed a feather from that battlefield, the one that was marked as the cloaked rider's, the mystery behind the mask. That feather is a magic weapon that traps anyone in place with brutal, binding enchantments. The sheer rarity and price tag scream one thing: this wasn't some random brigand, it was a fully stocked, high-level enemy. The group finally clocks it. The attackers are running a tight operation, using rare beasts and stacked-up advanced magic gear. Shin steels himself to spill every last detail, then warns his allies that a deadly masked enemy is still out there. The masked rider slips back onto his beast, and everyone knows you don't want to mess with that terrifying enemy. Shin drilled into his studies with iron focus, determined to stay sharp all the way until he finally reached the city of Tapras safely. Under a sky full of stars, he spots his companion all alone, quietly dodging the shared meal with every soft skip. Under a sky packed with twinkling stars, the girl stared up, caught in her own thoughts, her face giving nothing away. Shin glides in softly, asking if he can sit beside her, praying he can melt the silence between them. Shin finally confesses he's terrified of losing Saran, because in that chaos he felt utterly powerless. He remembers what she said earlier, and it hits harder this time. Hunters live with death on their heels, but they refuse to go down. Smiling warmly, Shin vows, "I'll never die first," then swears he'll protect his beloved wife no matter what. Together they swore to get stronger, no matter what, so those dangers never came back again. At dawn, the caravan fires back up and rolls on, spirits soaring, because even with hope in the air, lurking danger still won't quit. The caravan finally charges toward Tapras, the towering walls looming ahead, right when they needed it most after that brutal, nail-biting journey. Two fresh faces, rocking raccoon caps, burst into the grand hall, and the whole place instantly hushes with whispers. The butler Parcast smiles warmly and greets them with crisp, formal grace, then introduces the maids Maria and Hilda with unmistakable elegance. They roll up to the colossal Haxfall estate, tucked deep inside the walled city of Tapras. Parcast asks if they can clear out the pigeons without causing any damage, and they shoot back with total confidence, ready to handle that delicate mission. As they stride through marble halls, they can't help but stare, whispering their awe at the estate's beauty and jaw-dropping architecture. Parcast lays out the chandelier's wild history and the royal laws. Only nobles are allowed to step on that sacred rug. For generations, the Haxfall bloodline, led by the proud Count Fandel, has ruled Tapras, keeping their noble tradition alive. Suddenly, a maid lugging tea stumbled hard, sending everything flying, and the whole scene erupted with a shocking outburst and chaos. The sudden fall rattles everyone. Parcast bolts over, totally thrown off because he can't recognize the clumsy body at all. Aya's flashback flips everything. Someone was already plotting to secretly dig into the hack's fallen estate, and they started it the very day before. Shin tells them only me and Saran got the job, and even so the others step in fast and offer their help without a second thought. Their crew plans to hit the toppers tomorrow, dead set on digging up hacksball ties to elf slavery. Everyone grabs a job. Lento slips out to scout the facilities, while the next one barrels through guilds, pubs, and inns to find leads. Nate volunteers to slip into Hacksfall estate, but Mield, way less fit for espionage, ends up getting the job to prey. Mield's dramatic vow to shield the elves has everyone on edge, because it looks like he might be way too reckless for delicate undercover work. Net refuses to fold. She fights back hard, flashes on Shin's razor-close escape, and blames her own lack of fitness for what happened last time. With fresh confidence blazing in her chest, she swears she'll shield Shin and Saran perfectly as they slip into Tapras. Their mission is crystal clear: defend Hunter's honor and protect the elves, so when Shin feels that spark of purpose again, his resolve hardens and he commits to helping. With fists united, they lock arms and charge into action, trust and unity forged right before the operation kicks off. Back at the estate, Nina bursts in and introduces herself as the new maid, shattering everyone who recognizes her. Shin awkwardly blurts out that he doesn't know Nina, but she smiles at him with pure love, while her real identity stays suspiciously, mysteriously hidden. Another maid snaps at Nina, calling her out for stepping out of line and barking that she's stuck on kitchen duty. The group keeps moving with Parcast, while Nina's desperate cries fade behind them as they jump right back into the job. Shin realizes it all started harmlessly. The lady who adored garden wildlife was just feeding the pigeons. Now the garden's gone wild, and with the lady pinned to the bed, Shin sharpens his resolve, about to start the extermination. Shin lets his shot fly with deadly precision right as a pigeon explodes midair, feathers bursting around the mansion's grand fountain. With the Diana MS2 in his hands and pure confidence in his eyes, Shin clocks the birds instantly. They're the exact same Sarpra's urban pests. Parcast's jaw drops because the accuracy is terrifyingly perfect, and Shin gets the green light to move on, no stops, no delays. As Shin reloaded, someone grilled him about weird goings-on, but Shin and Saran checked everything and saw nothing off. Seeing the mansion's staff swarming around, Shin locks in on the pigeons only while Neji slips away to investigate. Saran cradles the pigeon with care, and warm light spills over everything as she calls to Shin with respect, "Master Hunter." The maid slid a cup of tea forward and Shin blinked in shock. This whole thing was way too formal, so he swallowed his surprise and accepted the fancy hospitality with a polite smile. Shin sips in silence, grinning at those fancy noble rituals, and then it hits him: tea breaks in mansions aren't special at all. Saran squints at the table like it's hiding a trap, while Shin leans in and breaks down the mysterious spread, fancy tea snacks and tiny little cakes. Shin takes a bite of the cake, and even though it's nothing like Earth's, its sweetness hits so hard he can't help but be impressed. Saren's cheeks flame as she takes her first real bite of dessert. Sweetness crashes over her so hard she can barely breathe. Shin, stunned by her excitement, teases Saran with gentle swagger. She gasps on the spot, blown away by how sweet that bread tastes. Saran snaps everyone back to focus, while Shin, head over heels, just quietly stares at his adorable, no-nonsense wife like he can't stop. Together, Shin and Saran stand tall again, bags brimming, mission finally done, while the staff just watches in awe. The courtyard goes silent. Parcast is left stunned as hundreds of pigeons vanish in just a few hours. Shin stared in disbelief as the staff scrubbed everything clean. No blood, no damage, just spotless ground. The guests gawk, thinking the rifle is magic. Then Shin drops the truth. He loaded it with Beeman Crow Magnum hollow point bullets. He stumbles over a flimsy excuse, insisting it's a secret family technique that's been passed down for generations. Parcast looks completely blown away, slaps down 20 gold coins and begs them to wipe out even more pigeon zones. Zin is totally blown away by the reward offer, speechless from how wildly generous it is, and shocked by how high its value really is. Parcast nods smoothly, twirling his monocle, and admits the fee is totally worth it, because the project is absolutely huge. Their mission was simple: chase every last pigeon out of the estate until the grounds looked untouched again, clean, noble, and absolutely pristine. Shin realizes the workload is way bigger than he ever expected, yet he keeps grinning and pushes forward with iron determination. They jump into a horse-drawn cart and head for the next villa, ready to launch their next pigeon mission. Shin's stomach drops because they might get split from Nae, who's still deep inside the estate, quietly gathering intel. Meanwhile, Nina tightens up and gets ready, because with the group nowhere near, she finally understands she has to guard everything by herself. When Shin and Saran finally reach the villa, they stop dead. Pigeons swarm the sky above them in numbers so insane it's like the place is being swallowed alive. Parkhouse opens up about its love-filled past, but guilt crushes Shin's chest, and he begs Parkhouse to stop tugging at his heart with those memories. At the far end of the estate, Parkhurst barks orders for them to start clearing pigeons at the stables. They're hauled to meet the villa's custodian, who's immediately put in charge of showing them every inch of the grounds. The custodian shoves open the stable doors and ushers them in right as he starts laying out the ugly truth about the pigeon infestation. Every single one of them freezes at the sight of a mutilated horse, its body ripped apart, the stable wrecked to pieces. Shin instantly spots the killer. No, it's not pigeons at all, it's a bear, and it's probably over 3 narns long. Parkhurst is completely stunned. Bad weather keeps dragging on and food runs scarce, which is exactly why the bears tumble down from the mountains. Park has announced an evacuation, but even with danger closing in, he keeps his cool and asks Shin, "Please, can the famed hunter call the bear?" A nobleman practically begged Shin for help, showering him with rewards to hunt down the creepy attacks creeping around his estate. Shin mulled over whether the elf was a lead, but he kept his real ties to himself, and he refused to show off his gun, his ultimate advantage, not yet. Even with the danger looming, Shin put other people first, calmed the maids with reassuring words, and took the deadly job straight on, no hesitation at all. He ordered Saran to evacuate, and she didn't hesitate. She trusted Shin to stand guard and keep everyone safe in her place. After they faced that beast head-on, Shin cut the threat down for good, and then they all regrouped while the cleanup started. Shin and Saran combed the area with sharp focus, and the second he sensed trouble, he just knew a bear was lurking close by. Sarn fired up the crew by explaining just how terrifyingly strong a bear's nose is, and how it turns their own natural disadvantage into a real fight. They figured the bear was already tracking them, so they had to plot their next move with way more caution. Even with danger looming, Shin fired off a daring plan right before the bear could bolt or strike. They struck a deal: find a spot where the view was wide and clean, so they could spot the target safely. They stumbled on a clearing, and Shin immediately clocked it as the perfect spot to bait it. Shin yanked a handful of berries out of his magic bag, ready to toss them in as scented bait. Since Bear loved sweets, he tossed the berries into a boil, praying that their sugary scent would drift through the air. Shin and Saran huddled by the fire, smugly certain that the stench would lure the bear right in. But the berries reeked like nothing sweet, and it hit Shin fast. Maybe his bait plan was doomed. Saran slowly unzipped her jacket and flashed the hidden supplies she'd secretly smuggled in. With a bright grin, she dug out the candy sheet she'd saved from their earlier break. Even shocked, Shin snapped that it was unladylike, but Saran fired back that it was just shared survival supplies. The candy slipped and spilled right into the melting pot, unleashing a way stronger, sweeter burst of aroma. Saran pouted, her sadness spilling over when she couldn't keep any, and Shin hurriedly promised he'd grab her more later. The pot finally breathed out a sweet, fragrant cloud so powerful it instantly grabbed everyone's attention. They hoisted the pot with careful hands and fell dead silent, hiding right at the forest's edge. Impatient as hell, Shin leaned in and whispered, "This is taking forever." But Saran's instincts flared: something was lurking nearby. Through the scope, Shin spotted a boulder sitting way too close to their bait trap, like it was planted there on purpose. Suddenly it clicked: that rock wasn't a boulder at all, it was a bear. Shin spotted the creature for what it really was: a boulder bear that could turn still as stone and vanish in plain sight. With a stone-hard shell, it lunged at unsuspecting prey, snagging them the moment they mistook it for harmless ground. Saran snarled that its soft, vulnerable belly could get pierced, no matter how rock-solid that armored back looked. Shin chambered a .308 Winchester, locking in on its soft underside, the one spot that had to give. When the boulder bear roared forward, Shin tensed, ready to fire with total focus, determined to finally break the curse of past failures. Saren murmured like he owned the moment, then yanked Chin's ear, catching him off guard like it was some crazy good luck charm. Their trap snaps shut and the bear just freezes, completely locked on the bait. Shin locked onto the target through his scope and waited on the edge of his breath, ready to pounce the second it showed the slightest twitch or crack. The bear's paw inched aside and boom, its soft belly flashed wide like the perfect opening had been waiting for him. Saran screamed and the very next second Shin fired. Zero hesitation, nails to the bone timing, deadly calm. Shin slammed the trigger, his rifle cracked through the forest, blasting straight at the target. The bullet smashed into the bear's bare underbelly and the poor thing lurched up, writhing in sharp pain. He snapped back to the warnings. Dark beasts don't go down easily, not even when they're bleeding and hurt. Their rage is sly and lethal, so after you pull the trigger, keep your guard up because danger doesn't stop. Even after the kill, Shin stayed razor-sharp while Saran bolted ahead, desperate to rush in and inspect it. Shin's mind snapped back to how he'd once been nearly finished by a dying bear's last desperate strike. With that memory still blazing in his mind, he stayed on edge, scanning for any sign of life, listening for even the faintest hint of silence. That boulder bear slammed back into him again, roaring in agony, and Shin had no choice but to fire off one final, desperate shot. The final bullet landed and the beast crumpled for good. Then the whole forest went dead silent. Saran stared with wide eyes, then leaned in and whispered, "That was incredible," and you could tell her respect for Shin had skyrocketed. Saran praised Shin's sharp instincts, stunned that he'd seen the bear's trick coming, playing dead like it was all part of the plan. They both finally admitted it was a nail-biter, different tactics, and somehow they both scraped through this time. Saran pointed out that a bow could never pull it off, and Shin nodded. This gun was razor precise. She teased that with firepower like that, even a dragon would crumple from the sheer force of his aim. They traded a confident grin, locked in by teamwork, survival, and that hard-earned trust that kept growing between them. As Shin and Saran grin at each other, a shadowy figure from the forest slips in quiet as a whisper, closing in on them. A nobleman heard a killer boulder was taken down, and he ordered the bear to hunt it using only 2 specialized arrows. Stunned by those incredible feat, the noble lauds the hunter as an unmatched, once-in-a-lifetime talent. Saran strode ahead, sealing the story as true, and the noble's eyes widened as he finally recognized her as a real warrior. The young hunter stews in pure anxiety, replaying how he ran into Noble's way earlier than he ever thought right as Saran's meeting looms. He still remembers the plan, ripping that boulder apart, and how Bear was meant to do one thing, help the estate staff. Shin demands the rifle stays hidden, because it's the same one tied to those elf kidnappings. He offers to take the kill himself, then buries the truth behind the boulder, so everyone only sees Bear's death. Saren refuses to be brushed aside. She strides up with fearless confidence and takes full responsibility for the hunter's actions. Pharaoh shows up as they head to the estate, then drops his noble status like it's a bombshell, out of nowhere. Fandel, the noble house's aging head, is closing in on death, and right as the end nears, the 2 sons start fighting over who gets to inherit it all. Pharaoh, next in line for Haxfall's heir, steps in and questions Parcast right to his face, sending whispers of bigger suspicions through the room. Saran's instincts for Ruth screamed, that doesn't add up, so she forced herself to clear the air and spell out just how strong that bear truly is. Saren stayed cool as she broke the beast's strength, then sealed the fight with a rain of arrows. She finally spills her secret. She plans to take that monstrous bear head-on, smashing it down with fists hardened like steel. She hammers the raging boulder bear with devastating blows, pouring out 10 years of hard-earned martial training. Ruth and the others snap to a halt, staring in shock at the wild story and Saran's outrageous claim. Shin panics inside, desperately insisting their made-up tale is way too ridiculous for someone like Faruth to buy. Out of nowhere, Faruth starts clapping for her, praising Saran like a legendary warrior and fully buying her whole story. Attention snaps to Shin, then the noble leans in and demands, "Who's that quiet man standing next to the warrior woman?" Shin gets introduced as the Pigeon Slayer, an ace marksman who hits with brutal precision, leaving no collateral damage behind. Faruth is left speechless by Shin's pigeon-slaying feat, dropping dead, and pure awe flooding his face like it's way more than he ever expected. Shin panics when Faruth grills him about what magic he used, and terror screams at him that the rifle will get exposed. The butler smooths the question aside and snaps that Shin's method is nothing but a private hunting trade secret. Shin dips his head politely as the butler grins, quietly smoothing everything over to keep the secret safe without drawing a single curious eye. Faruth finally drops his real motive. He needs skilled hunters and wants to test them with his own eyes. Faruth leans in hard, ready to lay out his direct proposal. No more dancing around, no extra build-up. He steps in and offers Shin and Saran official hunter jobs under the House of Hawksfall. As the sun dips below the skyline, the nobles offer hits like a crushing wave, and its weight finally sinks in. Back at the lodge, their friends are stunned, because Faruth just dropped an absolutely fearless offer. Shin and Saran nodded to the proposal on the spot, and the noble demanded an answer right now. The whole group can't stop talking about how wild it is. Getting hired straight by a noble's house is basically unheard of. Saran finds out the truth, rare as it is, even top hunters sometimes get hit with high-priority noble commissions. Shen pushes back hard, saying the offer could expose clues behind the elf kidnappings, even if the danger is right in front of them. Their leader slams the warning down. If they get too tangled up, they'll blow their identities and put themselves on a terrifying paper trail they can't escape. They huddle up for the discussion, but Mield is nowhere, so everyone keeps their voices low while he prays quietly in the next room. Mortified, the infiltrator blurts out that he failed, only to realize too late that Shin's crew had already hit the villa. Her perfect picture of graceful maids gets ripped apart the second she meets the gruff, no-nonsense help, hard-working staff who don't care about appearances. Proud as hell, Lento tells everyone they pulled it off. He and Jan scoured dozens of Haxfall's facilities and somehow never once got spotted. Their scouting sweep hit the villas, the main mansion, and a whole stack of other buildings tied to House Haxfall's operation. While they found nothing fishy, Lento still let slip one crucial detail he uncovered while scouting. Lento flashes a slow smirk, proudly praising the maids as stunning. Then he realizes he spotted not a single thing suspicious. Meanwhile, a brutal confrontation erupts when someone catches the crossdresser and spies through windows. Tensions snapped in the air and their leader surged forward, shouting for everyone to cool it before this explodes anymore. Alright, the next report kicks off, this time digging into the Hunters Guild and how they're tied to House Haxfall. After grilling the guildmaster, they found out there are 0 rumors floating around about Haxfall's corruption. The guildmaster drops brand new tavern rumors that have just started spreading like wildfire through the common streets. The group catches whispers of an elf trafficker, then spots a black market vendor slipping around a shady back alley. Still skeptical, they bite anyway, because the gossip feels believable enough to kick off a deeper investigation. As everything finally settles, Mield steps out and in his hands he's clutching something wild, a pigeon that somehow wandered into his room. They snap to it. This isn't some random bird at all, it's a carrier pigeon with a message pouch strapped on tight. Mield leans in and says the pigeon probably mixed up their window for the real Hunters Guild drop spot. Shin cradles the bird like it means something, and Lento can't stop laughing at how clueless that feathered messenger is. The team breaks it down for you, how carrier pigeons truly work, and then takes you through their wild, long history of being used across the entire globe. Shin stops to praise the bird's grit, and he points out that racing pigeons are bred to nail those crazy fast flight instincts. The crew cracks jokes and warns Shin, "Don't you dare swing at this one, it's guild property." The pigeon drops a message from Mr. Bale, and this time the shocker is that it's written straight to them. Lento starts decoding it, then whips around and fires a serious question at Shin about their past run-ins. He grabs Shin and demands to know, does he still remember Team Erfin, the one that used to run under Sarpra's command? Shin swore he'd spotted them at the guild, then the truth hit hard. Their leader got wiped out by goblins. A shadowy man in black just slipped into Jima's home, right under the nose of the Erfin. The elf girl caught a strange request mid-whisper. Someone was hunting for children of the forest, and nobody knew why. Shin pushed for a return to Sarprath, convinced it was tied to that earlier mysterious forest incident. They realized the man in black had slid up to the elves during their leader's morning hours. At last, a report finally slammed into Bale's hands, confirming that a sketch had been sent and it named the suspicious man. The sketch sprang to life, showing a cloaked mask figure, eyes blazing wide and the face hidden behind stitched fabric. A masked rider burst onto the scene atop a hippogriff, and both Shin and the elf girl froze in pure shock. The group swore they'd seen that rider before, during a caravan escort that erupted into violence. The attacker pulled on a black hood and a crow mask, and now there was no denying who he was. Shady proof piled up against him, pointing straight to the black market, with Sarprest and those caravan raids hanging off the same strings. The crew geared up to investigate, locked on to that elusive crow, and hunted the shadowy black market dealer through the grime. A drunk man lurched through dark alleyways, completely clueless that someone was keeping a close eye on him beneath the crescent moon. He threw money on the table, demanding elven girls with pale skin and pointed ears for the deal. His demand was vile. He ordered little girls to be enslaved, and he talked about them with sickening, chilling detail. The man threw a cold, merciless glare. Then the listener snatched for his blade without a second thought. The masked figure exploded forward and slammed in with brutal force, cutting the whole conversation off before it could spiral any worse. A blade flashed out, but one investigator lunged in on the spot, facing the suspect head-on with zero hesitation. It hit him then, Old Man Murak, and it stunned the man and the elf in the same breath. Saran fired questions at him on the spot, thrown off by his sudden appearance and the nasty criminal rumors that clung to his name. Murak flat-out denied any role in elf trafficking, his eyes widening with exaggerated disbelief as fear crawled across his face. He swore he traded with elves only, then blamed fear and wild rumors for the mess everyone thought he made. Sarin checked Murak's story and nodded. Murak always sold their village goods at fair prices, no rip-offs. She apologized from the heart, and when she defended Murak so openly and genuinely, he got hit with raw, overwhelming emotion. He remembered it clearly. Getting judged over his looks was the one thing that actually made a place take him in. He remembered running into young Saran, watching him drag a gigantic beast like it was nothing, and the fear hit him so hard he couldn't breathe. Murak admitted she saved his life barehanded, and that brutal move left a terrifying scar on his mind forever. Saran smiled politely at Murak and begged her to drop the childhood stories now that she'd tied the knot. Murak blinked in shock, then nodded it through with a calm grin, because he trusted her completely, no questions asked. Shin's voice shook as he introduced himself as Saran's husband, and the old merchant shot him stunned, silent looks. Saran pushed back against Murak's silence, but Murak didn't snap back. He just stayed quiet, silently chewing on that weird pairing. Murak suddenly remembered that masked guy he'd run into lately and wondered if he was somehow tied to it. Murak stared at the drawing and recognized the man at once, then he confirmed it. Someone had already come for him, trying to sell elves. He said the man kept pushing to learn the elf village locations, even after they shut him down again and again. The man shoved him the instructions: meet at midnight at the Fanged Wine Cup Tavern. Meanwhile, eerie sightings began popping up everywhere, and farmers at the forest's edge swore they'd seen brutal beasts lurking just beyond the trees. A massive white wing unfurled through the trees, like some unstoppable force just locked its eyes on everything. A masked figure rained arrows down on a farmer, cutting the witnesses off at the knees, then vanished into the trees like it never happened. In the nearby forest, corpses sprawled across the ground as the masked man yanked a syringe from his bag and inspected it. He strode up to his bloodied griffin, grabbed the injector, and started pumping it straight into the creature's muscles. Under the crescent moon, the beast thrashed through a violent transformation, getting stronger and stronger while that wide-eyed figure stared in stunned disbelief. Under the full moon, tappers went dead silent, tucked beneath cold, empty stone bridges. A battered man lay unconscious by the riverbank, ignored by every passerby, while stray rats scurried past him like he wasn't even there. A hooded hunter slipped in without a sound, lurking from the shadows as he tracked the rats, and stared down the unconscious man. The hunter slipped into the underground, following an old informant who swore there was a hidden tavern down there. In the packed pub, a boy clutched the instructions he'd been given, then he remembered: meet them under the full moon. The group was convinced the tavern's sketchy layout wasn't an accident. It was built on purpose to hide illegal black market deals in plain sight. They weighed every risk because if they stormed Kromesk's deadly ground, civilians could get turned into hostages in an instant. If Kromesk slips free, the ELF trafficking network won't just stop, it'll spring back up somewhere else, running wild in the shadows out of anyone's control. The hooded man stepped up as bait, swearing he was the only one who could lure the crow mask out safely. Even with the worries hanging in the air, everyone lined up to help him, because the threat was real and they all knew this burden belonged to them too. Saran demanded to go in as bait, convinced her presence would shield the decoy at the exact moment it mattered most. The boy snapped that he wanted in too, vowing to seize Kromesk no matter what danger was waiting ahead. Their leader finally gave the green light, but with a sharp warning: don't act too big inside enemy territory, stay low, stay sharp. Surin calmly shouldered the mission, fully aware how dangerous it was, and still decided to see it through no matter what. Even though Saran's face was out there, they still pinned everything on their master of disguises to pull off the deception. The moment disguises got brought up, one teammate freaked out, totally clueless she'd just been picked for the job. Meanwhile, allies kept a close watch from afar, knowing Decoy couldn't sell a lie for the life of him. Under the full moon, their plans surged ahead, locked in by sharp coordination and lightning-fast messages. They'd slip in dressed as regular patrons, bide their time inside, then pounce on Kromesk the second he was isolated and laid bare. Expecting a brutal fight underground, the boy demanded a smaller gun, something made for fast, up-close chaos. Nanotus tore through the catalog, pitching pistols straight out of blockbuster movies, only to realize none of them were in that magic bag. The shop had run out of pistols, crushing the hunt for a smaller, easy-to-carry weapon option. Russian gun laws kept pistols locked down, and Nanotis flat-out refused to take a job at a gun specialist store. Even with all the chaos, they genuinely treasured each other's effort, and those laid-back radio jabs only made their connection hit harder. Locked out of buying a pistol, the boy started eyeing a metal saw, thinking he could build one himself. He reached into the magic bag and snapped up a second M870 shotgun, picked the one with the wooden stock. The chosen model came packed with sights and a barrel built for pinpoint slug accuracy, all wrapped in smoothbore firepower. Even though they were cheap, Remington guns and parts still got the job done. Traditional slugs might have fallen out of favor, but they worked. With a saw, he hacked the barrel and stock down to size, turning the whole thing into something far easier to hide and whip around. He drew inspiration from history and forged a sawed-off shotgun, hiding deadly firepower that once belonged to criminals. He remembered how those sawed-off shotguns were the kind criminals loved, easy to hide, just like the Italian Lupera. He fired a brutal test shot, and the wooden target shattered on the spot. Seeing the formation, he trusted his instincts and tested the shots at both 10 and 20 meters. Even with the shorter barrel, its aim didn't falter, just the spread widened, yet it still hit the targets like clockwork. But the weapon's crushing weight, hard recoil, and tiny capacity made it a total hassle to keep and use in close-range concealed carry. He stashed the tweaked shotgun away, knowing deep down it couldn't be trusted the moment accuracy mattered most. He sprinted back to his trusty M870, the gun he'd drilled with over and over until it felt like part of his body. With his trusty old shotgun steady in hand, he let loose a crisp shot from far away, dead straight and perfectly controlled. On mission day, the squad scattered into the dark, masked, cloaked, and itching to crash the infiltration. Thou he trained like a madman, then nerves crawled in, lying tangled with his lifelong honesty, and it all exploded across his face. Sarin flashed her partner a bright smile and swore he wouldn't have to face this nightmare by himself. Their bond burned hot, and as childhood memories surged through them, courage fueled their bodies right before the dangerous mission kicked off. He swore he'd protect her, but she shot back that she could protect him right back. Beneath the full moon, fierce emotions ignited, and both of them vowed to protect each other no matter what. As night swallowed the city, those two disguised decoys sprinted straight for the enemy's lair. The decoys burst into the underground tavern, every step pulling them closer to the deadly showdown waiting in the dark. Inside, the tavern roared with noise and chaos, packed so tight that every secret plan could slip through unnoticed. Their allies had already slipped into the crowd, keeping their eyes locked on everyone, mug in hand. Through the haze and roaring noise, Kromesk slid into view, grumbling that this place was perfect for shady deals. He clocked something off about the man closing in, an aura that felt totally new, yet somehow chillingly familiar. Krom-esque chatted about slave trafficking like it was small talk, fully knowing the penalty was death, and still showing zero fear of what came next. He bragged about how he played the long game with the elves, winning their trust first, then snatching them away like he had them on a leash. By dangling hope and pure wonder, he lured in curious elves, then lined them up, ready to be sold to the highest buyers. Chromas stamped Saran as real merchandise, unknowingly roasting the decoy with praise right as he kicked off a fake deal. The slaver slid in Saran, hooded and masked, wrapped in disguise. Then the buyer just nodded along, silent like a bomb waiting to blow. Krom-esque waved around a potion and bragged that, if you prepped it right, it would make his product obey like a loyal pet. He bragged that the drug's power was unstoppable, saying one single dose would force anyone into compliance. To sweetened the deal by offering the formula cheap, all confidence that it would deliver results and bring in demand fast. The buyer feigned interest, then agreed to try the drug in secret before he even dared to place a bulk order. They moved together toward a hidden spot, completely clueless that they were seconds away from a sting operation. A hooded stranger slipped through the jam-packed hall, while one man crept behind him, silent, and watching every move like it mattered. The hooded man paused for a beat, staring at it like something was wrong, and quietly remade his plan. He slammed down a demand, verify the goods right now, while his cautious instincts tore up the original, quietly laid-out plan. They burst into the stone chamber and the masked man lifted his hood to reveal the truth. Every single person inside was a loyal subordinate, just waiting for his next command. The woman bowed her head in respect while the leader stared up at her, eyes sharp, weighing his next move in silence. The masked leader questioned him like ice, calm as ever, while the merchant's nerves crumpled and his words came out in shaky stammers under his breath. He leaned in to calm him down, waved off the danger, and swore they'd be shielded from any hidden hunters. The merchant swept his eyes around in a panic while loud men jeered and laughed, totally oblivious to the tension surging nearby. Sensing the hesitation, the merchant burst into laughter, brushing off every worry and pushing the deal to a better location. The masked woman slipped something beneath her cloak, moving slow on purpose so no one would ever spot a thing. The elf woman stood stone still, wrists tied tight, while shadowy cloak figures circled her and stared her down. She kept her chin tucked low and unreadable, while two men locked onto her, staring like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They openly gawked at her beauty, but a voice snapped in, warning them not to rush into any choice. While they haggled over the payment, the masked merchant leaned in and smirked. So many adore you, but only a handful ever actually pay. A guy reached out and tapped her shoulder, muttering about potions, and the elf's silence hit like a blade, thickening the tension by the second. The man grabbed at her with zero shame, bragging like a villain about aphrodisiacs he once used to force monster reproduction. He complimented her looks, then slowly peeled off her mask as he replayed their earlier experiments, the ones that ended in truly devastating results. He dragged up the memory of an elf victim, overdosed into the grave, blood spilling from every opening. He painted her final moments in horrifying detail, her eyes wide with terror as she begged, over and over, for her mother. With twisted glee, he roared with mockery as the centuries-old elf was reduced to some human's fragile plaything. Out of nowhere, the elf sprang ahead, cloak snapping in the air as she charged straight at the masked man. She slammed a crushing punch into him, totally catching him off guard, and drove him hard into the wall like it was nothing. From far away, the watching man finally locked eyes on the truth and confirmed his worst fear. The girl had been playing them the whole time. Both fighters snapped into ready stances, one breath held, one poised to strike, while the elf stayed deadly calm and the masked man studied him with razor focus. Out of nowhere, two agents stormed in with weapons drawn, barking orders to shut the whole operation down, right now. The squad snapped into a tight barrier, shielding the elf and the agent as they geared up for a full-speed retreat. A cloaked enemy sneered at them, then slammed through a wall, calling in monstrous armored reinforcements. Giant monsters and armored soldiers surged into the stone hall, and the whole space erupted in chaos. Outnumbered and boxed in, the agents braced for a fight, then they clocked it. the enemy's interest was evaporating fast. The masked leader spun away and tossed the whole fight to his brutal lieutenants, send them in to wipe the place clean. From the archway, hidden assassins burst out with blades ready, sprinting straight at the group. Even with orders to retreat ringing in their ears, the elves surged forward. Then an archer above pulled the string and aimed down. Right then, a masked assassin's head burst open. Someone in the shadows fired with laser-precise timing. Bartel stepped into view with a shotgun leveled, and one fierce move sent the whole room spiraling into chaos. Barthiel hesitated for a heartbeat, but his allies shoved him forward. He clenched his grip and sprinted after the fleeing enemy. Barthiel launched his fire mid-sprint, blasting a lane straight ahead as the elf dove into a shadowy tunnel and vanished. A shadowy stranger rips a warning whistle into the night, then rockets through the moonlit streets straight for the church. Saren dives from above with a dagger, zeroing in on the cloaked figure's exact exposed spot. Shin spots Saren barreling after the target, and right outside, worried townspeople crowd their windows, staring at the chaos. Shin sprints after her, instincts screaming danger, and yells for Saran to stop, but she brushes him off and keeps going. Saran sprints with fierce resolve, and Shin tails her, totally thrown off, wondering why she's so furious while dark shadows creep close by. Shin slams the brakes in the thick fog, realizing Saran is gone. He tightens his weapon and whips his eyes around, hunting answers fast. Shadowy figures claw their way out of the mist, and Shin braces himself, his fingers slowly tightening on the trigger as he's ready to fire. Shin gets hit by a pincer ambush from armed enemies on both sides, and he snaps his shots off fast, because he realizes the whole trap was coordinated. Shin whips through a storm of close-range attackers, blasting them while instantly slipping, dodging, and repositioning between every single shot. He snaps his weapon back into place fast and drops another attacker with deadly precision, standing his ground alone while the chaos closes in from every side. Shin snaps the reload in the middle of the fight, keeping his cool as he spits out the empty shells and snaps in fresh rounds with deadly precision. With gunfire nonstop, Shin grinds the push of the oncoming enemies to a halt. Then Saren bursts forward the second someone screams urgent orders nearby. He spots Saren in trouble and launches into action. His urgency spikes as her relentless sprint only makes his worry hit harder. Saran stomps into an abandoned courtyard all by himself, and the fog slams in thicker, with dark buildings towering around him like silent giants. She freezes at a familiar shape on the horizon, eyes sharpening as she spots the fallen hat. Under the moonlight, a fresh wave of enemy-scaled intruders surges up the wall, primed to spring a surprise attack. Heavily armored warriors slam into formation, weapons poised, and the squad's leader glares straight ahead through a slit in his helm. Their forward charge slams to a stop the second something comes creeping in. Confused murmurs ripple through the ranks, and a bandit clutches his weapon tighter, feeling danger looming right behind him. Shin unleashes a razor-precise blast that tears through the enemy line, sending several attackers stumbling and thrown off their rhythm. He snaps out of the mace swing, and in the thick fog he bides his breath, ready to strike from the shadows using nothing but sound. Chin slinks to the corner of the building, crouched out of sight, waiting for the next move, gun up and ready, breathing locked tight like a bomb about to go off. He remembers stalking deer in dead silence. Now enemy footsteps pound just beyond the wall. Years of stealth training finally pay off. Against wild beasts, armored men are just sitting ducks. The fog finally lifts and Shin stands there alone, staring down defeated foes. He murmurs, almost like a prayer, that this bloody battle is finally over. Right behind him, a sudden noise slices through the moment. He whips around, eyes bulging as he spots what's coming. A magical arrow gets knocked aside mid-flight, and Shin's eyes flare wide as a glowing barrier snaps into existence the second it's needed. Shin snaps back fast, he fires, and the cloaked figure staggers as the blast slams right into the clothes. Somewhere else, a spell snaps into existence with one final brushstroke, and the caster shouts, "It's done." Soren snaps his spell to life, crest. Then Chin's magically locked body fights back, snapping out of that paralysis after the fresh dispel enchantment kicks in. They study the masked enemy's moves and realize Chromask dodges direct fights. He sets traps, plays mind games, and disappears into misdirection. Saren lays it out. Assassins love paralyzer tools because nothing beats disappearing like a ghost and striking with pure surprise. As Shin drops his guard, the illusion unravels and a new threat crawls in, hidden behind magical deception. Cromask rockets forward, blazing in roaring flames, while Shin snaps his gun up and aims with razor-sharp focus. They slam into each other in midair. A blazing explosion erupts around them and Shin staggers, stunned and on full alert. Cromask bolts back first, slams a brutal kick into Shin, and the impact launches him skidding across the stone path like a wrecking ball. Shin stumbles backward as the crow mask closes in, blade bared, and Crow roars that his reflexes are razor-sharp even under pressure. Cromask taunts him with icy calm, then declares the fight over, squashing Shin's earlier impressive combat with a grin. Demanding answers, Shin shoots questions about Saran while Chrome flashes a smug grin and steadies him, because Saran is still alive. With a grin, Cromask exposes the trap. Saran is getting boxed in right this second, even as we talk. Saran holds her ground, totally oblivious as an enemy commander smirks, reinforcements sliding into place and boxing her in. Saran snaps to the truth she's outnumbered, squaring off against enemies twice her size, and she plants her feet and hardens her stance. Cromask demands Shin's weapon and Shin's stomach drops. He panics, realizing the shotgun is exactly what Cromask is hunting. Cromask snaps into focus and says he's hunting the other gun, the one that can drop the magical boulder bear. Jershin can't stop thinking, how did Cromask know about that weapon? And the dread hits hard like something deeper is tied to it. A mysterious sniper smirks from the shadows, locking onto Cromask, then his own reflection flashes in the rifle scope. A figure bursts out of the fog, yanks off his crow mask, and demands the weapon. No questions, no resistance. Shin locks eyes on him and realizes it. Mr. Parcast, once the proud noble of the Haxfall estate. Parcast snaps magic on like it's nothing, hurls a blazing warning spell, and Shin just freezes, trapped, shocked, and cornered. With a wicked grin, Parcast slams the blade against Shin's throat and snarls for instant surrender. He dares to target every single civilian, ally, and Saran line, holding their lives hostage just to bully Shin into obeying. A squad of armed men closed in, laughing at the elf woman as crude insults flew, and those leering stares promised trouble. Even with whispers about how unstoppable she was, one fool pushed his luck and got close, thinking her overwhelming power was nothing. Their leader let out a smug laugh, claiming that brute force was probably overkill for taking down just one elf. Elfar returned from battle, and Saran's mind instantly drifted back to those peaceful days, laughing, bathing, and bonding with her bright, happy elf companion. A villager spotted her and blurted out Saran from Kapali, and with that single shout, her quiet past and true origin came rushing to the surface. Saran came back with a boar slung over her shoulder, and the villagers stared, shocked by her brute strength and how relentlessly she kept bringing home the hunt. With a humble nod, she laid out the deal: pelts and meat in exchange for standing watch and keeping boars out of the farmlands. A woman blurted out that Lin was missing, maybe down by the river, and that sent everyone into a full-on panic over where she could be. Saran let out a quiet chuckle, convinced Lin was just distracted, and had no clue danger lurked nearby. The villagers started shouting for Lin, worry, and panic kept rising as she stayed silent and never came back. Nearby soldiers laughed at an old mission, bragging about the brutal violence they'd carried out on an elf girl. He stared at his necklace like it was a trophy for brutality, thinking he'd gotten away with it and dodged the whole drug-related punishment. Right then, Saran slammed through the door and launched a surprise attack, leaving the enemy totally blindsided. Her raw strength smashed them into the dirt, and when their cruel words rang out, pure rage burst to life inside her. Reinforcements screamed their orders, but Saran's rage exploded forward, cutting through them with deadly precision and unstoppable force. Saran whirled with razor-sharp grace, cutting through armored foes as they surged in, swords and spears already raised. She flipped through the air, encased in roaring flames, and hammered her strikes down, each one blasting her foes away like thunder. The fight spilled into the nearby streets, soldiers crumpled, weapons snapped in half, and pure chaos swallowed the whole area. Beneath the full moon, Saran stood there, drenched in blood but refusing to break, gripping axes like pure fury had a heartbeat. A gunshot cracked in the air. Saran froze on the spot, enemy nets snapped into action, and soldiers surged in to grab him. A mysterious figure snapped a spell to life, their gloved hand sweeping into mobile kinesis, ripping control of the nearby physical matter like it was theirs. He laid out exactly what that glove could and couldn't do. It only handled lightweight stuff, yet it still had the power to cut a head off in an instant. Their eyes slammed together, his icy warning made fighting him feel pointless, and fear crawled into his target like it had teeth. Sitting on the ground, he smirked at the enemy, like he couldn't believe they'd fallen for their own false assumptions. Elsewhere, investigators grilled manipulated intel, digging into infiltration and ruthless secrecy tied to the past incident at the Haxfall estate. A sword hovered right at him, and the boy mocked their confidence, his defiance quietly swelling with every heartbeat. A captor snapped the noise down, shoved forward, and demanded the weapon. No fight, no resistance. He offered the boy a way out, surrender his life, and he'd spare him, along with his wife and their allies. The boy tried to pull a fast one about the magical limits, and the man just burst out laughing, calling out the times he'd seen the power used with his own eyes. Then the truth hit: those weapons weren't magical at all. They worked on plain mechanical control, cutting people down without any arcane power. The man remembered every fight, hippogriffs, bears, even his own subordinates, only to realize they all got wiped out by strangers wielding those unfamiliar, lethal weapons. He explained their whole job like toys that load projectiles, then pulled the trigger and boom, it was so simple even anyone could do it. With the boy cornered, he snapped for surrender and total cooperation. His voice stayed calm, but it controlled every breath. The boy yanked his magic bag into existence, and the man's curiosity snapped to attention, watching, then guessing out loud. With a confident grin, the man steadied himself and prepared to unveil his theory behind the bag's power to summon nature. The boy went rigid when the man barked for him to ready the weapon with total care. He didn't dare fight back. He shoved the rifle into place under pressure, yanked out his earplugs, and followed every instruction with tight, anxious movements. The man stepped in with eerie calm, weapon ready in his grip, while the magic bag sat behind him fully exposed. With a steady grin, he braced the rifle against his shoulder and lined it up, ready to fire it up and prove it for himself. He yanked the trigger, blam, and the shot tore through the air, proving the weapon's brutal power with flawless posture and deadly precision. The shot slammed into a far rooftop's edge with a thunderclap, so brutally powerful it even rattled the shooter himself. He locked eyes with the weapon, stunned by how terrifying and beautiful its cutting-edge design was. He praised its range, its pinpoint accuracy, and its safety, so he wouldn't have to risk his life in close-quarters combat. The boy clammed up, sweat pouring down his face as the man leaned in and admired every inch of the scope and its deadly mechanism. When he spotted the trajectory didn't line up, he likened it to archery and recalculated the drop that hits right after the arrow leaves the string. Squinting at the scope's markings, the man realized it could stretch farther than 300 nares. Stunned, he pictured that power in his grip, an unstoppable weapon built for assassination. He swaggered in and swore he could wipe out anyone, even behind heavy guard, with chilling, effortless ease. A king sat on a throne in his view, and striking him felt effortless, like it was nothing, almost like a game. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, then mocked the boy for wasting a power that strong just to take down a bear. The man snapped out an order to hand over the last gun, snarling that it was just a torture tool, like it was worthless trash. Gripping another weapon, he recognized it on sight and snapped that the boy had to get the firearm ready for him. He heard the clacking, leaned in, and watched the boy slide in the rounds with zero resistance. He confirmed it was the exact same weapon that had blasted his hippogriff before. Cold confidence burned in his eyes as he lifted the loaded gun and aimed it straight at the boy's head. The older man lifted his firearm with sharp curiosity, while the younger companion tiptoed behind him, holding his breath. They watched dark silhouettes fade down the shattered street, and you could finally tell the brutal fight was over for good. An elf woman burst out of the smoke, soaked in blood and weighed down, hauling a brutal net crammed with what was left. She marched straight toward them, radiating pure resolve. Every word she carried shut the world up, and the men's advance froze in its tracks. Her fierce glare screamed, "Mine!" and the rage in her eyes showed she was ready to protect the injured figure trapped in that net. The armored commander snapped into panic the moment he saw his elite soldiers crumpled and beaten, staring at Shin and Saran like their crushing strength didn't make sense. Shin's ally snapped it out with full conviction, Saran wasn't a monster at all, just a loyal wife who stayed devoted to her heart. The older hunter snapped around, scoffed at their bond, and raised his weapon like a threat straight at Saran. His face went stone cold as he lined up the shot, and Saran immediately surged forward, throwing themselves in front to protect him. Shin snapped into motion, dug another weapon out of his bag, and refused to let the danger keep climbing. The younger fighter shot forward like a bullet, lunging hard and fast, leaving everyone stunned as the others just watched the surprise attack explode in front of them. He snapped the massive net through the air, trying to slam it shut over his deadly, armed opponent in one ruthless move. His suspicion kept roaring louder because that older hunter's calm wasn't peace. It was a mask hiding the exact tricks ready to jump him. His eyes flared open with realization. There was a fourth hidden weapon tucked inside the hunter's arsenal. The older hunter smirked like he owned the moment, raised his firearm and bragged that he was fast, ready, and would shoot first. The older hunter swung his aim like a storm, ripped the trigger. Then the gun's mechanism suddenly jammed, cutting his fury in mid-shot. The younger fighter snapped back with a blast of raw power, rattling his opponent and mowing him down with a sudden surge. The older hunter staggered hard as that brutal shot tore through his chest, crushing every last bit of his resistance. Collapsing to the ground, he choked on disbelief, staring at the younger fighters who stood victorious. Then he realized the weapons were still up, ready to strike. The elf woman bolted toward Shin, eyes wide with worry, then exhaled in pure relief when she saw he was totally unharmed after the fight. Saran sprang onto Shin with wild joy, her arms crushing him as relief flooded every inch of her, because she'd truly been terrified he wouldn't make it. She clutched him close, guilt burning on her face, and whispered one apology after another, begging him not to be upset. Saran spilled her fury and admitted it had clouded her judgment, but Shin stepped in, promised she was safe, and somehow soothed the storm in her heart. Side by side, they inspected the fallen man's body, and when the truth hit, they realized it was the butler who'd once served them loyally. Shin replayed the butler's sudden stall in his mind, knowing the moment that newly unveiled weapon hit the scene was exactly what froze him. Shin yanked out his modified shotgun and said the shortened barrel made it way easier to swing around, even if it wasn't exactly the most practical setup. He remembered stuffing the weapon into his magic bag ahead of time, so when he got wiped of his other guns, he was ready to strike immediately. Shin confessed that Earth's laws had bound Bade as he carried those preloaded weapons, but in the middle of the fight, that trick still saved him. He broke down how guns have a safety that stops them from firing by accident, and that threw his opponent for a loop. Shin gripped the Remington M870 and pointed out its tiny safety button step by step, right before the butler missed the whole crucial detail. Shin smartly slid the shotgun into his opponent's hands earlier, palming the safety mechanism so nobody noticed. He warned that even real firearms can still misfire no matter how many safeties you flip, then stressed you can't skip proper hunting training, or you'll have to deal with bullet removal. Shin asked if Saran got it, and her bright, cheerful answer made it clear she never really understood a word he was saying. She teased that it looked like real magic, and Shin shrugged it off, pushing her to move right now. Suddenly, a giant winged monster dropped out of the sky above them, and they had no choice but to brace for yet another brutal fight. A colossal bird-like beast swooped out of the sky and slammed down hard beside the fallen opponent's body. Its talons slammed into the ground with brutal force, shattering stone under their weight and roaring, "I run this world." Shin and Saran went rigid, staring through their fear as the colossal beast snapped its deadly gaze straight at them. The defeated opponent slumped there, barely breathing, frozen in place, while danger crept closer and closer. The creature's piercing gaze pinned him in place, wings exploding wide as it readied the killing blow. A giant bird slammed its weight on the fallen opponent, and Shin and Saran hovered nearby, watching every move with tense caution. Shin's eyes went wide as that colossal beak dropped in. Danger was sliding toward them at the speed of doom. The creature screamed with pure fury, its wings exploding wide, and Shin had to brace himself. Battle was coming fast. Beneath the moon's glow, Shin yanked his rifle free and felt ready to tear into whatever was coming. He sprinted through the ruins, dead set on linking back up with Bartle's allies before danger slammed down on them. Spotting the ominous bird-shaped statue, Shin tightened his grip on his weapon, because the showdown was already breathing down his neck. The monstrous bird lunged in, Then Shin fired his rifle, and the roar of bullets ripped through its unnatural body on the spot. Explosions ripped through the buildings as Shin yanked Tsuran into his arms, shielding her while destruction roared around them. Shin snatched Tsuran out of midair, bracing hard as shattered debris rained down on the crumbling street like it meant business. Even with injuries biting his body, he gritted out reassurance, his senses screaming as that monstrous bird reared up for round 2 of sheer devastation. Tsuran hoisted Shin like he weighed nothing, then sprinted through shattered streets, refusing to let him ever drag down their escape. Hidden assassins slipped from the shadows, bows fully drawn, and loosed arrows straight at the fleeing pair. No hesitation. Sar shot forward, her blade screaming as it flashed in time, blocking the strike before it could sink into Shin's chest. Wound's assassin arrow flew wide, and his comrade snapped back with a cutting, merciless look at the mess. Sarin shot aside as the thrown dagger swung past, and the enemies barked curses when their frantic attack missed by inches. She snapped her prepared magic into place, yanked multiple attackers off their feet with telekinetic force, and shattered their aggressive formation in seconds. Reinforcements barreled in without thinking, shouting for Saran's execution, but her allies snapped her back to it. She was the key they couldn't afford to lose. In the middle of the chaos, everything spiraled out of control. The enchanted dagger world, slicing danger for friend and foe alike. A battle-hardened warrior sprang up and caught the flying dagger, then trusted his brutal, armored foe to his own grinding strength. With armed soldiers closing in, Mield swung with pure fury, each strike driving his enemies back one step at a time. Blades collided again, and Mield swung with ruthless precision, mowing down his enemies as blood splattered across the battlefield. The towering brute barked orders at his followers, pushing them to slaughter without mercy, until their attacks turned into a full-blown frenzy. A desperate enemy begged for mercy, but the brute crushed him without a shred of pity, proving with terrifying force that he ruled this fight. The brute bared his teeth and swore off mercy, crashing into the next enemy and smashing them down with pure, unstoppable brutality. Survivors stumbled back together, burned out but still on their feet, because even after that brutal clash, their resolve stayed rock solid. Upstairs, the enemy surged back with reinforcements, already convinced the hunters were running on fumes and seconds away from collapse. As he stared at the perfectly lined-up gear, Shin suddenly understood it. These weren't random thugs. His enemies ran this whole district with iron authority. A whole army-sized mob slammed into place, fully armed, bristling with shields, ready to wipe out the exhausted hunters. The enemy's huge army rolled into view, backed by powerful nobles, and their tight, ruthless formation screamed that politics was the real battlefield. They realized a retreat wouldn't happen, and the hunters finally admitted their infiltration was already totally blown. Next shot her ally a confident nod and ordered him to fire the spell they'd been holding back, turning the whole fight back toward survival. Bodies piled all around them, and their allies yelled, "Move now!" because one beat of hesitation would get them killed. Tsuran reluctantly gave in and cast the spell, but Anis's gaze still clouded her fierce focus. Tsuran admitted her staff was gone, and that meant her control slipped away, leaving her allies staring at her spells like they were terrified of what might happen next. Even with doubt hanging in the air, the crew pulled together. While their leader swore, with iron in his voice, he'd never break his word. Tsuran clenched her resolve and called her magic into being, while her allies braced hard for the enemy's crushing counterattack. The monstrous bird slammed back in with a violent roar, its wrecking power threatening to tear everything apart, so Shin snapped his magic bag ready. Tsuran yanked him along at full speed, and Shin snapped his weapon forward, every bullet driving straight into their monstrous enemy. Shin's bullet fizzled out, its path warped as it tore through the beast's body, and for a split second he was left totally stunned. He snapped to what he'd done and sprinted to swap the bullets, while Tsuran shoved him to hold on. A monstrous bird barreled toward him at lightning speed, its massive wings slicing through the air like a weapon. Explosions tore through the city, wrecking buildings as the creature's destructive power spread with terrifying freedom. A towering ghostly hand came crashing down, blasting rubble everywhere and whipping Shin across the chaos, while Tsuran got violently thrown aside. Shin and Tsuran shot each other uneasy looks, both wondering if that destructive phenomenon was nature's doing. They regrouped in a hurry, terrified the hippogriff would come back before they could find Barthiel's scattered allies. Shin mapped out a risky plan, swapped the bullets in the alley, while his mind replayed every brutal second of his showdown with the butler. Regret crushed him the moment he realized he'd blown off his prep. Then he remembered he'd stocked up on penetrating rounds meant to punch through armored enemies. Shin couldn't stop thinking about those wound-only military bullets built to hurt, not finish, because they completely flipped how soldiers survived the chaos of battle. Shin stared at the hunt in silence, knowing one wrong move and the prey wouldn't die in time, unleashing vicious beasts bent on rage. With pure determination blazing in his eyes, he clenched his fist and chose the ammunition made for the hunt. Chin-locked barrel, a .308 Winchester roaring as he swore to end the hippogriff for good, quick, clean, and deadly accurate. Saran scanned the wreckage and yelled for everyone to move, because the beast was barreling in on them fast. The hunters creep through shattered streets, weapons at the ready, bracing for the brutal fight that's about to explode. Shin and Saran locked eyes, determination snapping into place as danger surged back closer. The hippogriff exploded out of nowhere, knocking the air flat, and Shin snapped to action, rifle up, grim resolve blazing. Even with the beast's terrifying bulk looming over him, Shin clenches his focus and keeps aiming, refusing to blink or break. Right in the middle of the fight, their allies burst in, regroup, and rally around Shin and Saran, pushing back the monstrous threat with sheer force. With his last scraps of magic, support crashed in and surged everyone with power, smashing back into the fight and binding the comrades together to survive. Shin faced the hippogriff with his rifle up, and Saran sprang in hard to shield him. Saran clenched her resolve and swore that not a single enemy would ever lay a hand on her beloved husband. The beast bucked with rage, eyes locked on Shin as he braced for his counterattack. Ali lunged in and together they launched a brutal combined assault, shoving that monstrous bird back into a desperate retreat. Even after brutal hits, the hippogriff wouldn't drop, while Nachai's weakening spell started to sputter like it was about to run out any second. A colossal beast comes roaring in hot, Shin flings his shots like he's desperate to hold it back, and a knight barrels forward to shield the civilians. The armored warrior exploded upward, snapping his shield up at just the right moment to block the monster's deadly strike midair. While everything erupts around him, Shin steadies his breath, lines up a razor-sharp shot, and the knight's roar of fire drives him to pull the trigger. Shin clenched his breath, locked onto the beast's every move and fired, letting the bullet rip from the barrel dead-on perfect. The bullet rips true straight for the monster's heart, and only a hunter knows that one perfect, deadly target. Standard bullets slice straight through, draining barely any power so they hit with far less killing force. Hunting hollow point bullets are built with a tip cavity that rips open and violently expands the moment they slam into soft tissue. With a brutal hit, they burst outward, swelling in size and shattering the target from the inside, organ by organ. This brutal expansion is known as the devil's flower blossoming, pure devastation that blooms inside the body. As the hollow point hits, it rips straight through the beast's skull, wiping the threat out on the spot. As the beast crumples to the ground, Shin locks onto it, bracing to fire again the second it stirs. As soon as he confirms the shot connects, Shin calmly reloads, eyes locked, ready for the next threat to crawl out of the shadows. Elsewhere, the comrades let out nervous laughs, unsure whether the danger was truly gone or just taking a breath before it struck again. Next, Saran pulls Shin into a gentle embrace, soothing him that the fight is finally done, because that monster never planned to fake its death. The leader steps in and you can see it. He's stunned by Shin's brutal intensity, the kind the newcomers have never witnessed before. Realizing he messed up, the leader slams the blame on himself for that ambush, because he nearly got the whole team killed. Everyone falls silent, stunned to watch someone famous for raw strength and iron authority suddenly bow with humility. Saran stands her ground with pride, daring them to look closer as she reminds everyone that elves always apologize for real, especially when they've got to own up. The leader flashes a quiet smile and you can see his respect for the team and their elf grow stronger with every passing moment. He reassures Shin that every mistake is just part of hunting, because out there, survival refuses to follow any neat plan. The leader bursts into laughter and the message hits hard. Real hunters don't just endure, they adapt and stay alive by learning from every mistake. They jump into the chaos, sorting through what's left while plotting how to track down who hit them and snag hard proof. Saran flashes a warm smile at the elder, and that shared look between them screams respect and total understanding. Right out of nowhere, Shin crumpled from sheer exhaustion, making Saran jump, and instantly turning the whole room's attention to how bad he really looked. He flashes a reassuring smile and tells them, "Relax, my legs are just finally giving out." Beneath the moon's cold glow, Saren keeps her guard on Shin while they huddle in the wreckage of shattered ruins. Burnt out but still alive and unbroken, they finally nodded and pushed on, ready to continue their journey after that brutal, bone-rattling fight. Ruth bursts back home, grinning like he just won the world, while his family's peace is seconds away from cracking wide open. Ruth waves off the servant's summons, then pretends she's wiped out so nobody will press her for answers. The maid senses something off, sharp instincts tingling, and Faruth dodges every question, then tosses out a shaky someday promise like it'll fix everything. Suddenly, Faruth gets hit with the shock of his life. His father detonates in fury, and that furious discipline ricochets through the estate halls. Fandel, the family head, explodes in rage after rumors about Faruth's behavior hit town. Fendel explodes with fury, blasting Faruth for abusing his power and chasing the citizens out of the old quarter. Panicked out of his wits, Faruth denied everything. Then he shoved the blame onto the Parcast and insisted the soldiers were hired just to protect them. Disbelief curdles into fury, Fandel erupts and rips into Faruth's defense as nothing but foolish, dishonest nonsense. Fandel's once-calm mask slips, and with the town's fresh chaos, years of deception finally blow wide open. Ruth drops the bombshell down, rattled and terrified, because he's demanding the truth about what really happened while he was out of town. Fandel, seethed with fury and betrayal, kicked Faruth out of the family and stripped him of his noble title. Rage and sickness rip through him, and Fandel crumples to the floor, still screaming that the butler is a traitor. Ruth watches, frozen in shock, as the maid darts to Fandel's side, panicking at how bad his condition is. A servant leans in and admits Fandel's mind is slipping, then they escort him, calm but firm, straight to his quarters. Elsewhere, a silent watcher lurks in the trees, eyes locked on everything, like they're letting us know this fight isn't even close to being finished. With his control slipping away, Faruth slams his fist down, steamrolling with rage, disbelief blasting through him at every last thing. He rages at his secret ally, blaming the bad advice for everything falling apart way too soon. In a storm of broken breaths, Faruth tries to swallow the betrayal, but panic claws its way onto his face. He replays everything in his head and snaps to the truth. Parcast botched his mission to steal the prized item. Faruth clocked it, something's up with that elf and the hunter couple, and the way they vanished lately made his suspicions click into place. Faruth is sure the missing elf is trapped nearby, and Parcast, 100% convinced, kicks the whole town into chaos. He strides into the secret chamber like he owns the place, then snarls that Parcast is to blame for the punishment he took earlier. To his absolute shock, the torture room was totally empty. His captives had vanished without a trace. Ruth panics, was left reeling at the loss, and still, unaware, one hawk perched outside the manor, watching in eerie silence. Elsewhere, Parkas verifies Faruth's journal, and it spills out sickening obsessions with elves and a trail of stolen mementos. Investigators snorted at the crazy plan to turn an elf village into a slave attraction. Bale is convinced that the clever butler screwed with Faruth from the shadows, steering every single move behind the curtain. Armed with hard proof, the authorities gear up to officially indict Faruth for his twisted crimes. Bale and the knight beam with pride, staring at how far they've both come since their youth. Some stranger quietly watches their bond unfold, staring in awe at how close their friendship really is. With Team Ballista riding shotgun, the investigators smashed through clues and finally exposed Faruth's secret crimes. That night, they cracked a captured henchman and pulled intel from him, right after they dragged the butler's dead hippogriff corpse out into the open. Mr. Nate snapped his magic into action and shattered the concealment spell, ripping the hidden entrance out of hiding. That magical gateway only sprang to life when the right key, once held by the dead butler, was finally put to use. It slipped under the estate and crashed straight into the hidden chamber where Ruth's damning journal was sealed away. Bale pushes for the proof to be hauled straight to the capital, convinced they've finally uncovered the mastermind behind the whole operation. That shaky look screams trouble. Looks like the ball is pointing to a nasty legal roadblock blocking their path. Bale swallows the brutal truth anyway, because no matter what, the law is never going to side with them. A wave of shock hits everyone as the terrifying thought lands. The criminal could walk free, wrapped in legal protection. To everyone's shock, the elf girl nods along, and then slips out a new route that dodges a formal arrest. Saran tears apart the butler's downfall with hard proof, leaving the villain with zero way to fight back. Even so, that doubt hangs in the air, and most people can't shake the fear that justice might slip right through their fingers. The whole crew shuts it down in one voice: this kind of cruelty gets no mercy, and that criminal will pay for it. Saran and Shin crave justice just as hard, but they know getting him won't be a walk in the park. With pure confidence blazing in his chest, Shin steps up and volunteers, igniting unity and snapping the whole group back into renewed determination. Ball slams the brakes on the moment, warning them of the brutal risks ahead and demanding to know, do they really get what's coming? Even after warning them, Ball cracks. He admits he's with them, shares their resolve, and backs their choice to act. The crew lines up to strike as one, locked in and ready, while Bale swears he'll clean up the aftermath. Faruth's twisted scheme starts crumbling as panic hits. His stolen documents and the slave are slipping away, and all his big plans suddenly evaporate. Frustration and paranoia crush him as Faruth snaps and lashes out at a maid. Little does he know, justice is already barreling toward him. Amaid storms in mid-tantrum and shouts the news: Parcast's package just landed. Fruth bolted out of the mansion, snapping his gaze at the carriage that just rolled up, bearing Parcast's name. Faruth is desperate to prove he deserves that trust, because he remembers Park, the guy he once lifted up, turning out to be nothing more than a petty thief. He keeps telling himself Park's betrayal can't be evil. It has to be a noble move, so he clings to a loyalty he only imagines. Faruth clings to the memories of their bond, begging Parcast for reassurance while the carriage sits in cold, crushing silence. Faruth pries open the mysterious box, and there it is, Parka's iconic mask sitting on top of a mess of tangled feathers. He lunges after the courier, barking for answers, only to feel completely lost when Parcast's delivery comes in cold silence and cryptic silence. The courier swears there's nothing, no note, no letter at all, just those chilling contents that got sent. With the mask and feather clutched in his hands, Faruth starts snapping the pieces together, and the package's symbolic meaning hits like a punch. Meanwhile, Parka's carriage slips away into the forest like a secret, vanishing without a trace, and all that's left is a storm of unanswered questions and ice-cold resolve. He stared at that huge feather with wide-eyed curiosity, begging to know why someone tossed it his way with zero explanation. Suddenly, a thunderous bell blared across the whole town, yanking his attention toward that distant tower. A feather drifted past the bell as sunlight blazed, then out of nowhere, an unexpected arrival took to the sky. Two girls huddled at the top, one clutched a rifle while the other stared down, nerves screaming as she waited. The moment the signal clicked in his mind, he slammed his gaze through the scope, eyes blazing with silent understanding. He stood there alone in the grand hall, with sunbeams blasting toward the windows like a blazing signal. A sniper from afar laced the chandelier's chain with a bullet so precise it snapped the whole thing apart on impact. He stared up in pure shock, realizing the chandelier was rigged and seconds away from crashing down. With eyes bulging, he flashed a shaky grin. Then the chandelier overhead plunged straight down, right toward his face. Outside, the bell blasted through the air, and a floating machine above the clouds snapped to life in response. Among shattered crystals and spilled ink, the feather lay there, mission finished, stained by what it had done. They checked through the scope and made sure Bartle and Merak had slipped out of the mansion completely unharmed. They scanned the area and caught Lento and Nakes's signal. Nothing hostile, no weird movement anywhere. Up on the rooftops, a hooded figure stepped into the morning light, claiming the world was safe because the skies stayed calm and the blessings were real. Tears streamed down their faces as they mourned the fallen, whispered their goodbyes, and finally brought the operation to an end. They froze in place, but once they finally moved, they tried to pin the doom on the culprit, even as innocent members of House Haxfall stood in the blast radius. Fuming, he demanded to know how the servants, who never touched a single crime, still got slammed with brutal punishment anyway. The elder said it with a grim face. Noble's own aides could still be thrown into prison for life or dragged into public executions as a brutal warning. An elf calmly pitched a new route to justice. No arrests, no bloodshed, and no pointless political payback. With a grateful smile, he turns to Iran and thanks her for that brutal but merciful final call, even though it tore at her heart. Saran finally spilled the truth. She didn't just mistrust humans, she feared them to the core, and even she admitted she couldn't fully trust allies like Murak. She dug into her guarded past and still, on that very first meeting, she fell for him in an instant. Over time, she realized looks can trick you, but the heart underneath stays the same, no matter the race or how long someone lives. She replayed every shared laugh, every tear, and even the anger they couldn't crush, because emotions, once they hit, always weld them together. She pulled him close, beaming with joy, and thanked everyone who'd stood up for her. Jealousy snapped into Shin's chest, and he couldn't believe how much Saran truly mattered to him. Out of nowhere, Saran leaned in and planted a kiss on him, totally wrecking his focus, and then she blushed hard. Still blushing but smiling, Shin froze in total silence while Saran winked like a proud showman, savoring every flustered second of his reaction. They decided to thank their friends first, then they all charged toward the rendezvous point, just like the plan said. Deep in the forest, Shin snaps his eyes onto a tree trap, then confirms it. The boar is close right now. A boar bursts out from the trees and Saran shoots Shin a signal, quietly ready that gun. A month after crawling back to Corporal, Shin fires up his shotgun, already loaded with hunting slugs. Chin snaps off a shot, but it misses the vitals, and the wounded boar crashes into the trees and bolts. Without hesitation, Saran rockets after the fleeing boar as Shin watches, frozen for a split second. Saran lands the finishing blow on the injured boar, then turns to Shin with gratitude for tearing it down during the hunt. Now the villagers can breathe easier, because the boar tore through their food stores and stomped their fields flat. Shin discovers that the boar also vandalized a sacred grave, and the shock sends local authorities into a full-blown rage. It was his first hunt for boars, and everyone knew why snowy Hokkaido is the kind of place where they just don't stick around. Shin stared at the sky, thinking about those cutting-edge hunts, GPS-tracked dogs cutting through Hokkaido's brutal winter snow, the kind of tactics nobody else dared to try. With the boar finally secured, Saran snaps that it's time to end the hunt and call it a day. Smiling bright, she pulls Shin in for a meal, and he can't help but admire how relentlessly she's been tracking every step. Side by side, they stroll home in calm silence, dragging the boar behind them along the winding forest trail. The moment the village kids see them come back, they erupt in cheers, because the hunt is over and they're about to chow down on fresh meat again. Villagers crowd around Shin and Saran, pouring out their gratitude, and pride surges through him as his elven neighbors fully welcome them. Shin and Saran slipped out of the ceremony halfway through, terrified the villagers would turn on them for disappearing so suddenly. Their mission was crystal clear: track down the unfair pricing, then quietly rip out the elf kidnappings for good. On their journey, they burst into a river ambush and pulled an elf child out of the abductors' clutches. After Taco told the villagers, news exploded so fast that word spread through elven communities and they skyrocketed into fame. When they finally kicked the door open back home, everyone already knew what they'd done, so their hard work got loud, non-stop praise. Things were looking up, but Shin couldn't shake the unease. Something in the village kept tugging at his nerves, silent but relentless. The chief stormed up to Shin and pointed out that the villagers had bulked up way too fast, like the food supply had slipped out of balance. He remembered how scrawny the villagers used to look, and that grim detail screamed that the real problem wasn't hunger. It was the village's food reserves running dangerously thin. The chief taunted Shin for Saran's icy attitude, insisting it was her childhood, always playful, always rebellious. Blushing hard, Saran begs Shin to drop the story about her ditching a monster head. The villagers swarm Shin, begging him for more human food and pleading for those flavorful dishes to refill their tasty stash. Shin panics that his salt supply might have triggered everything, staring up at the night sky from his quiet cabin. Curious, Shin can't stop thinking, do elves pack on the pounds differently after chowing down on calorie-crammed, rich human meals? Saran reassures him she's totally fine. She insists she hasn't gained a single noticeable pound at all. After thinking it through, they finally nod along. Elven cuisine made for humans turns mild into something wildly rich, and once you taste it, you can't stop. Shin sits there mulling over all those sweet treats and can't stop wondering, what if living in a human town is the best kind of fun? Saren suddenly hits him with a memory, bolts out the door, and orders Shin to wait at their home. Night drops and Shin sits there alone, his mind spinning as he can't shake the worry over Saran's vanishing, no word, no reason. Shin stares at his hand, frozen in silence as a sharp, crawling unease starts to claw at his gut. A painful vision of sorrow, chains snapping, someone trapped and breaking slams into Shin and he freezes in place, haunted by the memory that hurts all over again. Shin snaps into a flashback, firing his weapon to protect his allies during a brutal, breathless battlefield clash. Right here in the present, a voice snaps at Shin, yanking him out of his reflection like something's calling him back. Surin pops in wearing a maid outfit, beaming at Shin and practically bounces as she asks what he thinks. Shin is left completely stunned as she winks with total confidence and grins like she's just flipped a whole new switch. Shin's face burns, he stammers as soon as he recognizes the outfit, and suddenly it clicks with a memory that hits way deeper than it should. Shin slams down the offer to stay and keeps his promise. He charges back home to Kapali. The captain cracks a joke about losing talent, but the other elder gets it, then quietly waves Shin through. Grateful, Shin grips Saran's hand, then shakes hers with a bright smile and gets ready to leave, Saran right by his side. Two companions step in front of them, blocking the way, and thrust a gift and a charm into their hands to bless the couple's journey ahead. Surin snatches the gift awkwardly, cheeks blazing red, while everyone needles the couple with those two knowing smiles. Shin finally clicks, it wasn't just a maid outfit at all, it was a weird charm the friends dared them to use. Saran keeps the charm ritual going, then leans in and tells everyone the second step is all about actively seducing her husband. She hops over his shins, declares the final step, and orders him confidently to eat her up. Shin is so overwhelmed he takes her words the wrong way, blurting out if she's actually planning to eat him. Flustered as heck, Shin blurts out the real meaning, cheeks burning hard, while Saran keeps innocently poking at his flushed, betrayed face like it's the funniest thing ever. Saran teased Shin with a playful grin, clocking his blush and goading him. So you're really into me, huh? Shin goes to answer, but Saran suddenly clamps him in a tight hug, and he's totally blindsided. But there they sit on the bed, and Saran leans in, asking Shin softly if he can feel her heartbeat pounding against the silence. She admits she's clocked it. Ever since he came back, he's been distracted, wearing that distant, troubled look like it weighs on him. Saran pulled Shin in close, soothing him while reminding him, those brutal memories from before still claw at his heart. Saran leans in, tells Shin his choices mattered, then admits he fought with moral fire all to protect the elves. Shin finally spills his feelings, admitting his own weakness, and confessing that he'd always dreamed of being the one who protects her. They look back with pure warmth, laughing over those playful moments and reliving every shared memory as partners. Shin lunges in and kisses Saran out of nowhere, shocking her so hard she can't even react. Blushing, Saran gives him a gentle scolding and calls it payback for always getting flustered by him. Shin blurts out that Saran's adorable, cheeks burning, and admits she could totally be an idol back home. Blushing and stunned, Saran throws a hand over her face, completely swamped by Shin's real, sudden affection. He's flustered as Saran drops onto the bed beside him, powerless against his brutally honest charm. Even though Saran's the stronger one, she acts all shy and ladylike right before something comes crashing outside with a huge loud bang. An unknown figure slams through the trees with a violent crash, jolting Shin and Saran in the middle of everything. Outside, a sudden collapse blasts through the moment, and Shin and Saran snap their heads up as they realize the roof has given out. Villagers snap when they spot spies lurking through tiny gaps, and Shin barges in, utterly confused, mortified, and trying to regain control as panic explodes. Saran barreled after the fleeing villagers, her fury burning as she realized they'd been watching her during that private moment. The elder speaks in a calm voice and offers a real apology. Then he explains that spying is an old, sacred elven tradition, saved for brand new newlyweds. Shinston froze when Saran loomed behind him, and in that dead silence her mood felt impossible to read. Shin dropped onto the bed, stunned, just as Saran suddenly materialized with a grim look on his face. Outside, Saran erupted in furious screams and the chief and the others bolted, terrified of her unpredictable rage. Morning broke and Shin stepped up to greet the villagers, yet their faces turned stiff with nerves and nobody could meet his eyes. He shot them a fierce warning. Saran's rage was coming, and he demanded they stop spying and stirring trouble near their home. Shin called everyone out, telling them to stop leaning on him and start trading responsibly, then urged them to back themselves instead. When the village chief dropped unexpected news, the elves went rigid, shocked, shattered, and utterly distraught. Soon after, the story rips forward to the outskirts of Sarprest, an ironclad border city bristling with defenses. Deep inside the crumbling ruins of an ancient church, something terrifying was finally starting to wake up. A cloaked figure slipped into the pitch-black cave, closing in on the glowing circle with ruthless, silent resolve. The summoning ritual finally snapped shut. Then the cloaked figure stepped forward and welcomed a brand new hero into their world. The cloaked summoner shoved a weapon into the hero's hands and begged him, "Save our world." 6 months slid by in peaceful silence. Then Shin came crashing back to Kapali, and that brutal elf kidnapping case was finally shut for good. In the hush of a little outdoor shop, a girl keeps tabs on Shin's Isekai'D life from miles away. Goddess Nanotess bursts onto the screen with a curious grin, and she asks Shin straight up if he's actually enjoying the journey. She cheers for the fresh start he's built with Saran, fully thriving, and putting his hunting skills to work like he was born for it. "You'll be impressed," she's hinting the goddess, "but don't relax yet because that peace might not last." Nanotis leans in and tells Shin, "Don't let success go to your head, keep chasing your goddess and never stop reaching out." She grins, praising how far he's come, then teases him, because for once he actually relied on her guidance every step. Right when it's her turn, the goddess slips away, grinning as she steps onto Earth to taste every pleasure firsthand. She slams the gas on the highway, thrilled to finally taste true freedom, earthy beer in hand, and get a break that's been long overdue. Elsewhere, Saran slips outside to admire her brand new clothes, and she can't help wondering what Shin thinks of her now. Saran raves about how her new clothes are tough and unbelievably comfy, and Shin grins like, yes, she's actually happy. Relieved, she's satisfied. The village scrambles to get ready for winter, and good news, thanks to the mild weather, surviving it won't be that brutal. Saran grabbed Shin's attention and asked, "So, what do you think?" all fired up for his brutally honest take on her brand new outfit. Shin leans in and praises her from the heart, telling her her beauty is unreal, and that everything fits her natural figure perfectly. His words hit Saran like a spark. She blushes, swallows her nerves, and whispers back, flustered and totally melted by his praise. Kano's cheeks flare red with pure excitement as she blurts out that Shin and Saran are the tiniest, cutest, lovey-dovey couple ever. Saran's face burns as Kano teases her, and you can't ignore it. They've been best friends since they were kids. Saran showed Kano off to Shin with a proud grin the moment he rolled into Kapali village. Kano takes on every stitch. She even makes the wedding outfits that Shin and Saran wear. Kano smiles, helps everyone, and acts totally harmless, yet she's hiding one huge secret. She has a boyfriend, and the real twist is far from over. All alone on the path, Shin suddenly hears his name whispered from right behind a nearby tree. Milno, Kano's boyfriend, darts a nervous glance her way and blurts, "So, what do you think of how I've been acting lately, Shin?" Shin shoots back, and just like that, she's cheerful again, sewing up clothes for Saran while smiling like nothing ever happened. Milno lets the memory of Shin helping him with crows wash over him, but his gut still hesitates when it's time to act. Frustration churns in Milno's chest as doubt gnaws at their mind. Because back then he, Saran, and Kano were inseparable, like that bond could never break. Milno fell head over heels for Kano, and seeing Shin and Saran's bond lit a spark in his chest. Suddenly, marriage was all he could think about. A few days earlier, Milno finally worked up the nerve and straight up proposed to Kano in front of everyone. Still stunned and shaking with emotion, Milno stood his ground and blurted, Kano, will you marry me? Every single person in the village spun around, staring in shock as a marriage proposal got thrown out in public like a bombshell. Kano choked on tears, panicked hard, and snapped at Milno for popping the proposal out of nowhere in front of everyone. Saran lets out a heavy sigh, saying a proposal should feel magical, not like a public emotional ambush. She leans in and tells Milno, softly but firmly, that girls are fragile, and that the right timing hits harder than any big show. Under the night sky, Shin nods in agreement while Kano quietly admits she wants soft romance, not any wild surprises. Milno hears the truth. Back in Kapali, every proposal has to pass through the family first and get the chief's approval. Shin insists that sincerity is everything. Now Milno has to pull Kano aside and spill his real feelings, open and honest to the core. Shin pushes Milno to spill his real memories and confess just how deep his feelings for Kano truly went. Shin awkwardly tries to compare proposing to hunting, and Saran and Milno just stare back with pure, baffled confusion. Milno stares at the button, tongue-tied and tense, trying to force his emotions into words he can finally say. He finally blurts it out. He's been in love with Kano ever since that very first meeting when they were kids. Shin finally admits it. There's no one magic reason. Love just blooms from a million tiny moments they shared. Shin and Saran lock arms to help Milno, picking out a quiet proposal spot side by side. That night, they creep into the mysterious ruins Shin had stumbled on earlier while hunting raccoons. Saran confirms it. Those ruins aren't just leftovers at all. They're a real monument, a sacred ancient structure. The crew finally realizes these ruins are really a shrine built to trap the Dark Lord away from the world. Shin freezes in total shock, realizing that the cozy romantic spot might be hiding a much deadlier threat. Soren jokes that the shrine legend is probably just some fairy tale about ancient slime. Shin lets out a shaky laugh, praying it's only some silly folklore, while Saran grins and torments him for being scared. Surin genuinely thanks Shin for stepping in to help her friends, and you can see it hits her hard, the way he quietly pushes forward, loyal to the bone. Shin shot her a calm look and promised, anyone who's a friend of Saran's is automatically my friend too. They see Kano finally show up at the shrine, totally clueless about the night's deadly plan. Kano shows up exactly on schedule, and Saran guides her through the night straight to the shrine under the stars. Kano, stunned by the calm, blurts out, "Did Saran bring me here just to talk?" Milno quietly steps forward, flips the switch, and fires up the secret plan he set aside earlier. The shrine erupts in dazzling light and Kano freezes, utterly speechless, staring in pure awe. Shin pops open his magic bag and shows off battery-powered LED lights he ordered from Earth's outdoor stores. Milno stammered as Kano stared at the lights, both of them hit so hard by the beauty of it that they couldn't even steady their breath. Milno steels himself, then blurts out to Kano that it was him who begged her to come. He begs her to hear him out, admitting he has to lay it all out the right way first. Milno rushes to apologize, stunned that when he made that proposal in front of everyone, he never once thought about her feelings. Kano steps in softly and Milno finally cracks, yeah, he really is happy. Go lucky inside. Sauron laid out heartfelt truths about Milno, shocking his longtime friend, because he had never seen those hidden sides before. Milno finally blurted out his long-buried love, confessing every doubt and hesitation, even while those steady, lingering feelings kept tugging at him. Milno's self-doubt drove her wild and she snapped at him, furious, totally baffled that he'd ever doubt he was worthy. Tears poured down her face as she confessed, heart bursting, that Milno's honest feelings meant the world to her. She flashed back to his public proposal, and her chest swelled with proud, breathless admiration for the sheer courage it took. With tears streaming down her face, she blurted out her love, and confessed she'd been in love with Milno ever since they were kids. The moon climbed into the sky in near silence, casting its glow over the forest as raw, heartfelt emotions erupted beneath it. Hidden close by, their friends crouched behind the bushes, peeking in and whispering like, "So, how's it going?" Suddenly, she bolted into Milno's arms and clung on for dear life, letting every emotion explode straight into bold action. With one fearless kiss, she blew everyone away, and even her best friend couldn't hide the shock at what she just did. Smirking at the romance, another couple slipped out and went off to celebrate their own sweet, private love. Milno couldn't help himself. He leaned toward Sauron and asked if the air felt like magic, or if it was just brutally real. He slipped her a magical blossom ring, eternal, delicate, and enchanted so it would never, ever wilt away. With a bright, honest smile, he leaned in and begged her to spend countless future centuries beside him. Tears of joy surged up as she whispered her answer with trembling softness, and in that moment their future locked in, bright with hope. Right as she said yes to his proposal, a monstrous slime burst out of nowhere, clawing at their perfect moment and threatening to ruin everything. Saren screamed a warning, and Kano snapped up her shield just as the attack tore in inches from them. From far away, a hunter snapped his rifle up and fired with perfect aim, cutting down the threat to keep them safe. Realizing exactly where it was vulnerable, he teamed up with Saren and unleashed coordinated fire to blast the monstrous slime's exposed core to nothing. Their shot sailed wide, dead center untouched, because the core was just too far for their bullets to ever land. The slime burst loose with its deadly acidity, melting anything it kissed. Even nature itself wasn't safe anymore. Saran snapped an arrow forward with deadly precision, driving straight for the heart like it knew exactly where to hit. She surged ahead like a shield, vowing to guard the couple, and her unshakable resolve lit fresh hope in every single person watching. The hunter roared back to the fight, firing shot after shot with razor timing, determined to crack through the monster's constantly moving hide. Finally, he snapped into focus, calm, deadly, precise, then tightened his aim, lining up the next bullet so close it could hit the monster's core. Frustration hit him hard as he watched his bullets bounce off. None of them could punch through the slime's core. The creature morphed into a humanoid slime, and with every single second it sharpened, more dangerous, more clever, and scarier by the second. And when Saran barreled in, he decided to smash through the chaos and carve a path before it all turned too late. Even with her speed, the slime kept pouring out without mercy, making her swerve, dodge, and lose momentum fast. Even with rifles lined up and loaded, none of those shots had the punch to drop him cleanly. Surrounded by crawling slime, the couple huddled close and braced as their friend tightened his grip and steadied his shot. Realizing the clock was running out, he slammed his fear aside and swore he'd get a stronger weapon. No hesitation. Rifling through the supplies, he grabbed a beastly .375H and H Magnum, built to take down massive, brutal, dangerous game. Screaming Saran's name, he swung the new rifle up and pulled the trigger, desperate to punch through that monstrous thing. The girls launched mid-air, dodging the slime's whipping tendrils as a bullet screamed past, carving its path through. A colossal blast of water detonated, and Saran yanked the children behind his shield, then sprinted through the forest like his life depended on it. They crashed down on the grass, wheezing hard, just barely slipping past the blast's destructive fury. Shin peered from afar, heart pounding as he realized they'd actually made it. Then he remembered. That shot came straight from his forest sniper perch. Staring at the gutted wreck, Shin finally admitted it. Those deadly close calls were real, and the only reason they were still alive was because the critical shots landed. He'd fired a .375 Holland and Holland Magnum so brutal it could drop a charging elephant, or something far worse, without breaking a sweat. A brutal recoil ripped through Shin's shoulder, leaving it bruised as the price of one devastating single shot. He'd strapped on a Remington M700H, loaded it with H Magnum rounds, and went iron sights only, no scope, no delay. Sarin barreled toward him with pure relief and clung to him tight, and as the others rushed in behind, everyone stayed safe and smiling. Once the danger finally vanished, they geared up to head back, because that mysterious slime had to be reported right away. Before they headed back, the three just stood there under the stars, soaking in what it took to survive, how teamwork saved them, and what tomorrow might bring. The village chief stormed in, stunned by the melted land. Right near them, a Lyle slime had just appeared. He checked the scent and the wrecked terrain, and right then he knew it. Only a dark creature could have done damage like that. Years ago, he needed a whole team and days just to take one down. Then Zin flipped the script and smashed it overnight. As they closed in on the village gate, Saran beamed and heaped praise on Shin. Then the chief's eyes narrowed like he was reliving his own bloody battle. Still, the chief stayed on high alert. Lyle Slimes had no business being here at all. Shin stared at the ancient shrine, his mind racing. Could it be the key that summons those dark powers back to life? Nanotess once tossed off a joke about waking the Dark Lord, and ever since then those words keep crawling back into her memory, making the air feel heavy. The chief dug through the remains and nailed it. this slime was young, way smaller than the ones that came before. Thank goodness Lyle slimes don't team up with kids, so Shin and Saran shot each other a look, both breathing easy in the same stunned relief. But they keep getting pulled toward the lights at night, and that nasty little pattern made everyone instinctively recoil. Even after Shin brushed off the Dark Lord, he and the others stayed on guard, because those sneaky Lyle slime threats refused to fully disappear. Weeks drifted by in peace. Shin and Saran slipped back into normal life, stalking quietly beneath the blazing midday sun. Night after night they marched on patrol with torches blazing, yet danger never showed up again. But peace was a trap. Somewhere else, dark figures moved in silence and the village had no clue. Out of nowhere, Marek greeted them with open arms. He never expected them back this early. Right as Shin tried to place his order, Saran's phone blew up with urgent news. Sarpras was in danger. A monstrous swarm of Lyle slimes swallowed the city whole, locking it in a full-blown siege. Shin's eyes went wide because that chilling thought hit him like a truck. Had Nanotess really gone and done the thing she used to joke about? Hidden deep in the forest, Nanotess calmly toasted away, but the real question burned in her heart: had she just awakened the Dark Lord? A terrified man blurts that Sarkast's trapped and surrounded, and then Lyle slimes come barreling in, swarming the walls and putting everyone inside in immediate danger. Shin locks eyes with the elf girl, and that split-second stare sparks a deadly link between something far away and the danger right in front of them. Spotting the danger creeping wider, Shin instantly spots the spreading lie in all the slimes nearby and frantically shouts for help. That girl pleads with the dolphins again, and this time they answer her call, snapping into action and taking the food obediently. With the dolphins lined up and the whole team fired up, they surged off to protect the besieged city. The elder cracks an apology, but Shin's crew won't hear it. They say they owe him too much to back down. The elf leader promises them safety and the allied villages take their posts, so Shin's crew can lock in and go after Tsarprasht without a second thought. Right as they gear up to leave, Kano hears a shocked voice shout and spots Milno striding toward them. Milno bursts in with pure joy, shoving a handmade charm into Kano's hands and praying he stays safe on the road. Warm goodbyes fly back and forth and the girl cups Shin in blessings, then swears that once they're back they'll marry. Shin gets a soft but serious warning to be extra careful, and the worry in her voice and eyes won't let go. Shin flashes a smile and warns them to stay sharp, but right then another kid steps up, ready to spill something urgent and weirdly mysterious. The kid remembers ancient woods lurking behind Kano's place, woods people once swore were swallowed by forgotten forest spirits. Kano's been having these wild dreams lately. Last night, she saw two burning pillars roar through the dark. Flames roared beside Shin and Kano's wild vision hit him like a shock. He could feel it in his bones, and this wasn't just a dream. A terrified girl grips her friend with shaking hands, terrified of the deadly danger the road ahead might unleash. Suddenly, a figure comes barreling forward, arm outstretched, eyes locked on action as they rush in to protect everyone. The armored stranger slams into the way, kneels like a hero on cue, and makes his vow with pure showmanship. The whole group just stands there dead quiet while the armored person breaks the tension, acting things out with wild exaggeration that turns the moment into pure, hilarious relief. The elf girl strides forward, calm, stone-faced, and vows with unshakable resolve to keep Shin right by her side. Saran's confidence steadies her at last, and she lets go, trusting Shin's safety to the elf's capable hands. Shin and Saran board their ship side by side, waving goodbye as they set sail for Sarprasth. Right then, their adventure finally ignites. Their friends stay back, grinning and yelling encouragement, praying they'll come flying back soon and safe. In a silent forest clearing, under a moonlit sky, a lone man strains to raise a radio signal. His voice crashes out again, "Nanotest, you hear me?" But the sleeping woman doesn't answer a single thing. Under the moonlight, Shin sits there, baffled. His communication device has gone dead, and he can't reach Nanotess anymore. He glares at the radio, frustration spiking, and then he realizes her silence couldn't have hit at a worse moment. Concern snaps into the air. He's never had trouble reaching her before, so the fact he can't now screams that something's gone wrong at her camp. Outside Nanotess's tent, a bear skulks in the dark while her radio, still untouched, sits beside an empty bed. The next morning, Saran clocks Sarpras's silhouette in the distance, After all that brutal travel, their long road is finally closing in on the finish line. Those dolphins, once enemy-owned, now team up and slice through the water so fast they cut the group's travel time to almost nothing. Saran scans the dock and spots a few figures, then Shin snaps up binoculars and confirms that one of them is Mr. Bale. Mr. Ball stands at the dock with the soldiers, jaw tight with frustration, then breaks into relief the moment they finally show up. No time for talk, he shoves them along and yells to hurry because that threat is still hanging over them. While they ride side by side, they trade urgent news. Turns out one of the enemies has already crashed into Shin's home village. Shin grills the recent events for answers, but Mr. Bale refuses to wait. He demands they act first before any deeper mystery gets uncovered. From a cliff, the team stares down as their camp gets squeezed under siege, defenses cracking while slime monsters press in from every side. The squad stumbles on slimes going after the livestock, and even though they drag along slow, their acid bodies spell instant doom the moment they touch. Massive slimes slam into the Sarpress walls from every angle, and the soldiers brace like the next all-out assault could hit them any second. No escape, no mercy. A slime rockets over the wall and smashes into the city, and the defenders instantly scramble to stop it. The crew finally slams into Sarpress's gate, and Bale barks his credentials like a war drum, demanding they be let into the city ASAP. Inside the walls, the soldiers hammer out defenses and their catapults buy time by staggering the slimes, though the damage never really sticks. Bale maps out every troop position. He tells his guards to lock down the south gate he needs, while Shins moves in to coordinate the whole operation. A map flashes reinforcement gaps, and when Shin asks about another team, worry spikes, so where the hell is Ballist? Ball goes dead quiet, dodging every question. Whatever he knows about the team and the ballast stuff is crushing his mind. Bale hustles Shin and Saran through the city as the dread of something urgent claws at their heels, waiting deep inside Sarpra's defenses. On the front lines, burned-out soldiers shove back slime waves, white-knuckling their crumbling barricades as they start to fail. Suddenly, a swarm of slimes surges onto the soldiers' watches, then they fuse together right before their eyes, birthing something utterly unnatural. The fused slimes whip into a towering spiral, and the defenders' alarms blare as it swells bigger and climbs higher, right in front of them. A colossal tentacle hammers the city wall, shattering it, panic detonates, and chaos pours straight into Sarpress. The southern wall crumbles to dust and panic detonates. Slimes surge through, soldiers scatter and scream as their armor melts right off. More soldiers get blasted flying through the air, only to cling to life, covered in bruises and scraped up but still standing. From a tower in southern Sarpress, Shin and Saran brace their rifles, gearing up for a brutal long-range counterattack. Saran zeroes in on threats past 130 nairs, and Shin clenches his weapon, begging for the next coordinates. Shin peers through his scope and finds the slime fast, eyes locked in, vision crystal clear like he's got the perfect shot. The magical rifle erupts with a deafening blast. Bale fumed, and Shin snapped back that it can't be silenced. Even with all that noise blasting around them, Shin still lands his shots, and those massive Lyle slimes crumple on the very first hit. A crushing blast rips straight through the enemy lines, and even Saran can't hide his shock at how brutally destructive it is. Each monstrous shot from the rifle kicks back, and the recoil smashes his shin so hard the rifle's raw power brutally drives into him. Shin tells Saran, "I'm fine," but that recoil freaks him out, because the building keeps trembling under the pressure. Shin stared at that massive bullet, clocked how weirdly wide it was, and felt its brutal destructive power hanging in the silence. That bullet, built to hunt elephants, became pure, terrifying overkill when it turned on those aggressive creatures. As the shot rang out, the bullet's shape made its intentions crystal clear. Then it tore through huge enemies with razor-sharp control and brutal precision. It stabbed straight in, zero hesitation, hitting every hidden weak spot and shattering it from the inside with brutal, clean precision. Its massive caliber hit with deadly force. When enemies got caught, they didn't get a breath to recover or even try to resist. Shin squeezes the trigger on the H&H Magnum, and the blast detonates, tearing that massive slime to pieces with surgical precision. Confused soldiers on the wall snap their heads left and right, desperate to figure out what triggered this sudden, brutal wreckage. That blast hits like a wrecking ball inside, protect your ears or the recoil will rip right through you. Slimes explode out of nowhere in the distance, and terrified soldiers swear the wreckage is being sparked by lightning. Shin reloads with eerie calm as spent casings scatter around him. Most slimes are already wiped out from his sniper perch. The elf woman and the young boy stared down the wreckage, then realized the room had somehow survived that brutal monster attack. They thanked Bale for setting them up perfectly, and from up high, slimes that wanted to get close never stood a chance. As the chaos outside roared louder, they sprinted to a fresh spot, hunting for a perfect view of the battlefield far beneath. Excited knights burst in with cheers as reinforcements finally arrived, and the defending team's morale surged back to life. Bale finally admitted it wasn't some random power. When the real savior showed up, the help was finally here. Crosswrench the hero thundered in on a blazing beast flanked by muscle-strong allies, and he was ready to smash straight into battle. Explosions tore across the battlefield and soldiers screamed in agony, ripped open, blinded, and left too battered to defend themselves. A sacred priest vanished in a blink. She thrust her staff upward and blazing light poured down from above, screaming that divine power had just arrived. Right in front of them, battered knights stood back up, miraculously healed. Then a blinding burst of light flooded the scene, restoring their vision, their strength, and even Cardinal Lucille as she arrived. Across the battlefield, enemy leaders stared, and Tasmalda the mage sank her hands into dark magic, ready to strike back with zero hesitation. Harrow Crosswrench thundered atop his mythical steed, spear blazing high as he stormed forward to smash back the magical threat on the horizon. At the north gate of Sarprest, the soldiers erupt in cheers when the hero finally shows up, and you can feel everyone's spirits surge back to life. Kids stare in wide-eyed disbelief because they've never seen a real hero, only heard legends from other people's hushed whispers. A village elder leans in and tells them, real heroes never sit, they're always on the move, sprinting across the battlefields to hunt down the darkness before it swallows everything. Heroes don't just appear, they're carved from brutal tournaments, thrown into fights against monsters no soldier can survive, and even elite hunters who push them to the edge. The reigning Crosswrench current champion bursts into battle, flames licking behind him, and no one dares challenge him for 5 straight years of brutal trials. Spectators roar as a Crosswrench carves through the Lyle slimes with brutal ease, smashing the tide into the hero's favor with sheer, overwhelming power. Shin glares as his rifle sputters uselessly, then whips out Crosswrenches to slice with his sword, like it's bending physics, tearing straight through slime cores and cutting them down fast. Seeing his pinpoint skill and unstoppable power, they finally get it. This is why the whole world worships him as a true hero. A hero was chosen once, and from that moment the heroes had to race between sacred shrines, guarding the Dark Lord's seal so it never broke. 2 elite women fall in beside him. One is a revered church cardinal, the other the supreme mage. Villagers still talk in awe about the chaos Lyle unleashed with the slimes, Crosswrench's effortless destruction, and somehow it all feels even more unbelievable now. The hero surges forward again, slashing through enemies at breakneck speed, so those terrified slimes panic and backpedal in total retreat. Tasmalda calmly fires off detection magic, and as the slimes bolt into the distance, the trail keeps snapping into place, because no matter how far they run, they can't dodge the hunt. She hoists a giant rock slab with magic, and the crowd erupts as they realize how brutally powerful she is. Crosswrench clocked the spell's true power, frozen in shock, because it was never built to hoist something that gigantic. Tasmalda smirks with absolute confidence, feeling the crowd's energy spike. Then she braces to unleash something even more jaw-dropping. With one word, shatter, massive levitating slab crumbles and shards slam down like a storm onto the battlefield below. Her grand magic tempest erupts into a storm of pure destruction, smashing the slimes as crystallized devastation rains down. As the dust finally clears, the villagers lock eyes and realize, this is the crushing, unstoppable power of a hero's party. Crosswrench gets hailed like a hero, but a few people still nitpick the comparison, while Saran insists they didn't flop at all. Because of their relentless efforts, nobody died, just a few bruises and some walls getting wrecked. Even though farms and roads got wrecked, the villagers still swear the local lord will step in and fix everything they need. Crosswrench bursts with pride over their bravery, and Shin shuts down the reward, insisting they didn't do it for thanks. they did it to protect people. The elder thanks them with hope in his eyes, praying he can count on them again if danger comes roaring back. Now that the danger's gone, he shifts the conversation. Team Ballists the topic they're grilling him on. Stunned, they realize Team Ballistes got wiped off the map after a brutal run-in with the robbers. A wild hippogriff case led by a Chlash exploded into the spotlight. Then their leader got thrown in jail, licenses got stripped, and the rest scattered like lightning. Even with locals backing them, the nobles still labeled them reckless. Then the old quarter got collateral damage, and that anger only flared hotter. An old, forgotten bylaw demanded permission just to fight in town, so the nobles weaponized it, using it to punish anyone who dared to throw down. As Saran rants in disbelief, Shin just stands there, getting crushed under Defej Fevu's power while the tension keeps surging higher and higher. In Shin's world, bears weren't hunted for sport or pride. They only got chased when they turned dangerous. Media barely ever stuck up for hunters, even though they were the ones risking their lives to shield civilians from deadly wildlife attacks. In that fantasy world, the elder drops the bombshell: Team Ballistes won't have to deal with punishment for long. Team Ballistes sits on the edge of judgment, but the local lord's sudden death throws the whole trial into chaos and stalls any quick legal action. Everyone calms down because this is just bureaucracy. Once they restore order, the whole team gets cleared. The old man promises he'll reach out the second anything new pops up about Team Ballistes' case. As dusk sweeps over the quiet town, a strange calm crawls in, only for a heartbeat. Shin falls asleep right next to Saran, and even without a single word, their bond wraps everything in this calm, safe warmth. Shin jerks awake, then tiptoes out in silence. Something spooked him, while Saran shifts in her sleep like she heard it too. He flips on his communicator and dials Nanotess, praying the mystery voice answers again. Shin lets out a heavy sigh. Nanotes won't answer again, so he throws in the towel and gets ready for sleep. Suddenly, a voice crackles out of the static, and under the moonlight, Shin hears someone say his name loud and clear. Shin finally catches up to Lady Nanotass and snaps, angry as lightning, demanding answers for her endless silence. The device crackles to life, and Lady Nanotess stalls, her voice trembling as she fights the urge to even mention what's painfully, dangerously important. She says she's been trapped ever since she went to Earth Heaven, cut off from her original world, unable to keep tabs on what's happening. Nanotess clears her throat and admits, right through the chaos, that during the blackout her own troubles kept hijacking her focus. She snaps her attention back to the Lyle slimes, and Shin lights up, finally ready to get the crucial monster intel he's been starving for. Nanotess races into collapsed shrines and uncovers the truth. Magic is spilling out everywhere, and that flood is luring Lyle slimes straight into the most dangerous spots. She warns that underground magic ley lines can surge out like trapped groundwater. Only this time, it can get dangerously out of control. If nobody stops it, that overflow could unleash the most terrifying thing of all, the birth of a brand new Dark Lord. Shin pushes for immediate action, but Nanotess snaps back that the shrine-destroying culprit has to be hunted down first, and stopped for good. Nanotess bites the bullet and asks Hero Crosswrench's party for help, then admits the truth: it's more than she can handle alone. Shin snaps at the sudden breakthrough, practically bursting with excitement as he demands to know if they finally have the enemy's identity. The radio crackles, the voice pauses, then snaps: yes, they've found the real shrine saboteur. Shockingly, the culprit turns out to be none other than the hero they'd been depending on, Crosswrench. Nanotess freezes in shock at the betrayal, then realizes he's already been spilling suspicious info to his own party. Meanwhile, night drops like a curtain. Shin and Saran steal a tender, breath-close moment together, right when the chaos is about to flare. Crosswrench grins while Lady Tess cheers beside him, and they let slip their terrifying scheme: destroy the shrines to seize power. They daydream about summoning the Dark Lord and proving they're the saviors, by taking him down themselves. They set their sights on taking over the world, carve up power together, and smash through nobles and royalty like they're nothing. Their next stop is a shrine out in the Bile Plains. People swear it can unleash massive energy. A priestess storms in, eyes blazing, and grills them about their strength. Cardinal Lucille strolls out like nothing's wrong. Meanwhile, she's secretly been in Crosswrench's private plotting the whole time, totally flying under everyone's radar. She smirks in private, secretly delighted by Crosswrench's deception, because his selfish ambition is hidden behind that heroic duty mask. Nanotis stares at the surveillance footage, eyebrow twitching at what Lucille's really up to, while Crosswrench's slick little puppet show leaves him rattled and furious. Shin snarls that chaos will erupt the second the truth hits the streets, while Nanotis nods along as Lucille's careful shrine sabotage clicks into place. Even divine senses got tricked. Pulling together the proof to expose them is going to be brutally hard. Shin learns very first heroes were so legendary that even today's heroes look small. Generation Legends proves it. He fires the question, what if the Dark Lord ever came back? And right then Nanotes hesitates, caught in the silence. Nanotes says the world is doomed, because the Dark Lord won't just win, he'll obliterate even today's mightiest heroes. Shin panics, frozen in disbelief as the terrifying idea hits him, like the world really could be wiped out for real. Nanotes says divine help has its limits, and that dragging a cheat hero back through reincarnation takes way too long for the time they've got. Nanotes drops to her knees and pleads with Shin in terrified desperation, begging for help as the threats spiral bigger and bigger. Shin leans in and listens with wide-eyed focus. She's trusting him completely with the most crucial piece of the plan. Nanotes breaks down, sobbing and begging Shin, promising him crazy rewards if he'll help her crush the villains. Shin finally agrees to ask for instructions, and then Nanotas orders him to strike Tasmelda's staff, right as the shrine's defenses start to crumble. Nanotus blasts the warning, if he doesn't end it with one perfect shot, Tasmelda's magic will lock onto him and hunt him down. Shin's panic explodes, he's second-guessing everything, but backing out isn't an option anymore. He steps up to take the job. One perfect shot will decide the world's fate and lock in its future forever. The night sky hangs there in eerie silence, like the world is holding its breath right before the storm crashes in. Shin keeps staring at his own role, second-guessing himself at every turn until the truth hits hard. The danger is absolutely real. He digs deep, and if protecting his wife and bringing peace means taking that shot, then he's doing it. Shin's jaw drops when he spots Saran outside. He can't believe she tracked him down after all his expectations. Saran barrels up to him face to face, furious that she caught his late-night conversation and the plans he's making. Shin lets out an awkward confession. She'd have heard it all anyway, even if her elf senses hadn't picked up a thing. Saren's mind flashes back to their bond, and she doubles down on her love and loyalty, proving again and again that they've faced every threat side by side. She vows to march into whatever tomorrow throws at them, shoulder to shoulder, no excuses, no turning back. Saran's staring questions shook Shin's resolve, grilling her on whether she's the only one truly willing to face everything side by side. Shin rushes in to explain, I'm doing this deadly mission alone so I can protect you. Saran flashes back to him saying it once again, but this time the weight of trying to carry everything by himself crushes his heart. She snaps at him, does he really think his life is disposable? And the moment slams back to all the past risks he took. Sarana dug her heels in, she won't let him believe his life is cheap, and she refuses to let the debt fade from his mind. Saran yanks Shin's clothes tight and blurts out, you're the most important thing in my whole world. Shin, shaken by her words, silently begged her to stop crying. With raw regret in his chest, Shin apologizes to her and swears he'll never abandon her again. Saran blushes and spills the truth. She feels safer with Shin, and then she grins, teasing him like he's totally hopeless when she isn't around. Tears blur Saran's smile as they charge ahead together, clutching the memory of their love and the strength that carried them through. Saran grins and tugs Shin's sleeve, then leans in like, so, you ready to save the world? Shin snaps that she can't let anyone see her elf ears, and Saran waves it off like it's nothing, pure confidence. Shin nods back with a shy blush, and as the crowd closes in, he suddenly feels everyone watching while they slip into the chaos of the busy street. Saran erupts into cheers, sprinting with pure determination to beat everyone to the shrine first. With the road packed shoulder to shoulder, Shin pitches an idea, rent a cart so they can blaze ahead toward their mission. Shin froze in the middle of the roaring market, his nerves screaming as a weird figure slipped through the crowd like it didn't belong. Saran snapped his name like a whip, yanking him out of that trance, and only then did he realize he'd stopped dead. He pointed at the man's bag. It looked exactly like a rifle case he'd seen before, familiar as hell. Yet somehow it didn't belong in this world. As they kept moving, Shin slipped his eyes over the crowd in silence, something here felt terribly wrong, like it didn't belong. Staring up at the clouds, Shin couldn't trust his own senses. What if he was just making it all up? Shin swept his eyes over the walled city, already suspecting that no one inside could possibly have anything that advanced or dangerous. His gaze locked onto that tower, and something about it jolted his instincts with sharp, unwanted dread. Past the rooftops, the whole city sprawled in calm silence, too calm because danger might be lurking just out of sight. Up in the bell tower, pigeons perched in total calm, blissfully clueless about the tense watch unfolding below. A hooded figure leaned in and whispered through a device, signaling they were finally here. This mission was officially on. The hooded figure slammed up to the mansion gates, snapped into action, grabbed the gear, and fired up a long-buried covert plan. Through the rifle scope, he swept the office interior, muttering a sharp phrase in a foreign tongue. His target sat there, calm as ever, while a sniper's scope tightened on him like a trap. The mission was crystal clear. Stop any other worlder from getting in, no exceptions, no second chances. Saran sits calmly in the spotlight, ready to relive the moments that flipped their world upside down. A nasty slime outbreak rips through town after town, and suddenly the knights have to ride out and uncover the real monster causing it. Saran warns that these never-ending disturbances could rattle everything loose, until the Demon King's resurrection drags their fragile peace into danger. With a heavy heart, Saran tells everyone the current heroes are way too weak to stop the world from ending. Saran and Shin pick them for this, so gear up and stop Gloss Lange's out-of-control kingdom before its reckless actions wreck everything. With her radio blazing, Saran tracks every enemy move and shoots back in a panic that they're charging straight for the Baro Plains. She bursts out of the photo booth, locked in, ready to grab every last supply Shin needs for his journey. Saran leans in and tells them her divine duty means shepherding other worlders through the same kind of briefings, right down to her narration segments. Shin and Saran charge across the endless plains, clutching the map tight while the divine communicator crackles to guide them. Suddenly, Saran slams the horse to a stop as he spots movement in the grass, and everyone braces with weapons ready. Shin spots an ancient stone monument in the distance and freezes, his eyes lock onto the strange structure like it just called his name. They roll in cautiously as Shin closes in on the relic, following those creepy circular marks etched into the ground around the structure. Both stare up at the massive spire, and Surin realizes the air goes unnaturally still the moment they're near it. They scan the area and find nothing, no insects, no animals at all, like the monument's aura smothers every living thing around it. Saran stares back and remembers the brutal spell that was once sealed here, and it might be the very reason Kobold Village was wiped out. Shin spots a hidden mechanism by the monument and it clicks in his head. This thing is the key to waking up that mysterious structure. Meanwhile, Crosslunch and his crew are celebrating across the plains, totally clueless as danger creeps up in silence. Powerful witch Tesmelda bursts forth and summons magic beside the monument, priming herself to unleash a wave of destructive power that's been locked away for ages. Tesmelda lunges straight for the monument's magical core, while the group scrambles to either safely rip it out or smash it to pieces. Even from far away, they brace to fire, praying that every long-range blast can finally shut down the monument's sealed threat. Crosslunch and his crew tense up fast because the moment they clock their mission, they realize it could unleash magical consequences too huge to survive. With weapons raised and magic humming, the crew barrels forward, while Shin stands back, jaw tight, nerves screaming. Sauron snapped that timing is everything, strike while the hero is still reeling, then vanish from the scene before anyone can react. Shin studies a safe escape route, because he knows that slipping away unnoticed after pulling the trigger is going to be brutally hard. Sauron's there like a weird splashy water sound echoing through the grass, and Shin can't pick it up yet. They spot a river up ahead, but the rough ground makes crossing it feel impossible. Sauron and Shin lock eyes, staring up that brutal cliff face. Then they realize scaling it is basically impossible. They stumble on yet another mysterious monument and everyone's left guessing. Was it ancient architecture or just another piece of a bigger, hidden machine? Lucky for them, they spot hidden stairs carved into the cliff wall, and they rush down a narrow path that drops into the darkness. They hunted the core, hit it, then vanished down unseen, slipped across the river and escaped without a trace. Tesmelda barrels along the forest's edge, driving straight toward the surplus as she locks into the team's coordinated move. Saran and Shin measure their shooting distance, then line it up in their heads against the Tokyo Dome's monstrous 300-meter width. Shin realizes their target is way beyond the Tokyo Dome's full stretch, and this insane longest shot is only his next move. His past shots almost never went past 200 meters. This one blasts way beyond the usual hunting range, pushing his skill into brand new territory. With just one bullet and barely any time left, Shin has to steady himself and pull off a one-shot win. Zin holds perfectly still, sights locked in. This shot has to land and there's zero room for failure. He grabs a full metal jacket round, tweaks the scope for razor-precise shots at 300 meters. Through the scope, Tesmelda pops into view and Shin has to crank out ridiculous calculations on the spot to predict the bullet's drop. Saran nods like, "All right, it's all set," then signals Shin and holds up a bullseye target to kick off the testing. Shin follows her sprint with his scope, zeroing in on the exact spot where the target finally vanished. Shin locks in the scope tweaks, steadies his rifle like a promise, and gets ready for his next make-or-break test shots. At 300 meters, his bullets scatter, because at that range, tight grouping just isn't something preparation can pull off. A quick visual shows the bullet spread ballooning as distance climbs, and suddenly long-range shots stop being consistent. He pinpoints the impact spots, triangulates them to find the true center, and locks in a sharper result by measuring it in precise timed intervals. At this range, landing your shots for real comes down to one thing: repeat the motion over and over, and prove it with live shooting experience. Movies make one-shot kills look like magic, but real sniping demands tons of data, constant adjustments, and hard-earned training. Shin spots another 2 cm of drift and immediately realizes the spin drift is nudging every bullet a little to the right. He steadies himself for the next shot, determined to slam the trajectory right, while Saran watches from afar. Shin blasts his way through practice-fired shells bursting everywhere as he hammers the same routine, refusing to stop until he can lock in a stable formation for execution day. Test shots and escape routes are locked in now. Shin's got the plan in his hands, and he's standing ready for the real operation. As night drops, Shin and Saran crash down for a quick rest, then lock in, mentally prepping for tomorrow's brutal high-stakes operation. A camouflage tarp drops in through divine delivery gear. Shin himself requested it days before their mission. Shin snatches the concealment sheet with a huge breath of relief and thanks Goddess Nanates for finally delivering his equipment request. He shoves the camo sheet over his body, cutting his odds of getting spotted as cross lenses close in on the party. Shin wraps the rifle in camo tape, sealing out any light that might betray him when he fires. Shin slams the last modification into the rifle, and Saran can't stop staring as the camo snaps into place like it was never anything else. That camo coating blocks the sun's glare off the scope, so the whole setup fires at peak clarity, every visual trick dialed in. After the final checks are locked in, Shin shoots a message to Nanates to find out exactly how close their cross-lench group really is. Saran leans in close beside him as they wait for the radio to finally crackle with the enemy's distance and exact location. When the signal hits, Shin snaps that this is exactly the broadcast he'd predicted earlier that morning. Nanates, the goddess of their world, keeps a steady eye on everything, keeping the balance locked in and the cosmos humming in harmony. She can still feel cross-lench's party gorging on the surplus, totally blind to the danger crawling closer. Locked in their room, Crosslench and Tesmelda keep chasing physical thrills, completely distracted as everything outside keeps unfolding without them. Even after sleeping on it, they kick back off again, totally lost in their own selfish comfort, until evening finally rolls in. Elsewhere, a fellow party member turns beet red with embarrassment and whispers that everyone should just forget how she acted. Saran grabs Shin's attention and promises him the heroes won't show up yet, then pushes him to rest up for tomorrow. Beneath a quiet, star-drenched sky, Shin and Saran crouch down beside their sniper gear, ready for what's coming next. At dawn, Saran nudges Shin awake, sensing movement in the air, and gets him ready for the battle about to crash down. Chris Lynch's party finally pushes across the open field, sliding closer to their target without a single clue. The priestess struts with reckless arrogance, totally blind to the fact that someone is stalking her from far away through a scoped rifle. The priestess stands there in brutal silence as the warrior charges past, completely brushing off her presence with ice-cold indifference. The warrior loudly declares they're destined to reshape the world, brushing off every warning like it doesn't matter. The witch leans in and pressures the priestess to cooperate, because only she knows where the cave is hidden. Pressure and responsibility crash down on her, and the priestess flushes hard, annoyed yet cornered into accepting it anyway. Even with everyone pushing back, she strides forward with zero doubt, claiming she's mature enough to lead them the right way. The witch watched Lucille's face like a hawk, then quietly flipped the gem in her headdress on. Out of nowhere, a coffin plummeted from the sky, and this girl spotted it mid-bite, still chewing like nothing was wrong. Hidden deep inside the cliffs, they unearthed a sealed tomb that everyone swore held forbidden ancient power. With raw determination, the two set the ritual in motion, convinced their combined magic could pry that seal wide open. Monsters came at them in a raging tide, but the duo fought tooth and nail, guarding that ritual like it was their last breath. The coffin snapped open and cursed energy exploded out, because her spell had yanked a forbidden corpse into the role of a vessel. Once the ritual snapped shut, a brand new demon lord was born, stronger than anything ever seen, exactly as they'd planned. He got a mission: wipe out the demon lord, then steal its power for himself. At the monolith in space, he stood there by himself, swearing he'd forge a brand new future as a god. He gave a quiet smile because he knew once that seal snapped, something beyond human understanding was about to burst into the world. Their forbidden moves smashed the balance that had stood for centuries. Now everything hung on the last choice they made. Leline energy, summoned by ancient rituals, surged into this place to unleash unimaginable magical destruction. Even with his confidence high, they still put safeguards in place, because one hidden danger could still shatter everything in an instant. Lucille slammed the brakes on their plan, this time no recklessness. They had way too much on the line. Magic sparks on her fingertips. She unleashes detection magic, prying into ancient seals to sniff out hidden threats deep under the cursed ruins. The knight squinted at the pointless scramble, sweeping the area with his eyes, hunting for threats that never showed up. The ruins exposed an ancient monastery obliterated by leyline warfare, and now it's been entombed under centuries of brutal silence. Once the detection scan finished, they confirmed the coast was clear, no threats anywhere, and the ritual could finally roar on without interruption. They felt untouchable, way too good, way too slick, while that sneaky little feeling of fate slipping out of place kept creeping in. Somewhere far off, a cold marksman leveled a scope at them, tracking every victory with nothing but ruthless, silent disdain. The priestess nodded and sealed it. She said his hunch was right, they were picked by destiny, marching as tools of divine will. He brought peace and order, because the world needed a symbol so absolute it was forged in blood. Even if thousands die, they'll swear that forging an absolute symbol makes every brutal sacrifice worth it. The priestess stood her ground and swore that even the gods themselves couldn't resist this symbol of one unified order. Even with worry gnawing at her over the civilians she'd end up costing, the witch still swallowed the divine transformation price and paid it. She pushed her doubts aside and focused on the rituals, because they always demanded blood, and she'd finally made her peace with it. While they had no clue, hidden snipers kept their sights locked, guns cocked, waiting for the exact second to unleash hell. The spotters tracked every shift in the target's movement and locked in tight, readying themselves for one clean, deadly shot. Through the scope, the witch's staff and magical core turned into the perfect target to smash. The knight's lunge slammed into the line of fire, blocking the shot so hard they couldn't fire a single round without blasting him instead. The witch finally lifted her staff with solemn fury, ready to tear open the corpse's sealed power and unleash it. They got the warning: once they granted the patron's wish, the demon lord had to be set free. The priest can't keep hiding anymore. He's finally got to face a real demon lord at full power. The witch stared down every danger, then launched the spell anyway, so sure of herself it felt unstoppable. Elsewhere in the boring, everyday world, her counterpart braved the rain and obsessed over leyline theory as he drove. She dove into ancient records and found the truth: demon lords were real, but not one of them had ever been fully human. With the ritual finally finished, a demon lord reborn in human form erupted out of the darkness, rising like a nightmare. If this thing really was the very first hero, its rebirth would spark a divine legend everyone would worship forever. Then someone whipped around in pure shock, because that energy shift hit like a wave and it had already started. An armored figure burst out of the dust, wrapped in silence, radiating ancient power and pure primal rage. Kneeling in a crater of bones, the reborn entity finally opened its eyes to the forgotten legacies and the brutal destruction still left behind. The observers erupted in panic, because the demon lord had already fully manifested, way ahead of everyone's predictions and before anyone could even intervene. The figure in front of them didn't feel like the demon lord at all. Something was terribly, terribly off. A shadowy observer finally spilled the truth. The witch was puppeteering a corpse with ruthless necromancy. The observer freaked out, because nobody was supposed to be able to control a demon lord like that. The snipers tightened their aim, because if they didn't stop this right now, they'd move in fast and nobody ever got away from that. No matter how carefully they aimed, they couldn't find the core, because it was completely swallowed by darkness hiding from sight. The snipers debated going after the summoners instead, but the magical barriers were already up and blocking everything. Once Lee slips his location, he's going to get hunted down, because they don't have any real way to hurt him without luring him out. Through the scope, they tightened their grip, then held their breath, waiting for the exact instant the ritual's control finally cracked. The ritual core would climb into position before the final activation, so they only had one shot to hit it mid-transfer. Right before the shot fired, the knight exploded forward, throwing his body between her and the sniper's sights. The knight slammed himself in front of her as magical energy erupted, and the ritual snapped toward its final phase. The seal exploded in a blinding flash, and by the time it happened, the sniper's shot was already gone. Lightning tore up the sky as the monolith split, and whatever ancient, massive, and unstoppable force it held inside finally broke free. Thousands of years ago, the elves forged a colossal protective fortress to shield their sacred lands. The priestess steps up and explains that the monument wards off those sudden demon king births. Then she straight up credits the knight's massive help. Once that monument finally rose, the knight's endless trek ended for good, tossing aside fatigue and filling the air with gratitude, along with feelings nobody dared to say out loud. In modern times, a scope locks onto the ritual site, silently tracking clueless figures as a black surge swirls nearby. A sudden jolt hits, deer scatter as dark energy crawls through the forest wrong, warping everything in its path and screaming that danger is about to explode. A rabbit bolts in terror as dark energy erupts from the Earth's core, blasting up into the sky like it's furious. The a distant fortress crumbles and it leaves the citizens and their leader reading a grim report, stunned to the bone. From the city walls, that colossal black pillar suddenly rears into view, like a nightmare rising, sending alarms ripping across the skyline. A traveling witch sits in her cart, staring in silence as she spots that dark signal across the hills and instantly knows. A hidden warrior springs out of the wagon, jolted awake by that ominous surge crawling in from the horizon. A hawk cuts across snowy peaks as the scout party slams to a stop, eyes locked on the dark spire ahead. Crouched beneath a towering pillar, a hooded man grips his rifle, standing over the bodies like he's just finished the kill. An elf tucked in camouflage snaps wide-eyed, as a swaggering witch steps forward and starts the dark ritual rite in front of them. Two watchers huddle in deadly silence, their minds screaming, "Is this terrifying nightmare the end of the world?" The witch, the priestess, and the knight brace themselves. Thunderous tremors hammer the battlefield beneath their feet. The armored warrior gets snatched out of midair, swallowed by a storm of chaotic energy that tears straight out of the magic seal. The priestess and the hero throw a wild celebration for the trap's perfect hit, while the warrior's final tortured scream cuts out somewhere they never see. The smiling hero steps forward and declares, loud and fearless, that this fight is going to be the very first legend they'll never forget. The priestess closes her eyes and prays in dead silence, while the witch just watches, cool as ice, as magic whirls around them like it's alive. Rain hammers the abandoned cars, and just like that, the silence settles, too still, too calm, while the world underneath quietly shifts. In full panic, the girls shoot a message to the goddess, begging her to tell them what to do before everything falls apart. Crouched under camouflage, they realize help isn't coming, and they're trapped in a situation that slips completely out of their control. Wound steadies her aim and holds her breath, silently readying for the shot, because she truly believes this time fate will change. That blonde girl starts doubting everything, What if destiny's a lie and Shin can't really cut down the legacy they're tied to? With a pained glance, the other girl whispers an apology, bracing for whatever hits next. Cuddled up side by side, the girls trade silent goodbye thoughts, bracing themselves for whatever comes next. The goddess, the sniper, and the scout each react in their own way. Dread grips one, razor-sharp focus locks in another, and a quiet acceptance settles over the rest. She tweaks her sniper scope one more time, eyes locked in, and with every deadly moment replaying in her head, she still somehow clawed her way through, alive in this strange new world. In the pouring rain, the goddess crumbles with guilt, and she whispers apologies into the dead, empty silence. The sniper locks onto the arrogant hero and realizes, right in the worst moment, yeah, even a goddess has a breaking point. Eyes shut to the world behind the scope, the sniper drags in slow air, until his heartbeat drops under the suffocating weight of camouflage silence. She goes dead still, rifle pinned across her chest, and accepts, straight-faced, that her journey in this world is about to end. A flicker of light dances in her eyes, then it hits her, and they steal one last shared moment before everything changes. The blonde girl leans into her companion's presence, eyes soft as sunrise, and somehow their unspoken bond hits harder than any words ever could. With a gentle smile, she swallows her guilt and apologizes. She couldn't save Saran's world after all. With that towering pillar looming right behind them, she slips beside Shin and chooses peace over fear and despair. The goddess stood in silence as the truck disappeared into the rain, and with a heavy, solemn calm, she accepted their sacrifice as truth. Inside the car, untouched drinks sit between them, and a thick, silent grief hangs in the air. Limping onto the bed, she lies there and reels at Shin's arrival, because the moment he showed up, he flipped her fading world upside down. A tiny ripple hits the drink's surface, and you just no something is changing, something nobody saw coming. Soren sprawls in the tall grass, utterly drained but still grinning, while Shin stares in shock. Their hands brush together softly like the world goes quiet around the wreckage, and then the two of them hold on one final time. The goddess mopes until next month, then boom, she's cut off and shipped to America. The goddess slams the car door on her assistant, pure fury burning as divine reassignment drops out of nowhere. As they bicker, strange thumps boom through the air, and the radio suddenly spits out a cold, unfamiliar signal. The ritual kicks off, but the Demon King's form won't shift, and something feels horribly wrong. From where the Watchers stood, they swore nothing changed, and that silence turned into instant panic as they screamed the news through their comms. They spot the Dark Tower again, and the air feels totally different, like something wild just happened. The priest and the hero demand answers, baffled as the transformation grinds to a halt, staring at the demon's dead, lifeless body. They're convinced the delay is some kind of magic, so they sit tight and wait, totally blind to the meddling happening out of sight. Shin and Saran snap to it, something's seriously off, because the demon transformation is dragging on way longer than anyone expected. The priestess points down and says the magical core under them is gulping down massive energy, dragging everything to a crawl. While the rain hammered down, the goddess focused her gaze and weighed one brutal option, shattering the magic core to slam the whole ritual to a stop. With stubborn grit, she straps in on the spot, because she's certain the truck is the only way to stop rebirth. Right at the edge of the field, Shin snaps back to consciousness, grips his rifle, and locks in for one final stand. She shuts her eyes and whispers a silent prayer, kneeling right beside the Demon King's broken, empty helmet. A tear slips down her cheek as she stares at the horizon, and the memory of everything she lost crashes back in. She whips her gaze to him, staff in hand, and asks in a low voice for him to choose the hardest path. Elsewhere, that enemy trio leans in with wicked grins, ready to unleash their twisted scheme at any second. A fresh Demon King crawls out of the rituals, summoned by dark magic and ancient spells. A brutal dimensional rift rips open the sky, and that parked car gets swallowed poof into a raging fireball. A horned warrior gets blasted right in the middle of his transformation, while a cloaked figure sits in the vehicle and watches in deadly silence. The warrior's body ignites in a way it never should, and the crowd realizes this demonic transformation just kicked off, and there's no turning back. At sunset, the survivors slump in silence, staring down the brutal cost of shutting that ritual down. Magic users surge forward like a storm, desperate to slam the transformation shut, and they summon the Demon King in full. With a grin on his face, the warrior strides straight through the roaring flames, fully stepping into the dark summoning ritual. He spits with contempt that everyone else is just a stepping stone on his way to ultimate dominance. The witch hoists her staff to the sky and shrieks with wild joy as the Demon King's birth finally kicks off. With a gunshot that cracks the air, those smiling enemies unleash the last, unstoppable burst of magic. Energy erupts violently outward the moment the ritual hits its final phase, like a catastrophic explosion is about to rip reality apart. Tucked in the grass, the hunter snaps up his rifle and fires, locking the barrel right onto the demonic ritual site. The shot ripped across the field, shattering the air and blasting the blades of grass into chaos. A bullet rockets through the dark, bending the air and warping the whole night around it. Then it rockets the last stretch, glowing faintly as it closes in on the magical summoning's core. After the chaos erupts, silence slams down, an unnatural blast tears through everything and leaves the land empty, like it's been wiped clean. A jagged black pillar shoots up like a threat, and one lone figure locks eyes with its unnatural vertical flame. From the tall grass, a second bullet snaps free, deadly precise, razor-sharp, and already destined to hit its mark. The enemy commander flashes a smug grin, totally oblivious as danger barrels toward him from a distance. The summoners pour their energy into the portal, never seeing the death that's sprinting straight for them through the air. The bullet screams ahead, slicing through the silent air as it races straight for the circle's heart. Rain hammers down on the parking lot as the little truck quietly shields its one and only passenger. Inside, the elf woman squeezes her hands together and stares at the screen, silently burning with urgency. The mage snaps his senses to the incoming projectile, then throws up a defensive spell guided by a tracking crystal. The bullets slam and bend wildly inside the barrier, straining against the magical force like they're about to rip reality apart. Desperation takes over as she clamps down on the amulet, firing off one last desperate shield before that bullet hits. The bullet zigzags through a gauntlet of magical rings, skimming disaster by inches as it barrels forward. It hammers straight through the nun's barrier device, smashing her confident smile into instant panic and pure, shocked disbelief. Then, the second magical focus gets obliterated, shattering the witch's staff right in the middle of her incantation with a brutal burst of force. She spun around in pure shock as the amulet shattered, and the barrier collapsed the instant it got hit. An explosion detonates inside the demon's core, and a blinding wave of light swallows the whole figure, leaving both summoners stunned. In the camouflage shadows, the sniper team locks in impact confirmed, while the elf stares, eyes wide, watching the live data crawl across the screen, completely stunned. Raindrops hammered down as she eased the transmitter lower, relief crashing through her, because the mission was finally done. The sniper drops his rifle, letting out a breath as the storm clouds churn ominously above in eerie silence. He whispers that it worked, his voice shaking as the rain slams down, mixing with sweat on his skin. The spotter barrels into him, grinning, eyes blazing, and the flood of feelings knocks the words clean out of her mouth. Thunder crashes overhead as shattered rings explode across the ground, leaving behind the ruins of disrupted magic. The summoner crumples amid shattered fragments while the Shaktamender gapes, his failed ritual left in ruins. Confused and on edge, they huddle around the body, staring at it like the world just broke and trying to piece together what happened. Right at the final second, realization hit, and the core detonated, shattering their transformation mid-surge. The lone priestess gasps in disbelief, refusing to believe their demon king is really gone. He trembles, stunned that her spell finally slipped up, and for the first time in every recorded battle it fails. The commander screams for action as the priestess siphons holy energy into her staff. Healing magic refuses to spark, and the priestess freezes with a shocked, confused stare, while the victim lies cold, pale, and completely unresponsive. She lays it out plain. Her core fragment doesn't just break things, it tears through normal mana, snuffing out even divine restoration. She says it with total certainty, right out loud, healing the fallen summoner is impossible now. The commander clutches her limp body in her arms, begging, whispering for a reply that never ever comes. Tears burst into his eyes as his mind refuses to accept this, because it feels like the nightmare won't let go. He remembers her promise, stay by his side, and now it's shattered on bloodied ground. The priestess watches in silence as his tears spill down his face, caught between speaking up or staying frozen. He shatters to the ground, screaming their name as he remembers the bond they shared, gone now, swallowed by the void. He stood there in brutal silence, clutching her body, and the failed godhood ritual left him spiraling, drowning in questions he couldn't answer. The priestess sensed trouble brewing, and the tension snapped tight when the fallen warrior clawed his way back to life. A bloodied, armored figure stumbled out of the darkness, holding a sword called Sword. Its body no longer looked human, and it said nothing. That night, the guards watched the warrior move once more, uneasy to the core as twisted, corrupted energy whirls up into the sky. Still gasping for breath, the warrior stammers out, totally lost, dreading that the mysterious ritual might have done absolutely nothing. The warrior and the knight locked eyes, and tension roared as if the whole world held its breath in silence. The knight scrutinized him so hard, then finally shook his head. No demon lord transformation after all. He pointed out that the hero's corpse had fused with Earth's veins, spawning a bizarre, unstable resurrection state. The ritual flickered just for a second, and the knight's gut twisted as he realized he might have unleashed a disaster. Her fearful stare crashed into his, and the moment he realized it, he knew something far worse was unfolding beyond anything they expected. The revived warrior clutched his axe, rage blazing, and tore into raw power as he locked eyes with the oncoming knight. The ground started trembling and the allies screamed for evacuation, because they could already tell this threat had jumped straight past the point of control. A dimensional rift tore open, sending some fleeing for their lives while the rest stayed put to take on the resurrected warriors and their brutal, unleashed fury.